Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 216, The Spirit Library 7. Panic flared inside Sokka's mind. What to do, what to do. How to put a stop to whatever Teo was thinking right now. The young man smiled brightly, as though he'd discovered the biggest revelation of all time, and it might be, but had he really discovered anything? For one thing, they were both clothed. For another, they hadn't been doing anything compromising when Sokka opened the door, so... Wait. Had he just shouted that he knew it? Hey. It worked, Dad. Teo shouted down the hallway, grinning still. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Sokka exclaimed, willing the blood not to rush to his face as he heard Azula slapping her forehead with a hand. No doubt, she'd be feeling quite foolish for letting yet another person find out about them, but Sokka would fix it. He could do it somehow, he had no doubts about that. What's that supposed to mean, huh? You knew, what, exactly? Ah, that the princess had a secret affair with someone. Teo smiled proudly. Though my initial guess was Ruishi, but my dad said she might like you better, so I started to think maybe it was you. See, Dad? You were right. Down the hallway, the machinist approached with a gentle laugh and an awkward grin. Clearly, he had joined his son's scheme without as much certainty as Teo held, perhaps fearing that the consequences of snooping into Azula's business would be far costlier than they could afford. Oh, don't pay Teo much mind, he's just being quite silly. The machinist said, wary over Sokka's reaction too. He had already seen the gladiator's wrath once before, and he deeply hoped he wouldn't have to reacquaint himself with it again anytime soon, let alone directed towards his son. But instead, it seemed Sokka was absolutely shocked, his eyebrow twitching uncontrollably as he snarled at Teo. What the hell do you mean, you thought it was Ruishi? He said, and Azula groaned in disbelief behind him. Of course he'd focus on that, wouldn't he? Oh, you know, he just looks like the perfect Fire Nation guy. Teo shrugged. A lot of the girls in the temple thought he was the most handsome of the guards. They even had a list to rank them, if you want to dash. Well, that's just stupid. Sokka squeaked, his voice cracking as it ever did. Why would Azula be with him just because he's Fire Nation and good looking, huh? And moreover. Yeah, that was my dad's argument. Teo grinned. He was sure that the princess would want something much deeper, and he thought she had that with you. Wait, you thought what? Azula asked, eyeing the machinist with disbelieving perplexity. That they had been careless recently was true enough, but that the machinist would have picked up their romantic vibes since years ago was nothing short of distressing. No, they had never been all that good at hiding their love, but they had definitely been better at it when they were starting off, and the machinist was far from an observant man, as far as she could tell. Did this mean they had been so much worse than she realized? Oh, don't take offense, ahaha. It was just a silly whim, a fantasy, you could say. The machinist answered, his unease more apparent by the minute. Why, you know, it's just, when Sokka was mad at me, and then he stormed off, you came by to find him and then you went looking for him, right? And on the next day, he wasn't mad anymore and you were offering to help me with War Minister Chin, so I had wondered if maybe you had talked things over. And on that basis, you decided we had to be in a romantic relationship? Azula asked, biting her lip. Well, no. Like I said, it was a silly thought, a fantasy, an idea. The machinist shook his head promptly. I'm not saying that's what was going on, of course not. Maybe you're not, but I am, Teo said, grinning brightly. You thought it was Ruishi, Sokka grunted, pointing at the young man in the wheelchair. Just so you know, Ruishi. Sokka. Azula interrupted him with a menacing voice, stepping closer in hopes he'd feel slightly threatened by her authoritarian attitude. And it worked, to a fault. The gladiator froze in place, his eyes flickering towards Azula momentarily before he regained his composure, clearing his throat and standing upright again. Ruishi is already in a relationship with someone else, is what I was about to say, he declared, with a dry grin. Oh? Then all the more reason she'd pick you. Teo grinned, and Sokka huffed. What the hell, are you saying she settled for me? She didn't. For starters, there's nothing going on, you're misunderstanding everything. Sokka squeaked. I am. Teo asked, puzzled now but, see, I came by to check on you guys through the night, and your room was empty, if it was yours, I mean, your bags were there so I assumed as much anyways. The other prepared rooms weren't occupied, and the only one that was different was this one, but the door was locked. So I remembered how me and Dad talked about whether or not you two could have a romance and I set up a trap just in case, thinking maybe we could catch you red-handed. My dad pushed me right up to the door and then walked away, see? As my chair isn't that noisy, I hoped you guys wouldn't notice it, and you didn't. You only opened the door after my dad's footsteps couldn't be heard anymore, therefore I conclude you were waiting to get out when it was less suspicious. And why would you do that? Because you and the princess are really good friends, Sokka declared, gritting his teeth right afterwards. Teo blinked blankly. Why, you see, I had to go to the bathroom when you came by to check on us earlier. Wait, what? And just now? It was a coincidence. Sokka smiled wildly. I wanted to wake her early today, so we could have a proper, early start on our quest for dragons. See? Oh, wait, really? Teo said, his face falling. But yesterday you guys were getting along so smoothly, I was so sure that. I told you not to get too hung up on this, Teo, the Mechanist said, smiling sadly and patting his son's shoulder before turning to Sokka. He is an awfully clever one, my Teo, as you can tell. Do forgive him for seeing things that weren't there, if you'd be so kind. Yeah. Sure, Sokka said, as Teo grimaced and bowed his head. I'm so sorry. Damn. And I was so sure, too, shows me I shouldn't poke around into everyone else's business. He sighed, raising his head to gaze at them apologetically. Did I commit some sort of massive treason against the Fire Nation, or? To his surprise, Azula laughed behind Sokka before shaking her head. Teo released a breath as the Mechanist's smile relaxed at last. If the princess was amused, perhaps all would be well, unless it was meant to be a menacing laugh. Oh, what on earth had they gotten themselves into? If this were massive treason, there's quite a few others who have gotten away with the same crime up to date. Azula smiled, shrugging. You're far from the first person to accuse me of having a much more interesting love life than I do. Wadash, really? Teo gasped, astonished as Azula chuckled again. I'm afraid my personal affairs are nowhere near as colorful as many people expect them to be, she said, lying with such casual ease Sokka could barely believe it. He knew all too well that she had to be at her most convincing if she hoped to get Teo and the Mechanist off their case. Well. I guess it's not, Teo said, smiling in relief at the princess's good-natured response. I'm glad you're not offended, though. I was pretty sure I was right, but if I wasn't, I kind of expected you to lash out because, well. Because royals accused of such misdemeanor would be unreasonable. Azula asked, and Teo shook his head. More like, I thought you'd say you had higher standards than that or so. Teo said, and now Sokka yelped in outrage as Azula snorted and laughed far more freely. What is that supposed to mean? Sokka squeaked, as Azula repressed the urge to soothe him with a hug. What, am I not as handsome as Ruishi? Well, it's not that, but you're a water tribe guy, so I thought. And that is a very important thing to bring up too. Azula declared, smirking at Sokka. A water tribe warrior, so strong and close to his roots, would he truly be likely to develop any sort of intimate relationship with the princess of his enemy nation? Sokka started, and Azula raised her eyebrows questioningly, amusement still plain across her face. Well, I just. Yeah, that's a fair point, Teo laughed, nodding. So it's not just I who would have to lower her standards, you see? Azula smirked teasingly. Sokka as well must feel the same way. How could he have any sort of relationship with someone like me? Indeed, princess, it was a silly idea of Teo's, the Mechanist chuckled, patting his son's shoulders gently as the whole group laughed, except Sokka, who blushed wildly as he contained his impulsive outburst in Azula's favor. He knew, of course, that she was merely trying to lend further credibility to their lies, but it was outrageous that she'd have to do it by pretending he could never find her attractive. We can leave it all in the past, right? Absolutely, Azula said, smiling and nodding graciously. Now, then, my gladiator did fetch me so we could get an early start on our trip today, so, if you'd excuse us. Angela bowed her head curtly towards the Mechanist and Teo, and the two of them performed much deeper reverences in her direction before Angela started on her way to the dining hall. Sokka lagged behind briefly, watching her leave somewhat remorsefully. Why would he be such a fool, longing to set the record straight and make sure that everyone knew he loved her? Why on earth would he prefer it when people thought he was crazy about the princess, in a one-sided infatuation without future, rather than tricking them as thoroughly as they apparently just had tricked Teo and his father? Sokka gritted his teeth and shook his head, quickly sprinting into his room to clad himself in fresh clothes, his armor, and weapons, and he raced out of the room at haste, hoping to catch up with Angela before she reached the dining hall. To his relief and surprise, she had waited for him merely a few corridors down. She offered him a sincere grin, and he sighed, slouching once he reached her. "I can't believe how many close calls we've had lately. We're really doing badly these days," Sokka groaned, shaking his head. "You okay?" "I'm fine, actually. You're the one who's moping about nearly getting caught, not me." Angela smiled, and Sokka scowled. "Yeah, which is weird enough, princess," he said, raising a finger to poke her shoulder probingly. "What's gotten into you, huh? Weren't you the one with the common sense yesterday, saying I'd be crazy if I said I'd reveal our relationship to Teo and the Mechanist for convenience's sake? You're always the first one to deny our relationship because no one can know, so why are you so calm right now? Or, wait, is it part of being a good liar? Keeping your cool, taking things as humorous instead of flying into a blind rage?" Well, it is part of it, but that's not why I'm..." Angela said, breathing deeply and shrugging. "It's not that. It's only, well, I guess the idea was subtly planted in my brain after we joked around yesterday. I don't know how to explain it, not without it sounding stupid. But on some level, so far, everyone who has found out has been harmless. Except your uncle," Sokka said, folding his arms over his chest. "You had to do some really crazy stuff to get him off your case, remember?" "Of course I remember, and I succeeded, but my uncle is a special case." Angela sighed. "Everyone else, though, they've always kept the secret, no matter what. And then, because we had a chance to wake up together today, I guess Shujin came to mind again. And, is it that wrong of me to miss it? The chance of waking up beside you, without having to run to our rooms as fast as possible, to be around people who know about our love and don't judge us for it." "Angela," Sokka said, loosening his arms quickly. His previous moodiness had shifted altogether, just as Angela's previous, free flow of thought finally registered in her own head. She frowned out of nowhere, perplexed. Yeah, you know what? I just heard myself, and I realize how stupid that must sound," she said, with a dry grin. "Never mind, I'm being an idiot. We have to keep as few people in the loop as possible. Comfort can't be a priority." "I guess it can't, but it's not wrong for you to want that," Sokka said, reaching out to take her hand in his. "I want it too, as you must know already." "I know," Angela whispered, squeezing his fingers gently. "That's why it's stupid for me to be fine with derailing everything we have because of a whim. I should know better. It's just impossible, in some ways," Sokka said. "I mean, if we're in a small group that knows about us, it's fine. Like it was in those two parties, remember? Well, we weren't all that safe in Ty Lee's wedding, it's true, but it's either being in a small group of friends, or in a large group of strangers, like in Firelight Town, with people who have no idea who we are," Angela finished, with a shrug. "There's no way we can be together openly while still being ourselves, it's true. So, Sokka said, as Angela drew back her hand and smiled knowingly at him. "So we'd best not be fools and wait until we're 90 or so. We'll be safe by then," she said, and Sokka's jaw dropped. "Hey. You always said it was until we were 70. You've tacked on 20 extra years." "Oh, it's only that, for safety's sake, it might be better if I hold the throne for a while before doing something impossibly controversial," Angela teased him, restarting her way to the dining hall while Sokka gasped at her reasoning, indignant. The day often started early in the Air Temple, so the dining hall was almost fully occupied even if Sokka and Angela had woken at dawn. They found a table to sit at together, and as much as their mood had improved after their latest banter, Sokka remained tense, wary of any eyes set on them, careful not to show himself too friendly with the princess, a difficult task, seeing as he had always been too friendly with her, even before their relationship had begun in full. Still, neither of them were remotely as tense as Teo. He had pushed his wheelchair absent-mindedly, only realizing now what danger he could have put himself in, and his father, by extension, if his guess had been correct or if the princess hadn't been so good-natured about the whole matter. For once, it seemed he had been the crazy, reckless one, while his father had been far more cautious and careful. I'm really lucky she didn't react any worse. Teo sighed, lowering his head as him and his father slowed to a halt near the dining hall. You were right, I didn't think things through in all regards. And I mean, yeah, figuring out a princess's secrets is probably a very unhealthy idea. Don't beat yourself up about it that much, Teo, they didn't take it so badly, the machinist replied, but Teo grimaced. Well, she didn't. He looked, well, outraged. It's kind of funny how angry he was that I had thought she'd be with Ruishi, Teo reasoned, stroking his beard, and, well, they really did look like they were panicking, you know? When he opened the door, and I was there. I suppose they weren't expecting anyone at all, said the machinist, with a casual shrug. If that's the case, why did she smack her face with her hand? Teo said, raising an eyebrow, and then he shook his head abruptly. No. Enough digging around. If they say nothing's going on, nothing's going on. I have to know my place. It's safer if you do, I admit, said the machinist, smiling and patting his shoulder. I'd suppose it's not the first time anyone accuses them of being involved, what with their closeness. Maybe that's why the princess reacted as she did. Maybe. Surely. That's all there is to it, right? Definitely, Teo sighed, nodding as he pushed his wheelchair again. Let's eat. Probably at another table. I doubt they'll want to talk to me right now. The machinist nodded and followed, offering only a curt nod in Sokka's direction as he and Teo fetched their own trays of food. The gladiator was nearly finished with his meal, though the princess was taking her time with her own. She had requested a small kettle with which she had brewed her personal tea, and she had drained most of the cup by now. So, is Xin awake yet? Sokka asked, and Angela nodded. And predictably sore, she said. Sokka chuckled. He'll be fine, though. He's so thrilled that he'll forget about it when we're out searching. Though we're not likely to get quick results, it's true, but still. Yeah, might take a few days, Sokka said, breathing out slowly. Still, we should eat all we can, and pack supplies from their kitchen, if they have enough to spare. Who knows how long we'll be out there, after all. I guess so, Angela said, biting her lip. There wasn't much point in delaying the inevitable, was there? Can you go ask about that at the kitchens while I finish up here? Yeah, no problem, Sokka said, grinning before pushing himself up to his feet. They had to be mindful of a few factors once they began their search. Hopefully they wouldn't bump into Roan at any point of their search. There was also the strange area of the mountains that felt like death, a location where Angela deeply hoped they would find absolutely no sign of dragons, for, if there were any, it'd likely be signs of their corpses instead, and nothing could be quite as foreboding as that. She forced herself to finish her plate, and she followed Sokka to Xin Long's courtyard. By then, they packed supplies as best as they could, enough to ensure they'd survive a few days outside of the temple even if they intended to return before nightfall. They found Xin Long lying awkwardly on the ground, twitching with discomfort until they arrived. I would have woken you to relieve you from your saddle and armor last night, but I couldn't stop you from chasing down your hippo cows, Angela smiled, placing a hand over her dragon's long snout, but I hope you rested well, despite that. Xin Long groaned softly and nodded, leaning close to drag his tongue lightly over Angela's cheek. The princess flinched at that, but she smiled and patted his head gently as Sokka strapped their bags to the saddle. You'll be taking off now. The mechanist's voice reached them. He and Teo stood on the sidelines of the courtyard, along with a few others. Teo still looked rather apprehensive, even after Angela smiled in his direction. Yeah, we should be back by nighttime, Angela said. That being said, if we don't show up within, say, 2 or 3 days. Feel free to send a bird to Ba Sing Se so my guards can barrel into the mountains with the train tank to find us. Well, that surely won't be necessary, Princess, Sokka pouted, but Angela laughed and shook her head. When it comes to us and our catastrophic ventures into nature, nobody knows what the outcome will be, she declared, hoisting herself into the saddle seat with a hand. Sokka smiled and followed suit, settling right behind her as Azula turned her head to nod at the onlookers. We should be back soon, she said, and the Mechanist and Teo nodded, waving in their direction. Azula smiled reassuringly at them before turning towards Xin Long. Giddy and eager as he was, nervousness seemed to claw away at him now. Azula nudged him gently with a knee on his flank, and he groaned before taking off slowly, without riding into the sky as enthusiastically as he ever did. And, what's with you now? Azula asked, slipping her uninjured hand into her dragon's mane. Xin Long sighed, his tail swaying from side to side, betraying his deep uncertainties. Azula raised her eyebrows as his confusing jumble of thoughts coursed from his mind to hers. Maybe Sokka was right and he should have listened instead of playing with the knowledge seekers. Sokka was right? About what, exactly? Azula asked, amused. Behind her, the gladiator leaned in, curious upon hearing his name mentioned. What did I do now? He asked, and Azula chuckled. If you don't know, she said, as Xin Long finally managed to convey his thoughts. While traveling circularly through the air, he hadn't cared for any advice on how to do any mating rites, but what if they did find a female dragon and she hated him on sight? His confession brought Azula to laugh out loud as Xin Long whined, begging her to take his predicament seriously. As much as Sokka had improved at reading the dragon's mood and thoughts, he hadn't made nearly enough progress to understand what was happening this time around. Oh, Xin, well, if anything, your two riders are evidence that even the worst first impression can still be remedied later, Azula chuckled, patting his armor's plates gently. Xin Long turned his head to glance at her with large, hopeful eyes. So rest assured, if we do find a female, even if you mess up, it's not going to be the end of the world. All right. Aha. I told him to study up on that, I did. Sokka declared stubbornly, crossing his arms over his chest as Azula laughed. By now, Xin Long had settled down slightly, grinning in his own way as he picked up speed and rushed through the mountains. Good thing I wrote down all that information too, even if he told me not to. I guess he's just shy. Azula smiled still. There's a chance there are more dragons in the wild than just one female, right? Even if we did find one, I'd like to think the perpetuation of your species won't hinge on you alone. Xin Long nodded. He hoped they'd find several dragons, or eggs, at least. If it was eggs, he'd be their father. And he hoped to be a better father than Azula's. Oh, that's not a high bar to overcome, I'm afraid. Azula smiled melancholically, a sigh leaving her lips. She had more than enough grievances with Ozai, but sometimes her rational disapproval of him was at blatant war with her lingering emotional attachment to the man, an attachment she deeply wished she could do away with as easily as it seemed Ozai did with his own. But Xin Long would have a brand new start with any dragons they found. Whether young or old, fully grown, dragonlings or eggs, he would have a new family soon enough, if there were more dragons out there. A new family that would, hopefully, be nothing like Azula's own. All right, so. Sokka said, looking through the stash of papers he'd brought for the trip. Azula smiled and glanced back at him as he searched for his notes on dragon mating. He must fluff his mane a lot, and do some sort of mating dance ritual, though the book didn't really detail how that's done. Also, if the Dragoness runs away, it's supposed to be some sort of challenge, and he must give her chase to prove himself. Going by what this says, I think I can say I have a fair share of experience at mating with a Dragoness. Ah? You fluffed up your mane? Azula asked, smirking. Sokka snorted. What did you think is the point of letting you see me with my hair down, princess? He smirked back. We both know you're terribly weak against that. His words paralyzed her. It was true, as much as she hadn't thought of it that way. Sokka snickered, hands on her hips. And I think you can say we spent over a year doing a strange sort of mating dance ritual, you know? All the flirting and fighting and banter and making out in awkward situations. All that counts? Azula asked. Sure. Plus, we danced for real later too. Sokka grinned with no music, but still. And you chased me when I ran away? Azula asked. When we first found Xin Long, you mean? Yeah, that's probably what fits best. Sokka chuckled. For a man who vowed not to try to be with you romantically, I sure as heck blew that promise to smithereens. You certainly did, Angela smiled, reaching for his hand over hers. In your defense, I'm grateful you did. Good to know, Sokka whispered, leaning close to kiss her neck softly. Be careful, now. Angela said softly, the temple's not that far away, and you never know if the Mechanist has a super powerful spyglass of some sort. Heh, you say it as a joke, but he actually did have a project for that. Sokka said, grimacing and pulling away from her to glance warily over his shoulder. Xianlong had flown far enough that the temple had shrunken in the distance, and the refugees could no longer be seen, but an ambitious spyglass could allow them to see what was happening on the saddle, even at a distance. Angela was right to say he'd do best not to do anything risky until there was at least one more mountain between them and the Mechanist's people. The dragon flew lower as they finally reached the first mountain. They coursed around it, closely enough to find any potential crevices that might have been caves. Both Angela and Xianlong resonated continuously once they reached it, hoping to sense fire within, but so far, there was no answer from the mountains. Angela couldn't even sense heat underground. These mountains were old, perhaps too old. The lava that had formed them had long solidified, and sensing the earth's mantle from within those mountains wouldn't prove easy outside of deep caves, she surmised. Nothing yet? Sokka asked, and Angela shook her head. Finally, after they had progressed across several tall peaks, a sizable crevice in a mountainside beckoned them to fly towards it. Xianlong sped up at haste, resonating recklessly, to no avail, at least so far. He landed on the cave's entrance, finding unwelcome darkness within it. All right, Xian. None of us are that fond of caves, but if you want to see for yourself if there's dragons here, you can't back down now, Angela said, patting his shoulder reassuringly. The dragon whined but nodded, trooping inside the cave slowly, his riders lowering their heads so they wouldn't bump them against the cave's low ceiling. Should we have climbed off the saddle? Sokka asked, and Angela shook her head. Best not. If this ends up being a situation as awkward as the one with the crazy buzzard wasps, it's surely better for us to be ready to flee at haste, meaning, it's better not to dismount unless it's absolutely necessary, Angela declared. Sokka nodded in silent agreement. Angela raised her uninjured hand, procuring a small but bright plum of fire that allowed them to see more clearly in the depths of the dark tunnel, and that was how they discovered, to their chagrin, that the cave wasn't anywhere near as deep as they had expected. It ended bluntly, in a round, natural chamber, and there were no signs of it spreading any further in any direction. Xianlong huffed, irritated. There. It's just the first one we've found, Angela said, gritting her teeth. Maybe we'll have better luck with the next one. Xianlong groaned in response as he turned around, his head hung as they left the cave anew. Angela sighed, dreading her reassuring words wouldn't suffice. Yet, just as she lost hope to lift Xianlong's spirits, Sokka would slip his arms around her waist and kiss her neck softly, a tender, silent reminder that she wasn't fighting her battles alone. He stood behind her, holding her up whenever she might falter. Further attempts to track down caves failed every time. Some caves were too far up in the mountains, so dragons wouldn't have been likely to frequent them to lay eggs when the planet's heat couldn't be sensed easily from there. The others they found were far from complex tunnel mazes, nothing like Xianlong's own former home. They were often truncated merely a short walk from the entrance, and there were no signs of dragons anywhere near them. All right, this isn't everything I researched anyhow, Sokka said, looking through his papers once again. It's a good idea to look for signs of charred vegetation and rocks, obviously, but also, if we happen upon any animal bones, if they're slightly charred too, that's a sign of a dragon? So we should keep that in mind as well. Did you read anything about finding dragon tracks, perhaps? Angela asked, glancing at the woodlands they were flying over. I suppose they generally fly everywhere, so maybe a pattern in the growth of tree branches, caused by fast dragon flight? Any particular types of food, or rather, prey, they liked better than others? Well, there's wolf bats, Sokka said, shrugging, before smiling awkwardly. Figures that dragons like to eat wolves, huh? Wolf bats aren't wolves, Angela smiled, elbowing him gently at his weak joke. Either way, I suppose as far as diets are concerned, small critters would have to do. Right. Probably, Sokka said. Bigger animals were likely to fight back, so I guess they may have stuck to smaller ones. With a dragon's diet in mind, as well as the signs of charred forests, they continued their journey with the constant, wary fear that Xin Long might lose his patience before long. Eventually, Sokka spotted what appeared to be the trail of a large animal below them, and he climbed off the saddle only to jump right back on it seconds later. The trail belonged to a gopher bear, rather than a dragon, and he seemed rather displeased about the trespassers in his territory. Xin Long, naturally, was encouraged by his riders to fly away at haste. The day drifted past them gradually, and the keen weight of failure already hung heavily between them all. The humans did their best not to show their uncertainty, but the dragon was nowhere near as enthusiastic as they tried to be. "It's just the first day, anyways," Azula declared. "Maybe tomorrow will yield better results. We might just have picked the wrong area to scout today." Hopefully, Sokka pouted, his chin on her shoulder. "Though, you know, there's one thing we haven't tried yet. Or, rather, Xin Long hasn't tried it." "What is it?" Azula asked. "Roaring," Sokka answered, simply. Apparently dragons of old communicated at large distances by roaring. "Might not work, but..." He couldn't finish his sentence before a loud, ferocious roar tore through the peaceful forests and mountains with the force of an avalanche. Both Azula and Sokka flinched, covering their ears while they failed to give them, and their eyes, any credit. Xin Long had opened his jaws, and instead of a barrage of fire, he had instead released a sound so loud it would have put the best of the Fire Nation's megaphones to shame. "XXIN. At least give us a warning." Azula scolded him once he had fallen silent. The dragon merely raised his head haughtily before offering her a quick warning. Indeed, he was going to do it again, so she'd better cover up. "Ugh, he's doing it again." "Sokka." "Crap," Sokka said, grimacing. He really hoped this idea would work, otherwise he'd deeply regret risking being rendered deaf by the sheer force of Xin Long's mighty roars. Birds flew away from the trees they had nestled in so comfortably, alarmed by the loud, rumbling noise that had poured out of the dragon's throat. It was truly astonishing that he could be so loud. He had never roared like this in the past, not that Azula could remember. But where he usually roared to intimidate, or for playful purposes, this time he wanted to be heard. And as frustrated as he clearly was, it seemed the roaring helped ease the dragon's aching, lonely heart. Finally, he fell quiet again, and a tense silence settled around them. Azula and Sokka lowered their hands, which had been covering their ears so far, and they glanced at Xin Long questioningly. He couldn't offer them much more than a desolate, dejected silence now. "Hey, maybe it was too long," Azula suggested. "If your roars are shorter, we'll know for sure whether someone's listening, or replying." "I hope." Xin Long sighed but nodded, flying further before offering a quick warning again. When Azula covered her ears, Sokka did the same, though the rudimentary protection of their hands served little purpose when the dragon's roar was so loud and powerful. Each attempt yielded the same result: birds flying away, creatures scurrying from the intimidating dragon that was coursing the skies. Xin Long cared little for whatever fear his voice might instill into the hearts of all the animals hiding within the mountain's woods. All he needed was an answer, any answer. And so far, he had heard nothing. They progressed further, finding very little in the way of fire worth resonating against. At one point, Xin Long rushed towards a sudden burst of flames only to discover it came from a small shack deep in the mountains, where a chimney had been running. Frustrated, he had roared again in hopes his voice might scare whoever had tricked him by lighting that fire, regardless of being aware that the fire hadn't been lit for his sake. "Maybe we're too close to the northern coast by now," Sokka said, holding a hand over his eyes as he scoured the horizon. "Could be we ought to turn back and search the eastern side of this mountain range instead." "It's a possibility," Azula conceded, thumbing Xin Long's reins nervously, "though we probably should search as thoroughly as possible while we're already here, right?" "I guess, but would dragons really come by this way?" Sokka asked, and Azula shrugged. "Isn't this one of the locations in your notes?" she asked. Sokka bit his lip as he searched for his rudimentary map. "You said there were many reported sightings around this area, so I figure." Again, Xin Long warned her he'd roar. Azula raised her hands and covered her ears, nudging Sokka with a foot to do the same. He scrambled with his papers, clutching them between his bicep and forearm as he covered his ears hastily as well. Another loud, proud, yet heartbroken roar poured from Xin Long's throat, another desperate attempt in hopes that someone, anyone, might listen. A muffled, soft sound paralyzed Xian Long in place just after he finished his roar. The dragon's gold eyes widened immediately, and he peeled his small ears for more. Something going on? Sokka asked. Azula shrugged, lowering her hands. He seems to have heard something. Azula said, but I didn't hear. Again, Xian Long gathered his strength and roared. His humans, again, had covered their ears, and perhaps that was why they couldn't hear it. Because, once again, his cry received an answer. He flew at such haste Sokka's papers nearly flew off into the wind as they rushed to one of the furthermost peaks in the mountain range. His second cry was meant to pinpoint the direction of the muted sound as accurately as possible. Azula was still confused. She hadn't heard anything so far, so either Xian Long's hearing was that much better than hers, or he had lost his mind, or his frequent roars had actually damaged her hearing, but she leaned over her dragon anyways, providing him with further versatility as he flew across the sky and winds as hastily as he dared. Xian Long didn't stop until they reached the very last tall peak of the mountain range. The rocky coast at its foot received the northern ocean's waves, lapping back and forth regularly. The mountain the dragon had guided them to appeared no more impressive or extraordinary than the many others they had seen so far, but Xian Long flew at full speed only to stop there. All right, feel anything? Sokka asked Azula, raising his eyebrows. The princess swallowed hard and closed her eyes, resonating as deeply as she could. There was nothing in the mountain's heights. However, it wasn't the heights they had to test, so Xian Long descended rapidly towards the ground, resonating as desperately as his rider did. A light, nearly imperceptible, burst of fire underground. Azula gasped, and Xian Long whimpered in a very strange way, a sound neither human had ever heard from him before. He was frantic right away, flying at haste to find an entrance anywhere, while Sokka clung to Azula, his lips drawn back in a grimace. You did feel something this time? Sokka asked, and Azula patted his hands gently. Fire, there's fire inside this mountain, she confirmed, and bothered as he was by Xian Long's sudden, chaotic flight, Sokka still had it in him to be amazed, and to understand why the dragon was behaving so frantically. Now I don't know what it is, but Xian heard something before. He did, so it can be an actual, living dragon? Sokka asked, eyes wide. Azula nodded. Not an egg, for an egg wouldn't have answered, obviously, Azula said, with an awkward smile. So, time to find a cave entrance in this big mountain, right? Right, Sokka smiled, and now he hugged Azula in quiet celebration instead. They studied the mountain carefully. The top of it featured no openings, nothing worth exploiting. Xian Long rounded the mountain slowly, moving lower and lower still, and as excited as they were, as thrilling as it was to sense that small warmth somewhere within the earth, the lack of an entrance was increasingly worrisome. Okay, so, if there's no way in, how did a dragon lay an egg in there? Sokka asked, scratching his head as Xian Long finally landed, groaning in frustration. It makes no sense. Maybe a rock slide blocked the natural entrances. Azula suggested, with a sigh. We'll have to find an earthbender to help us, if that's the case. That'll take a while, Sokka groaned, but, say, if Xian heard something, then his roars were heard within the mountain, right? And it wouldn't have happened if the caverns in there are completely blocked and isolated from the outer world. Maybe a cluster of tunnels, starting from someplace else. Azula suggested, stroking her chin as she glanced about herself. Where, though? If the caverns are somewhat isolated, they still need a lasting supply of water and food, Sokka mused. There's no way a dragon would have survived without either thing, unless the cave-in was recent. Azula nudged Xian Long, asking if the voice he had heard sounded sickly, or weak. Xian Long shook his head briskly. It had been faint, because he couldn't easily hear it in the distance, but it had been powerful enough to travel across many mountains to where they were. No weak dragon could have roared that way. Then the cave-in mustn't be that recent, and the dragon is relatively healthy, Azula said, nodding. I'd say our best bet is looking for other possible caves and tunnels that might lead all the way to the mountain. Something's bound to work eventually. Sokka nodded as Azula steered Xian Long back to midair. A quick scrutiny from above would be likely to help them pinpoint the best locations for secretive caves and tunnels. There wasn't much to be found further inland. The forest was mostly even, and if there were any caves hiding within it, they might only be small burrows, if anything. They sped towards a cluster of rocks, hopeful that they might conceal an entrance, but it was merely rocks. Further towards the coast they found a grotto, a truncated cave, much like those they had frequented on their trip to Shujing, but there were no hidden tunnels in sight so far. "How about we go back to the air temple and ask the mechanist to lend us one of his drills?" Sokka asked, sighing. "That way we could bust open the cave. As long as it's not the drill that was used to tear open Ba Sing Se's wall." Azula said, with a dry grin. "I suppose it'd be the right size to pierce through a mountain, but from what I've heard, it was so massive it took my father's factories half a year to build it and another half to send it all the way to the city." "Heh, yeah, I read that blueprint too. It looked terrifying," Sokka admitted. "Still, he devised smaller drills, so, can't we use one of those? Might as well try and find earthbenders amongst the Rafodash." What's that?" Sokka had been glancing at the ground underneath them as Xian Long flew, disheartened, over further vegetation near the coast. But Azula's voice compelled both the dragon and the gladiator to raise their heads in the direction Azula was pointing at. There was a massive crevice near the bay, an opening within the rocky ground. "Is that it?" Sokka asked, gasping before Xian Long rushed towards their newest lead. Flying low as he had been, Xian Long touched down on the ground and trotted up to the rim of the opening Azula had glimpsed. It was a surprisingly large hole, formed within the solid rock. And once they glanced into its depths, "Water," Sokka said, and their spirits fell just as fast as they had risen earlier. Wait. Azula gritted her teeth, scrutinizing the strange, natural formation beneath their feet. "This can't be some sort of natural well, can it?" "I don't know. I mean, the water comes from somewhere, I suppose, but..." Sokka answered, with a shrug. "It's like a sinkhole, of some sort," Azula said, raising her eyebrows. "I think we ought to take a closer look. Just in case there's a possible tunnel somewhere inside." Xian Long followed Azula's suggestion, drifting slowly down the dark sinkhole until he was hovering just above the calm water. The cave was humid, though the rock around them was as solid as could be. Sokka leaned down carefully, touching the water lightly with his fingertips only to bring them to his lips afterwards, tasting the water. It's not fully fresh water," he said, "but it's definitely not salt water either. A mix of both." Azula asked, "Does the pool have two sources of water, then? The ocean and..." They had glanced in the direction of the sea, only to turn their heads slowly towards the opposite direction now. Xian Long groaned softly, a warning that he would do something rather risky now. Azula hardly had time to brace herself and clasp Sokka's hand before Xian Long descended, sinking his head and half his body into the pool of what proved to be remarkably cold water. "Ah, shit. Xian!" Azula exclaimed, gritting her teeth as she clung to Sokka for safety's sake. Water tribe as he was, Sokka as well was in clear discomfort against the icy water that seeped through their pants and boots. Xian Long remained as impervious as could be to their discomfort, though. He swayed his head from side to side, searching avidly for the second source of water. He swam slowly towards the wall opposite to the ocean, the wall directed towards the mountain where they had felt the heat they had been chasing all along. Deep, a few meters below the surface, he spotted a sizable enough gap in the rock, a gap he might just be able to fit through, if he was careful. He broke out to the surface again with a cry of success, though he didn't explain what he'd found to his uncomfortable rider right away. The cold got to him too, and he had to fly out of the pool to reclaim his natural heat by landing on the edge of the rock within which the pool was encased, underneath the pale sunlight. "Okay, please tell me we're not going to travel underwater to find the dragons you guys sensed," Sokka said, shuddering as he and Azula climbed off Xian Long's saddle. The dragon focused on heating his body through his inner fire, much as Azula could. The princess, however, had decided to warm up her hands instead and recover some of her legs' heat by rubbing her palms against them. When she did it for Sokka as well, he smiled approvingly. Well," Azula said, kneeling before Sokka as she was. "He hasn't been all that communicative, the cold got to him too. But I think he saw a tunnel, so, yeah, that's what it looks like." "Fascinating," Sokka grimaced. "So much for making my peace with caves, huh?" There, Azula smiled, pushing herself up to her feet. It's just one final hurdle, I hope. The mountain is close by, but not that close, Sokka mused, raising his eyebrows. Do you think we can go with him? Won't we lose our breath down there? Says the man who can hold his breath without a hitch when he uses his smoke bombs. Azula asked, amused. Sokka blinked blankly. Huh. I've always had good lung capacity, it's needed for all firebenders, she explained. So I'd think we stand a chance. What worries me most is the cold temperature of the water, frankly. Sokka gulped, eyeing the cold pool of water down below with uncertainty. They had certainly gotten entangled in far too many strange situations over the past months, running through a desert, experiencing strange, surreal dreams because of a swamp, finding a cave about two legendary lovers like themselves, then a spirit library, and now we're going to need a break, a really good one, once this mess is over, he told Azula, who smiled and leaned close to kiss his cheek. We can bear with it. There's no challenge we can't face, is there? She declared. We should eat something before we head underwater, though. And, for safety's sake, maybe we should leave our bags here. And, our clothes. Our clothes. Sokka repeated. Our armor, at least, Azula said, raising her eyebrows. Remember what happened the last time we tried to swim in armor? Ugh. True, Sokka grimaced. And wet, cold clothes aren't likely to be very healthy once we surface again after being underwater, so you want us to ride Xianlong nearly naked? Sokka asked, with a smirk. That's a first. A second, if anything, Azula smirked back. Forgot about the hot spring cove so soon? We were wearing about as many clothes as we will be now, if anything. Huh. True enough, Sokka conceded, and, will Xianlong need to loosen up the armor too? He's the one who should be doing most the swimming, or am I wrong? The armor. Azula nodded, reaching out to touch her dragon's snout, and the saddle too, likely. So, all three of us will be nearly naked, huh? Sokka asked, grinning awkwardly. Azula shrugged. Seems the safest bet to ensure our survival, so yes, she declared, jerking her head at their packs. Now, let's eat and we'll deal with the rest afterwards, shall we? Xianlong took to finding something to hunt, leaving the two humans to enjoy lunch while cautiously looking forward to their next venture. They sat by the edge of the large crevice in the rock, watching the shifting colors of the green-blue pool down below, that seemed to challenge them to brave its waters. Dragons, hidden inside a mountain, potentially behind a barrier of water, Sokka recited, once he finished the last of his currently allotted food. It sounds, well, surreal. Like everything we've been through lately. I suppose it's true, we haven't had the best of luck in many ways, Azula chuckled, but at least we can't possibly get bored if we're exploring underwater caves, finding dragons, meeting spirits, and whatnot. That's true, but I'm starting to wonder if the craziness will ever slow down. Sokka offered Azula a crooked grin, and she laughed softly, taking his hand in hers. It's us, Sokka. It never does, she said, placing her head comfortably on his shoulder just when Xianlong returned, with his freshly hunted prey dangling between his fangs. They started their preparations once they finished eating. All armor and weapons were removed and gathered underneath a sturdy rock near a thicket of trees. Xianlong's saddle shared their fate, as well as all the bags that had been strapped to it. Sokka's papers, helpful as they had been, would have to stay behind as well, so the Gladiator had given them a hasty, last-minute read before putting them away for the time being. Their clothes were next, and Xianlong groaned awkwardly, telling his riders not to get any ridiculous ideas about mating when they were up to something so important, a concern he was most entitled to have, considering both Azula and Sokka had eyed each other greedily once their bodies had been exposed, stripped down to their underwear. All right, this is the really awkward part, Sokka said, swallowing hard as he stared at Xianlong's scaly back. We were fine, riding him without a saddle back when we first found him, but we had clothes. This won't be comfortable, Azula said, biting her lip before carefully slinging a leg over her dragon's body. She did her best to find a good spot, but the scales dug into her skin no matter how she sat. She sighed in resignation before long. Yeah, not much to be done, this won't be pretty. Come on, Sokka. The Gladiator climbed behind her, wrapping his arms around his lover's waist immediately. As exposed as Angela was, the most private areas of her body remained hidden, as did her injured hand, still bearing the bamboo splint and bandages Song had wrapped it in merely 2 days prior. Yet the contact between their bodies was comforting, intimate, even if it took place on the back of a scaly dragon. "All right. Let's freeze," Sokka said, unenthusiastically. Angela laughed as Xin Long floated carefully again, hovering slowly towards the water that waited down below. It was mid-afternoon by the time they were ready for what they hoped would be their final hurdle in finding dragons. Angela breathed deeply several times, and Sokka followed her example as Xin Long finally touched the water. His descent was gradual, and the 2 humans on his back flinched when the icy water touched their skin anew. Xin Long continued to move downwards, however, only keeping his head above the water to give Angela a meaningful glance, once she was up to her neck in the cold pool. "Oh, okay, time to take a proper, deep breath, Sokka," Angela warned her secret husband, who clung to her tightly. "Also, we'll lean against Xin Long, he might swim faster that way." "Gotcha," Sokka nodded, leaning close to kiss her cheek softly. "I love you. I know you do. You wouldn't have joined me in this med quest otherwise." Angela smiled. Sokka snorted. "This one, all of them, makes no matter. I'll be by your side through anything," he said. "And I by yours. But now, we must be by Xin's, too," Angela declared, huffing softly. "So we take a deep breath in 3, 2, and 1. All 3 breathed as deeply as they possibly could. Only once they were finished did Xin Long dare sink lower into the water, and as much as his initial slow descent had eased their bodies for the temperature, the cold was piercing every inch of their bodies by now. Angela, however, tightened her hold on Sokka's hands as she leaned forward, as she had told him they should. The water was opaque, difficult to see through, and all they could do by now was trust in Xin Long's better eyesight and judgment, for at least it seemed he outdid them when it came to the former, from what Angela could tell. The dragon's body was far better conditioned to brave being underwater than theirs. He padded deeper into the pool, all 4 legs pushing quickly as he angled his body towards the large, gaping hole in the wall. His tail offered further impulse as well, swaying in perfectly timed circles that helped him speed up. Before long, they had entered the tunnel proper, and Xin Long did his best to continue gaining speed as he progressed through the rocky ridges underwater. There were stalactites and stalagmites throughout the tunnel, threatening to obstruct his path, but he sorted through them without as much trouble as he had feared he'd have, at first. Nevertheless, as talented as all of them might be at holding their breath, it wasn't quite so easy to contain it after longer than 2 minutes underwater. The tunnel was nowhere close to ending just yet, and turning back for air would be a waste of time, Xin Long knew. Just then, the tunnel arched upwards. With a strong set of kicks, the dragon rushed through the water diagonally, hoping deeply that the upward slope wouldn't end before they were above the water's level. His snout broke out to the surface. Without a second thought, Xin Long pushed his body upwards, and Sokka and Angela's heads nearly crashed against the cave's ceiling. They gasped and coughed, desperate for the little respite they found within the small pocket of air within the tunnel. Shit, this is so unpleasant." Sokka grimaced, hugging Angela tightly. The princess barely could speak at all, but she allowed her inner fire to flare, infusing her with temporary, helpful heat that she hoped to transmit to Sokka somehow. "We can't stay here for too long," Angela told Xin, who couldn't even fit his whole head in the small air pocket. "The sooner we get to the end of the tunnel, the better for all of us, so." Xin Long only whimpered softly as a response. He asked her to do her countdown again, and while Angela's body screamed at her not to sink underwater anew, she complied with Xin Long's request. 3, 2, and 1, a deep breath, and once again, the wet coldness surrounded them completely, squeezing their bodies, almost coaxing them to release the air they had sought so desperately. Xin Long started his kicks again, hoping to move faster this time. He flared his inner fire as well, but it was harder to do without the chance to breathe freely. He dodged more obstacles, swaying his tail carefully as he traversed the deep, dark, complicated tunnel, and again, the breathlessness got to them after a shorter time now. Xin Long struggled to find a new pocket of air for himself and his humans, but at last the tunnel arched upwards again and they could fill their lungs with fresh air. By then, the cold hurt as small knives might. Again, we have to, again." Angela gasped. "How much further can it be?" Sokka whispered breathlessly. I don't know. I don't know, but we can't stop. We can't. Angela said, her voice cracking as she spoke. Let's, again. At least one more. They breathed, and they submerged. Xianlong cursed himself, wondering if he ought to have learned more effective ways to swim during his leisurely years of chasing critters in the Fire Nation. Maybe if he had, he would be swimming so fast they would have reached the end of the tunnel already. Then again, how could he have known he would ever have to travel underwater in this weird manner? This time, when they were running out of breath, the tunnel seemed determined not to tilt upwards. Xianlong kicked faster, faster, rushing through the water without restraint, but nothing yet, and he could feel his rider wasn't quite all right on his back. But worse yet was the gladiator behind her. Angela clutched Sokka's hands throughout their underwater trip, and he had clutched her back through it all, but the sudden sight of Bubbles right beside her head was a bad sign. Mere moments afterwards, the pressure of his hand on hers weakened. She glanced back at him, panicking. Was he still conscious? His face was right beside hers, but she couldn't see him in this dark, muddled water. The thought of kissing him to share their air crossed her mind, but her air was stale and useless already as it was. And if things continued as they were, she would lose her own, as well. Desperation fueled Xianlong to kick faster, harder, rushing through the water as fast as his legs could carry him, until he found a tall wall. He panicked, uncertain of how to traverse it. He rushed upwards, to the right first, then to the left. Finally, he spotted a small hole through which he could fit with difficulty. The tunnel was cramped, and Angela's last bits of strength seemed to seep out of her as she held herself and Sokka as tightly against Xianlong's body as could be. The winding tunnel, small and cumbersome, ended not far away. Xianlong noticed, for that light had to mean that. Light. That was light. Up ahead, the water was changing in color. Infused by bold eagerness, Xianlong sped up, broke through the tunnel's opening and shot upwards at haste. He knew he risked bumping their heads against a low ceiling, if there was one, but the light beckoned him to go faster. The surface. He broke out, and this time it was far easier to breathe. The ceiling was higher up, and they were finally free from the constraints of the underwater tunnel. They were in a spacious cavern now, and an unusual glow on the ceiling fell upon the water, offering it a mystical color that would have been beautiful to look at, if they had been any healthier. Angela coughed violently on Xianlong's back, but her main concern was Sokka. He had lost his breath far too soon, probably over a sudden slip-up, but whatever the reason, fear rose inside Angela's gut as Xianlong kicked as fast as he could towards the first sign of solid ground he could find. There was a rocky shore within the cavern, and Xianlong climbed on it quickly, breathing with difficulty as he braced himself to fight the cold that clung to his weary scales and bones by regaining the strength of his inner fire. Angela dropped off Xianlong's back, disregarding the pain of the scales scratching her thighs. She dragged Sokka down as well, uncertain of what to do, but before she could even call his name, Sokka coughed water suddenly. It leaked out of his mouth, and Angela turned him on his side so he would release it at haste, hoping to prevent his potential choking by doing so. Sokka! She called him weakly, rubbing her cold hands against his bare body. I'm sorry, sorry. Sokka repeated, wiping his wet mouth with his forearm. What for? Shit, I'm freezing. I'm the one who let the air out too soon. I'm the one who should be. Angela lunged for a hug hastily, and Sokka wrapped his arms around her as well, unable to return the affectionate gesture with the proper enthusiasm. The princess, however, wasn't merely embracing him on an emotional whim. With every new breath she took, her inner fire flared more. Heat would rise within her soon, and she would provide Sokka with it, just as well. There were, of course, other ways to warm each other up, but she rather doubted it was the time, place, or circumstance for such behavior right now. It took several minutes for it to work in full, but Sokka was soothed by Angela's warmth soon enough. His embrace grew stronger, and he buried his face in her neck, pressing many soft kisses to her moist skin as she continued to warm their bodies. Xianlong did the same by himself, flaring up his body heat until he had chased away the cold altogether. You're the best. Sokka smiled, laying on the ground underneath Angela's frame. The princess raised her head to gaze at him longingly. You're feeling better now? She asked, cupping his cheeks between her warm hands. Absolutely, he chuckled. That was nice. You're always so hot, but this time you were hot in a very practical way. Well, that's good to know. Angela laughed softly, kissing his lips gently before glancing about herself with newfound curiosity. All right, so, where are we? She didn't fail to notice there was light within the tunnel now. A glance upwards revealed there was a substance of some sort glued to the ceiling. It wasn't quite the same crystals as those in the Cave of Two Lovers, but they provided the dark tunnel with light all the same. Sokka sat up. Angela was still wrapped in his arms, and he joined her in studying their surroundings. Xianlong groaned, calling their attention to himself only to gesture at a new opening in the wall, merely a few paces away from where they were resting right now. Well, at least that one's not in water, Sokka convened, smiling awkwardly. How much further do you think we have to go to find the dragon, then? By now, Angela had nearly forgotten why they'd ventured out here in the first place. Xianlong as well had disregarded his obvious priority, and the two of them resonated right away, hoping to pinpoint the location of the fire source they'd felt earlier. Both the dragon and his rider jumped in profound surprise, and Sokka blinked blankly at their reaction. Angela, he said, as the princess covered her mouth, her eyes bearing into her astonished dragon's own. It's not one source, she said, and Sokka raised his eyebrows. There's more than one. There's. Wait, what? Sokka could barely finish voicing the second word when Xianlong sprinted off at haste, rushing to the new, ground tunnel. Angela and Sokka struggled to stand up together, but they followed Xianlong steadily once they did. The tunnel was darker than the chamber where they had landed moments ago, so Angela raised her uninjured hand and procured a plum of fire for them to see their surroundings with further ease. There was something excitingly familiar about this situation, something that only made itself even more obvious when their bare feet kicked what appeared to be bones of small creatures and spines of long-devoured fish. Shit. Sokka smiled, glancing at Angela with amazement. The princess bit her lip and pressed forward, guiding Sokka to follow Xianlong through the narrow, winding tunnel. Doesn't this remind you of Xian's cave? Absolutely, Angela answered, smiling nervously. They hadn't been in the best of shapes either when they had first found Xianlong. It seemed that any discovery of dragons would be preceded by ordeals unlike any they had faced before. Finally, they spotted Xianlong again. He was glancing over his shoulder at them, just before taking a new bend in the tunnel. His eyes were reproachful, as good as demanding that they hurried up. We know, Xian, we're on our way. Angela said, nodding. Just then, movement behind Xianlong startled her. Her eyes widened at what she'd glimpsed, the head of a small creature, lurking out past the twisting wall. But just as fast as it had showed up, it was gone. Xian! Angela called, only she had glimpsed it, for Sokka had his head down, still recovering from his near-drowning experience, and Xianlong had been distracted scolding them for their slow pace. The princess's urgent voice prompted Xianlong to turn around at haste. He didn't spot whatever had startled Angela, but he rushed around the corner quickly anyways, and this time, Angela dragged Sokka faster yet, urging him to follow her dragon. Into a new, massive, natural dome of earth, the secret hidden deep within the heart of the mountain. Just as it was in the landing they had arrived through, there was a source of light above, but this time they found a myriad of plants as well, fungus and mold growing on the uneven walls and columns within the large chamber of the tunnels. Yet the beautiful, exotic, and curious location barely registered in the minds of the three newcomers. Their eyes had found something far more incredible to gaze upon, after all. A small, reptilian head, topped with truncated horns. Small whiskers, swaying in the air, much like the stubby tail, topped with fur as green as the scales that covered its body. The dragonling appeared curious, yet it was also taken aback by the sudden arrival of strangers, and it seemed every other occupant of the mysterious cavern in the mountains felt the same way. For there wasn't just one, or two, or even three, an assortment of 7 dragonlings, all with differently colored scales, with horns of variable shapes, were watching them keenly, their eyes large and intrigued. Out of the 7, only one was larger than the rest, a yellow creature tall enough to reach the level of Angela's waist. The princess nearly failed to stay upright now, failing to give her eyes credit. She had sensed more than one source of heat, but she had assumed most of them would be eggs, at best. Sokka's arm wrapped tightly around her waist, keeping her on her feet as Xianlong, breathless, astonished, stepped forward, his ears raised, his tail twitching. "It can't be!" Angela gasped, though her lips eventually curled into a smile, as did Sokka's "it can't be." He squeezed her gently, biting back the wild grin that nearly broke across his face as Xianlong finally stopped before the largest of the dragonlings. The green one had scurried away, seeking refuge from the large newcomer amongst the rest of its siblings. But Xianlong disregarded all caution. His long broken heart finally mended. He rose to his full height, pride infusing him as he roared in reckless, careless celebration. His riders, again, covered their ears, but the echo of the dragon's voice was loud enough that their attempt to muffle the sound was nearly useless. The small dragonlings appeared both excited and daunted. The larger one was curious, approaching Xianlong with interest before releasing a bold, yet not so loud roar of its own. And then a larger, fearsome roar tore through the cavern, far louder than Xianlong's. By sheer instinct, Sokka and Angela crouched down defensively, covering their ears still, as they felt the earth around them shaking over the tremor generated by such a roar. A roar whose source came from another tunnel, at the furthermost end of the cavern. The first, and perhaps only, fully grown dragon in the dwelling stepped into the light. Its scales were pale, almost white, and from its horns grew multiple spikes in different directions. It bore its fangs towards the newcomers, a heavy brow drawn over small, dangerous, glaring eyes. "That's," Sokka whispered, glancing at the great creature with uncertainty. Angela swallowed hard. A fully grown dragon, probably the leader of the group. "Surely," Angela answered, shivering against Sokka's hold. "We're trespassing? Like we were, when we first found Xianlong," Sokka interpreted. Angela nodded weakly. "Then, what now?" His question was answered when Xianlong raised his head, giddy determination fueling his heart. Angela swallowed hard, hoping the other dragon wouldn't find hers unimpressive, though, seeing as it was at least twice as big as Xianlong, it wouldn't be too surprising if it considered Xianlong unworthy of sharing his territory, after all. Yet the dark dragon meant to face the pale one, infused by courage and eagerness alike. Once, a long time ago, a young, human woman had entered his territory. She as well had been smaller than him, but a powerful and skilled enough firebender to stand her ground against him. She had extended a friendly hand towards him, offering her fire, and she had changed his world altogether. Xianlong would be damned if he allowed the other dragon's attempt at intimidation to dampen his excitement over succeeding at his lifelong quest. And just as his rider had, back in the day, Xianlong stepped forward with pride and certainty, determined to prove himself a worthy dragon to the brethren he had found, at long last. Chapter 217, The Spirit Library 8. The unyielding glare of the pale dragon was eerily reminiscent of Xianlong's own, back when they first had found him in the depths of his cave. Those whiskers were longer than Xianlong's, the white mane, beard, and eyebrows far bushier, and the fangs in full display seemed larger and more menacing too. While Xianlong's age appeared impossible to pinpoint, Angela grew to suspect, after glimpsing this new, magnificent dragon before them, that Xianlong was an adult dragon, and the one they were facing was, most likely, much older than him. The creature stepped forward, still menacing. The smaller dragons scurried away, potentially daunted by the large one, though the yellow, medium-sized dragon didn't quite hide behind rock crevices or plant clusters. Instead, it stood at a safe distance, too intrigued by Xianlong's sudden appearance to be intimidated by their colony's leader. "Why you think we're in good enough shape for?" Sokka asked Angela quietly, huddling with her as he was. The princess shrugged. "I defended us against a fearsome dragon's fire once," she said. "I could do it again, if need be. But, hopefully, Xianlong won't let it come to that." The entire cave had been rattled by the roar earlier, even the rocks had seemed to shift, as well as the stalactites that dangled from the cave's ceiling. Their theory that any entrances of the cave could have been sealed by a rockslide only strengthened after this. It would barely be surprising that a loud, reckless roar by the largest dragons could have resulted in cave-ins that blocked every possible tunnel in the mountain besides the ones through the water cave. But further analysis of the situation would have to wait. Xianlong had stepped forward, his head held high, to face the first, fully grown dragon he had ever crossed paths with. The pale dragon continued to bare its fangs menacingly, but Xianlong didn't diminish himself for it. He puffed up his chest, infusing his lungs with a deep breath before releasing yet another loud roar, not loud enough to rival the pale dragon's own, but still loud enough to rattle the cave as well. He would not back down. He was a proud dragon, and he would prove himself to his kind as many times as might be needed. His refusal to back down and leave the same way he had arrived seemed to outrage the pale dragon. Plumes of orange flames danced in the jaws of the fearsome dragon, and he roared upwards, showcasing the might of his fire before all who stood around him. His flames were accompanied by the same loud, deafening noise from before, and this time Sokka grew keenly aware of the rocks and stalactites above them. He tightened his arms around Azula, watching them with just as much dread as Azula watched the dragon ahead. Once it was over, it was Xianlong's turn. He settled in a steady position, his legs perfectly balanced before rearing his head and opening his jaws as well, unleashing an inferno of blue that startled all the dragons within the chamber. So accustomed to her fire, and her dragons, it took Azula a moment to realize that the many dragons nearby had never witnessed fire of any color beyond the usual orange. While the smaller dragonlings had dashed away in fear, the yellow one had flinched but now watched Xianlong with awe. The large, pale dragon remained hidden from view by the barrage of blue flames pouring from Xianlong's jaws. Finally, Xianlong stopped. The last plumes of fire danced in the air, fading into nothingness, and the pale dragon watched him with a prominent scowl. The dread Azula had already felt only worsened now. Would the dragon feel affronted? Would they have to fight properly, to prove themselves? If she thought about it, Xianlong had attacked her, outright, when they had first met. Would this dragon do the same? Would it feel compelled to, despite it surely hadn't seen another grown dragon in centuries, if ever? The pale dragon took a step forward, his snout angled down. Xianlong stood in place, steady, betraying no fear and full readiness to enter combat, if needed. Azula could tell, through the bond that joined them, that Xianlong as well was unsure of how to read his fellow dragons. The pale dragon was closer to Xianlong now, towering over him, and then he grunted, softly. Xianlong raised his head, looking into the creature's eyes. The pale dragon's tail swayed. A simple, innocent sway, much like the ones from Xianlong's own tail, whenever he was curious or amused. The creature released a softer sound now, bringing his snout closer to Xianlong's, as though asking him to show his fire again, but far more subtly now, with no intimidation intent anymore. Azula gasped, relief washing over her despite she wasn't quite sure they were in the clear yet, but Xianlong coughed a small plum of blue fire, and the pale dragon jumped, his eyes wide despite being covered by those bushy eyebrows. Is he? Sokka asked, smiling awkwardly. He's curious, Azula replied, smiling too. He's not throwing Xianlong out. Xianlong crafted a larger blast of fire, shooting it upwards, and now the pale dragon cooed and watched it with apparent amazement. The others crawled out of their hiding spots, eager to see more of those unusual blue flames. Within moments, the 7 smaller dragons had crowded around Xianlong, with the large one lurking amongst them, no longer half as terrifying as he had appeared earlier. Yet no one was more excited and cheerful than the dark dragon at the center of the group. His eyes gleamed, his jaws now open in a wide grin, and he barely seemed to know how to contain his excitement. He leaned down, sniffing the small dragonlings, who returned the favor, recognizing him as one of their own. He laughed in delight once he rose anew, and never before had he seemed quite as bright as he did today. Another roar of delighted joy burst from him, and this time the other dragons joined him. All of them reared their heads, releasing weak and strong cries alike. An orange fire accompanied the blue flames of the newcomer, swirling together towards the cave's ceiling. And it would have made a marvelous spectacle to behold, the acceptance of a new member in a tight family, the momentous rebirth of the race of dragons, if only the 2 humans, intruders in such an intimate moment, weren't about to face the consequences of one too many roars in a not-so-stable mountain. Azula! Sokka's shout broke the moment shared between the dragons. As wary as he'd been, he hadn't known the whole group of dragons would choose to roar together. The princess only had a moment to glance upwards. The stalactites broke off from the ceiling, falling at increasing speed right where they had crouched, covering against the loud noises of the dragons. Without a second thought, Sokka tightened his hold on Azula and launched the 2 of them away from the collapsing rocks, rolling on the ground together only for the stalactites to crash and shatter on the ground mere instants after they were out of the way. Sokka wound up atop Azula, and he glanced at the ceiling in further panic. There were other stalactites nearby, but none right above them anymore. He allowed himself a relieved sigh, only for Azula to interrupt it with a foreboding groan. Sokka! She called him, and he flinched as he remembered their company was more than a bit menacing. The group of dragons scowled in their direction, where Xianlong had been a nice, friendly guest. Of their scales, flesh, and blood, humans certainly weren't that. Had they ever encountered a human before? Surely not, just as Xianlong hadn't, and it wouldn't be surprising if they thought that anything that wasn't a dragon was, merely, food. The large dragon was back to his intimidating self, and he stepped closer to the intruders with a menacing scowl, only for the newcomer to rush towards his riders, stepping between them and the pale dragon. I take it Xian's defending us? Sokka asked, as he helped Azula sit up. She only nodded, sensing Xianlong's spirited attempt to defend them. As much as he groaned and thought of how good Azula had been to him, there was a latent fear on the back of Xianlong's head, a completely justified fear. At that, he was remarkably communicative with humans, especially his rider, but not so much with his fellow dragons. What he had expected to be instinctive now proved a rather complicated and delicate ordeal, one he wasn't quite sure how to deal with. The dragons watched him keenly. There was nothing for Azula and Sokka to do but wait and see if Xianlong would successfully communicate that they were his friends, and harmless, or, in the worst-case scenario, deal with the consequences if he failed to do so. It'd be up to Azula to defend them, surely, if Xianlong failed. Sokka gritted his teeth, wishing he had brought at least Space Sword along, for safety's sake. What's going on? Sokka asked, despite he could make an educated guess already. Xian's trying to plead our case, show we're not intruders, but he's not exactly well versed at communicating with dragons, Azula explained. Sokka's eyes widened. But he's as much as you might expect otherwise. Chances are you wouldn't be able to communicate with a human on first sight if you'd grown up away from all forms of civilization, Azula said, curtly. That's what's happening here. So? We're in trouble? Quite so. The pale dragon snarled again, swaying his tail slow and dangerously now. Azula breathed out and pushed herself up to her feet, startling Sokka. Wait, what are you doing? He asked, rising slowly to join her. Any fast movements might set the dragons on edge, and they certainly didn't want to antagonize them any further. Just had a thought. A small idea, Azula said, with a dry grin. If all fails, we'll have to make a run for it, I suppose. But maybe I can convince them we're like them. Oh? Where do you expect we can find horns and scales? Sokka asked, and Azula rolled her eyes before raising her healthy hand slowly. The pale dragon eyed her with caution, snarling menacingly at her from over Xianlong's shoulder. There's one thing certain humans and dragons have in common. She whispered, and her intentions finally became clear to Sokka. Azula. He sucked in a deep breath, just as the princess evoked fire in her hand. All dragons were startled anew at the sight of the same blue flames of the newcomer in the human's hands. Azula smiled, raising it higher. See? We're not that different, you and I, she said. To her relief, the pale dragon seemed just as intrigued by her fire as he'd been by Xianlong's. Xianlong sent her a warning then, however, at which Azula frowned. She would likely be a rather confusing dragon for his new friends, for she could bend fire through her limbs rather than her mouth. Azula gritted her teeth. She'd have to resort to other measures to prove herself a worthy dragon indeed. Oh, well. As you wish, she said, breathing deeply to gather her strength. And then she shouted, as loudly as she dared, while releasing a barrage of blue flames from her mouth. Sokka nearly jumped, but he was watching her with unabashed amazement soon enough, chuckling softly as he pondered how many times he had witnessed his lover using fire through her mouth over the past few months. Still, it seemed to do the trick. The dragons were noisy again, especially the dragonlings, who had taken to squeaking in strange but adorable ways, inching closer to Azula quite nervously, yet eagerly as well. Behind them, Xianlong beamed brightly, offering nothing but full-blown approval to his rider. Still, it wasn't over yet. There was still one more human who hadn't proved himself a firebender, and while the dragons were no longer as hostile or cautious as before, It seemed they weren't quite convinced he was one of them as well. Sokka smiled awkwardly as the group of dragons came closer, eyeing him with questioning eyes. Do they want me to firebend too? He asked, gritting his teeth. Azula snorted. If so, you're in luck, she said. The only non-bender known to ever firebend can deal with this no problem, can't he? But won't they want me to do it with my mouth too? He asked nervously, as the princess stepped behind him, placing her hands on his shoulders. Might be. Let's see if we can make it work, she smiled. Seems like we keep bumping into creatures who want you to firebend, don't we? Yeah, might be a good idea to bump into less of those in our next travels, don't you think? Sokka said, still grinning awkwardly. Okay, then. Azula sighed, closing her eyes. I'm not sure it'll work the same way, but I will need you to open your mouth wide when I say so. All right. Okay. Sokka said, swallowing hard. You'll be fine. I'm sure GR's ramen was far hotter than what you'll feel right now. I really hope you're right about that. Azula breathed deeply, trying to ignore the soft squealing of the dragons nearby. Something strange, primal within her, was begging her to drop on her knees and cradle one of those dragonlings. She'd hope it was merely her connection to fire what made her so susceptible to the young dragons, rather than some newly awakened motherly instinct of some sort. She briefly scoffed at the last, unlikely idea, smiling a little before gathering her power and pondering how to channel it through Sokka's chi paths. It would be more challenging, she knew, but if she focused, just as she had the first time they'd done it, she should be able to use him as a vessel for her power. Ready? Yeah. Sokka gulped, clenching his fists. Now. Sokka cried out loud, opening his mouth and closing his eyes tightly, and then he opened them again, as good as shrieking now upon finding plums of blue-orange fire surging before him. His nerves felt like they were on fire, despite it wasn't genuinely painful, and he had to do his damnedest not to close his mouth before Azula was finished bending. It was strangely fascinating, and utterly terrifying, just as well. The heat spread out of him in a perfectly controlled burst, and finally the flame decayed before vanishing altogether, allowing him to close his mouth and pant heavily, barely giving the situation any credit. But as tricky as it had been, their stunt had paid off. The dragonlings now leapt around them eagerly, and Azula smiled after letting go of Sokka's shoulders. The gladiator pursed his lips, his mouth far drier now after their latest instance of indirect bending, which had left a smoky aftertaste along with it. You all right? Azula asked, patting his back affectionately. Sokka snorted but smiled at her from over his shoulder. I'd like to think I am, but, shit. That was exciting and scary, just so you know, he said, turning around to face her. Azula chuckled, gazing down at the group of cheerful dragonlings. Yet again, their situation was surreal, but this time, in a far more agreeable way than in the spirit library, where all their understanding of the world had been turned upside down. Just as fire bending through his mouth had scared but excited Sokka, the sight of the group of dragons was scarily exciting for Azula. Xianlong laughed and howled, not quite so loudly this time, in full-blown celebration of their grand achievement. They had found his kind, and they had been accepted among them. It worked. It really did. All our efforts paid off, Azula laughed, gazing at her dragon in sheer amazement. Xianlong returned her gaze, grinning enthusiastically. She could have sworn she had never seen his face alight with such unabashed, innocent joy. I can barely believe it, honestly, Sokka said, a slow smile spreading over his lips as Azula closed her eyes in sheer satisfaction. Took us long enough, didn't it? That it did. But Xianlong's with his family at last, and he says we've been accepted in it, too. Azula laughed. A small, red dragon was slipping between her bare feet, scurrying happily around her in bliss. Oh? Does this mean we're dragons, then? Sokka asked, amused. Azula chuckled again. Here I thought I was a wolf. A dragon wolf, then, seems to me. Azula smiled, lowering a hand towards the red dragonling. You're quite a bold one, huh? Nice to meet you. The red dragon slowed to a halt, moving closer to sniff Azula's fingers. Despite there was nothing on her hand, the dragon's small, bifid tongue slipped past his jaws and licked her palm softly. The curious gesture amused Azula, and other dragons. The green one, The first they'd seen, along with one of orange scales and another with gray ones, sought to scent the princess and her gladiator as well, while the remaining creatures continued to sniff Xin Long instead. The cavern was beautiful and wide, bright with the strange lights that drifted from patches of glowing substances on the ceiling. Scorching stains coated the walls, mostly visible where there were no lichens clinging to them. Surely they had been burned off by any bursts of fire by the creatures. The dragons seemed carelessly playful, cheerful to meet new people, and they proceeded to sniff each of them in turns while Angela struggled to hold back her strange urges to be far more affectionate to the dragonlings than she should be. In the meantime, Sokka was thrilled to study their surroundings and learn more about how these dragons had survived here for as long as they had. The large, pale dragon approached them before long. Angela rose to her full height anew, biting her lip nervously as the creature studied her carefully. Perhaps it was wondering why a dragon would stand on two legs, or why she lacked a shiny set of scales like those of the rest of them. Still, Angela didn't flinch. Instead, she raised her hand and offered it to the large dragon. "You're not planning on bonding with him too, are you?" Sokka asked, smiling weakly. Angela chuckled and shook her head. "I don't think it'd be responsible to have more than one bond with a dragon. Can you imagine fitting all of them in Xin Long's refuge?" Angela asked playfully, and Sokka chuckled. "He'd bear with it for like 3 days before rioting, I'm sure." Xin Long huffed in disagreement, but Angela only laughed before reaching to touch the pale dragon's brow. He closed his eyes, trusting her fully, and Angela's heart clenched for it. Another dragon had deemed her trustworthy. She certainly had meant him no harm, but it thrilled her to discover she was welcomed, accepted amongst their kind, regardless of the harm her forefathers had done to the dragon population in the past centuries. But just as Xin Long had known nothing of the extinction of his winged counterparts, neither did these dragons. They wouldn't hold her responsible for crimes that weren't her doing. Instead, they were curious about her fire, and surely wondering how on earth they had emerged out of the water as they had. As far as Angela could tell, dragons didn't often submerge in water. She had enough trouble as it was convincing Xin Long to take the occasional bath, let alone were they likely to dive into a freezing cold pond like the one they'd jumped into to find them. So, just as discovering the dragons was miraculous for the 3 newcomers, the dragons surely were as delighted by their sudden arrival as they were to be here. There were countless questions worth asking, so much to discover both through Xin Long's communication with the dragons and exploring the cave, and Angela looked forward to doing as much as soon as possible. Xin Long had taken a liking to the yellow dragon, the one who had been less daunted by his sudden presence, but the younger ones were intrigued by him just as well. Perhaps it was the color of his scales, or the size of his claws, or, in all likelihood, the blue fire he had displayed. All their previous fear and uncertainty was gone now, and they scurried playfully around the 3 newcomers, who couldn't stop smiling and laughing amidst so many dragons. They had been playing with the younglings for some time when Xin Long addressed the yellow and pale dragons. Shortly afterwards, the 3 took flight, jumping across the mountain's walls, trekking across the plants, thin streams, and many columns of solid rock. They never went too far, but they were often out of sight. The cave was far larger than it appeared, its many tunnels and spacious caverns spreading out through the depths of the mountain. "You reckon these little guys can't fly yet?" Sokka asked, poking the side of the orange dragon. It squirmed before nipping Sokka's finger playfully, prompting him to chuckle before stroking the small dragon's hair. "Probably not. Though, all things considered, you read more about them than I did." Angela smiled, sitting cross-legged amidst the curious creatures. Sokka snorted and shook his head. "Might be, but as soon as we saw them, I realized none of those books had nearly enough information about them. I didn't see anything to suggest the horned ones lived in big groups, colonies, whatever they might be called," Sokka said, smiling as he dropped on the ground beside her. "They've been getting by in this place for years," Angela mused, gazing about herself to take in the environment more carefully. "They're safe here from the outside world, and, if I resonate, I can sense some of the Earth's heat. It's distant, far more than in the Fire Nation, but it's there." Great Sokka smiled, gazing at his lover. "There's also a bit more heat, that way," Angela said, pointing towards a crevice in a wall not far from where they stood. "But it feels latent, I suppose. I mean, it's there, but it's not quite as vivid as these little ones, so." Sokka said, raising his eyebrows as he and Azula shared a complicit, agreeable smile. So I'd say there's more of them than we thought, she said, grinning as she stood up carefully, taking Sokka's hand as they progressed through the cave, towards that promising gap within the walls. The group of dragonlings followed them as they finally slowed by the hole. Azula raised her uninjured hand and conjured a small plum of fire. It illuminated the dark crevice, revealing it was a natural ramp that led downwards, right towards a small chamber where a cluster of ovoid shapes had been lumped together. It wasn't easy to distinguish their colors from here, but there was no way they could be anything else. Eggs, Sokka said, beaming, and Azula laughed in amazement. There's already 8 dragons here, alive and kicking, and those guys in there will join them eventually, too. So, there's hope for dragons, huh? At least, for the horned ones. It's better than I expected, Azula admitted, grinning at Sokka as she allowed the fire to go out again. I had thought maybe we'd find one dragon, and with any luck it'd be a female, but this way Xin doesn't have to court anyone he's not ready to. Sokka chuckled, and Azula laughed as well, nodding and resting her head against his bare chest. It's done, though, she grinned. We've achieved a lot more in this particular journey than we usually do, don't you think? Ah, nonsense. All our journeys are ridiculously productive, all the time. Sokka grinned. Thanks to you, of course, you insanely efficient princess. And you love me for it, Azula smiled, caressing his chest gently. I love you for a million reasons, Azula. Don't you forget it, he replied, tightening his embrace before raising her chin to kiss her lips softly. The small dragonlings that had taken to following them around were utterly perplexed by their display of affection. It wasn't until Xianlong landed anew, right beside them, that the dragonlings turned around towards him and that Azula and Sokka put a stop to their enthusiastic kissing. Azula glanced at her dragon from over Sokka's shoulder, offering him a pleased smile that the dragon returned gladly. Still, he wasn't all that innocent when he told her the little dragonlings were surely wondering whether she and Sokka were trying to eat each other by putting their mouths together that way. Haha, Azula smiled, shaking her head as she stepped towards Xianlong, grinning mischievously as he was. You're definitely in a good mood, aren't you? Troublemaker. Xianlong nodded promptly, leaning in to press his head against her chest. Azula laughed, embracing his snout, her fingers slipping into her dragon's mane. This was the most remarkable, fulfilling sensation. They should have done this much sooner, many years ago, but at least they hadn't been too late. These dragons were still here, and they would soon be free too. Xianlong didn't have any doubts they'd enjoy discovering the whole world, once they had the chance to see it. Surely the little ones would grow much faster once they had a better diet than whatever fish they could catch in the underground cave, so. Wait, Xian, Azula said, startling her dragon with her not-so-enthusiastic tone. I know why you want to get them out of here, why you want to show them the world. I want that too, don't get me wrong, but your friends surely survived my family's thrice-accursed schemes to kill all your kind because they were hidden in here. Well, that was true. Xianlong knew it, but her father, for his many faults, didn't wish to kill dragons. He knew better than that, didn't he? He does know better, Azula conceded, but, mostly because to him, a dragon is an advantage. A tool. And if there's new dragons, out in the wild, there's a chance that my father would want to turn them into his allies for battle, in whatever way he can. Worse yet, if any of them refused to accept a fire offering made by him, he might commit the same sin of hubris that his father did. I don't think we can risk that. Xianlong's enthusiasm waned now, and his proud, upright ears now turned downwards as he realized his rider was right. But then what? Would they be kept here, isolated from the world, forever? No, not forever, Azula smiled reassuringly, patting his hair gently. I can take measures, perhaps I can outright prohibit the hunting of dragons, even before I'm Fire Lord. I've already proposed laws that were issued out in due time with slavery, so I could have my father pass a law against hunting dragons too, I'm sure. Once that's done, your friends will be free, or at least, freer. They ought to be careful anyways, but they would have the chance to fly wherever they wish. Of course, once I'm Fire Lord I'd see to protect them even further, so don't despair, okay? I'm only saying this because, they're precious, aren't they? They're your family, even if you just found them now, for the very first time. The more we can protect them from harm, the better for all of you. Xianlong nodded promptly in agreement, regaining some of his enthusiasm. Angela smiled in relief as her dragon pressed happily against her once more. Her arms went around his head, embracing him tightly. The only words she could make out, in his excitement and non-stop enthusiasm, were "thank you." "You don't have to thank me," Angela replied, biting back the urge to cry. "We should have done this so long ago, Xian. If anything, I'm sorry it took so long." Why would she be sorry, if they had been successful? Xianlong didn't quite understand, chuckling happily as he prodded at Angela's face with his snout. Angela laughed, stroking his hair gently until they were gazing into each other's golden eyes. The most peaceful, fulfilled bliss dwelled in the dragon's heart, and he wanted to share it with her. After all, she was a dragon, just like him. She had been the one to tell him their kind were siblings, born from the phoenix, weren't they? Angela laughed and nodded, stroking his scales kindly. "Yes, that's true enough," she said. I'm grateful too, Xian. Finding you it was the greatest blessing of all. You've been a wonderful partner, a far too patient one, in many regards." Oh, well, he wasn't about to contest that. She had definitely gone overboard with Sokka one too many times in the past. Xianlong snickered. Angela smiled as the dragon leaned closer, pressing his brow to hers. But her crazy shenanigans with her secret husband didn't bother Xianlong that much, because he knew that made her happy, and now she had decided they would search for dragons, and by doing so, she had made Xianlong happy too, so much he could barely contain himself. "You don't have to contain yourself much, as long as you don't roar enough to bring down the mountain," Angela smiled, breathing out slowly. "You deserved this from the start, Xian. Whatever happens next, I'm glad I helped you find them." Xianlong's excitement gave way to a mild confusion. Whatever happened next? What did that mean? Still, Angela didn't answer outright. She smiled, embracing him all the more gently. "I love you, Xian," she said, only realizing now how foolish she was not to have uttered those words to her dragon openly ever before. How on earth had she held back from doing so? Was it because it was implicit? That hadn't stopped her with Sokka. Whether it was implicit or not, Xianlong would have blushed if his scales could have changed colors. He was visibly flustered, her words unexpected and heartfelt, and his eyes, ever the thin slits they were, had dilated instead, giving him an unusually innocent appearance, much like that of the younglings still crowded around them. Angela laughed as she pulled away, trailing a hand over his jaw. "Now, then, your friends surely have much to show you still. I just saw a small collection of eggs in that hole, no less," she said, smirking, and Xianlong gasped, venturing a glance through the dark hole. Angela chuckled. "Go on now, go on. You have a lot of catching up to do, best not waste time with someone you've seen for the past years, all right." Xianlong snickered and shrugged, but before turning around to find the more grown dragons, he leaned close to lick Angela's cheek. The gesture wasn't anywhere near as clumsy and reckless as it usually was, whenever he decided to lick others for amusement's sake. It was a light touch, tender, and it conveyed something he hadn't quite formed into words for anyone before, not even her. Yes, perhaps it was implicit, but he loved her, too. Angela clenched her jaw, briefly longing for the days when controlling her emotions had been child's play. But even before Xianlong took flight with his fellow dragons anew, hot tears burned in her eyes, as a confusing mix of feelings stirred within her heart. And while the touch of a firm hand on her shoulder helped support her, it only strengthened the intensity of such feelings. "Angela," Sokka whispered, reeling her into his arms until, once again, her head was pressed to his chest. "We did it," she said breathlessly, clinging to him before laughing softly, despite the tears already slipped down her cheeks. "And he's happy, happier than ever, and that's what matters most." "Yes," Sokka grinned, rubbing her back gently. "Doesn't mean you're not allowed to worry, all right? Still, it's not like he's made up his mind to stay here, has he?" "No, but I'd guess it's a matter of time, isn't it?" Angela mused. "There's so much he needs to learn with them, and he can't help them out of here until there's enough measures to protect them in the outside world. So, don't jump to conclusions, love," Sokka whispered, pressing his brow to hers. As ever, the gesture helped soothe her, as did his closeness. You've always made fun of yourself for overthinking things a lot, right? Right, Angela conceded, breathing out slowly, and the truth is, whatever happens, I won't lose him. He'll always be your dragon, Sokka grinned, cupping her face and you his rider. Until the end of time, no matter what. Angela smiled and nodded, burying her face in his neck as he hugged her tighter now. She could hear the strange, loud chatter of the larger dragons as they flew around the cavern again, as well as the squeaking and soft grunting of the smaller ones. As concerned as she might be about whatever Xin Long might do, now that their quest was over, she couldn't stop appreciating this miracle for what it was. She smiled and pulled away slightly from Sokka, an arm firm around his waist as she gazed upon the remarkable cavern in wonder. It was a small, contained world, unique and sacred, timeless, and eternal. For how long had these dragons lived here? For how many years had those eggs remained in that small chamber? Had the larger dragon known the outside world, perchance, or had it been born inside the mountain and remained stuck there, as a consequence of a cave-in, as they'd suspected? Such thoughts coursed through their minds as they relaxed, taking their seat in a comfortable enough patch of thin grass. The small dragons teased and prodded them, certainly curious about their unusual bodies, so unlike their own. Sokka chuckled as one of the dragons climbed over his chest, another one on his lap while a third rubbed his head against his outstretched palm. You think it'll take Xin a while to understand them? Sokka asked. Angela shrugged. I think it might. But he's making enough progress. They seem fond of him. Angela smiled. She had a pair of dragonlings on her lap too, curling up around one another, seeking a comfortable enough position to sleep. I don't know what you read, but did you ever see information about dragons laying many eggs at once? Like, well, pickens. Ha, no, Sokka chuckled, and Angela smiled as she propped her head against his shoulder. I really didn't see anything like that. As far as I remember, dragons only lay one, perhaps two eggs, at best, she said, and it doesn't happen all that often. I'm just wondering, maybe they're not all from the same mother. Might be this was a popular location for horned dragons to lay their eggs, and several of them did it. That's a thought, Sokka hummed, kissing the top of her head. So they're not all siblings, then? I mean, maybe dragons from the same bloodline have similar colors? As they're all so different. Could be they're all from a different mother. Yes, Angela smiled, and I was wondering too if, well, if the bigger one might have been stuck here all his life, or if maybe he visited this cave just before the rock slide that blocked the quickest exit happened. And, of course, we ought to locate the place of the rock slide too. Then, once everything's ready, we could ask Toph or Haru to help us open the cavern to the outside world. We can do that after we rest for a bit, Sokka said, closing his eyes. I don't know about you, but I feel exhausted. It's been many long days, Angela agreed, smiling weakly. Maybe we all could use a nap, not just these two. Sokka opened his eyes and grinned at the light blue and red dragons on Angela's lap. The princess sighed, sliding closer to Sokka while doing her best not to disturb the two sleepy dragonlings on her lap. So many questions, huh? Sokka said, and nowhere near enough answers. But, you think the big one's a male? Frankly, I'm about as clueless about it as you were with Fufu. Angela smirked. It just felt right. And, as I've brought him up, don't even think about coming up with names for these dragons, you hear me? Hey, now. What's your plan, then, calling them by their colors instead? Sokka pouted, and Angela laughed softly against him. That'd be so creative, just so you know. It'd surely be better than anything else you could come up with, she replied mischievously. Sokka snorted. Really? Because I literally just offered you the idea of naming them after their colors, so you're saying my idea isn't that bad? Sokka smirked, which, of course, eventually translates into the obvious implication that my ideas for naming are mediocre, at best, Angela finished, with a proud grin. Sokka huffed. I'm really going to name our daughter Angela Jr., just you wait. He threatened, as the princess laughed against his shoulder. If you want to name dragons, you must do it by keeping long as a suffix, all right? She said. Sokka snorted. And why's that? Because it sounds far more regal that way, of course. It's how they did it in old days, as you should know if you saw that list of dragons. I did, and Avatar Roku's dragon was merely called Fang, Sokka declared, at which Azula snorted. That's only further proof that avatars have no sense. She smirked, and Sokka chuckled, shaking his head. You just can't be argued with, can you? He said, I'll come up with something else, something you won't be able to reject, that doesn't end in long. Suit yourself, Azula grinned, as their strange competition to name dragons began. Their discussion for dragon names was amicable and fun. They made a sport of dismantling each other's efforts, regardless of whether they genuinely liked the names or not, while the small creatures continued to play or rest around them, likely intrigued by whatever they were talking about. Still, as time ticked by, the two humans, eased by the comfort they found in each other's company, as well as that of the small dragons, fell into a sweet slumber. With the heavier work behind them, it was easy to let themselves forego all pressures and relax, at long last. Merely a few hours later, the sniffing of Xian Long's large, violet snout, woke them. He prodded Azula's cheek gently before offering a lick to Sokka's ear. The gladiator squealed into consciousness. Azula jumped over his reaction, still groggy and at a slight loss over what had happened. Xian! She called him. The darkest dragon within the cavern smiled at her, before sending a surprising thought her way. You think we should go? What? Already? Sokka asked, rubbing his eyes with his fists. Xian! Azula said, raising a hand to the dragon's snout. It wasn't that Xian Long didn't want them to spend a lot of time with the newfound dragons, it would be the thing he'd want most, normally. But it would be nightfall by now, if not later, despite it was difficult to tell the time in this dark, isolated cave. He briefly showed Azula a very small and narrow window he'd glimpsed in the mountain, hidden behind a cluster of rocks and covered by stray roots, that, it seemed, was the way out before the cave-in collapsed it. He still didn't quite know if the pale dragon had been here all his life, or if he had been trapped within when the rock slide took place, but it was a certainty that he wouldn't be able to get out without help. The little ones weren't ready to fly yet, and by the time they learned, they would be too large to fit through the small hole up there. Still, that was how the pale dragon had heard Xian Long's roars, and how he had managed to roar back, despite not knowing if he would be facing a friend or a foe. The onslaught of information took Azula by surprise as she pushed herself to her feet, with Sokka's help. The dragonlings scurried about, interrupting their conversation by reaching for Xian Long's larger paws. The big dragon awkwardly stepped away, averting the mischief of the dragonlings, who seemed determined to play with him now that he had finally returned to the ground. As much as she was still processing all the information, Azula smiled fondly as she watched Xian Long doing his best not to harm any of the reckless children playing between his much larger paws. So, what's going on? Sokka asked, and Azula jumped, nearly forgetting he didn't share directly in her mental bond with her dragon. Well, he thinks we ought to go, apparently, she started, and he thinks he found the actual way out, but it's blocked by a cave-in, like we guessed. There's still a small gap in it, but it's too small for any larger dragons to slip through, so I guess we'll have to go back through the dim water tunnel. Ugh. But at least this time we can brace ourselves better for it, Sokka sighed, shaking his head. When are we going to? Whoa. All three newcomers were startled when the red dragon coughed a spurt of orange fire at Xian Long's claw. The dragon coughed again, and a ring of smoke puffed out of him, prompting the group to laugh at his endearing display. Maybe he can't fly, but he sure can spit fire, Sokka chuckled, before grinning at Azula. Aha. That's the name for this one, Spitdash. Not a chance. But Azula. Xian Long laughed softly at Sokka's whiny complaints, then he shrank in his frame to communicate through soft, friendly grunts to all the small dragons about. They stood in line, forming a curious spread of colors: gray, green, orange, red, light blue and auburn. The yellow and pale ones touched on the ground shortly afterwards, and Xian Long rose to his full height, hoping to explain, somehow, that he'd be back soon. He just had to take his friends back to their temporary den, but he'd return afterwards. Azula's chest clenched at that, but she held in all her apprehension. Xian Long belonged here better than elsewhere, she knew as much. Xian Long was rather nervous, unsure if his new friends had understood him. Communication between dragons was complicated, requiring just as much in the way of bodily motions as sounds and grunts to convey his thoughts. If anything, his constant vocalizing surely appeared weird to his new friends. Perhaps he'd learn better after spending more time among them. In the end, he settled for pointing at the cavern's tunnels with his tail, and gesturing at Sokka and Azula with his head. The dragons were still puzzled, but they finally seemed to gather his meaning better. "Guess we're really going, then," Sokka said, breathing deeply. "Well, it was pretty amazing, and it's a shame to leave so fast, but we'll be back, right?" "Yeah." Eventually, Azula smiled, nodding. "We do have to break open the cavern, once all conditions are met. So, yes, we'll return. It'll take time, I'm sure, but it will be done." Sokka grinned and took her hand in his, kissing her knuckles in an affectionate, supportive gesture. Azula smiled as well, slipping her fingers between his. Then, the pair walked together with Xian Long, followed by the large retinue of puzzled dragons, who certainly weren't ready to see their new friends leave just yet. The tunnels were large enough for the pale dragon to slip through, but sometimes they appeared too narrow for him. Azula watched him over her shoulder with uncertainty, wondering if the dragon would continue to grow still. Chances were he had to come out to the edge of the water every time he wanted food or drink, so if he ever grew too large to fit through those tunnels. She breathed in sharply. She'd have very little time to waste in ensuring their world would cease being a hostile one for dragons. Xian Long's friends would need it, direly. They reached the rocky shore, and the cold water was about as inviting as jumping into an endless abyss to the princess and her gladiator, but they knew they'd have to brave it eventually. They couldn't afford staying in this cavern forever. Xian Long jerked his head at the water again, hoping to convey he would be jumping in now. The yellow dragon stepped forward, eyes large with curiosity, but Xian Long shook his head and urged all the group to stay put. He would be back, and one day they'd all be free to see the sky, the ocean, the mountains, and volcanoes together. Until then, they would have to wait. The yellow dragon, who Xian Long regarded as a female, lowered her head but seemed to acquiesce at last. The smaller ones crowded around her, watching Xian Long as he stepped closer to the humans, prodding Azula's shoulder with his nose. "Ready?" Azula asked him, and Xian Long nodded. Climbing on the dragon's scaly back while wearing very few clothes, yet again, was uncomfortable, but they knew what sensations to expect. Once both Azula and Sokka were on Xian Long's back, the little dragons took to jumping around them, as though asking to climb on his back too. They had to settle for the yellow dragon's back instead, for she was still short enough that they could emulate the humans with her. Azula and Sokka laughed at the playful creatures, taking one last glance at the wonder no human eyes had seen for over 100 years. The dragons would be safe here, if just for a few more months. Once everything had been settled, and it really shouldn't take long, Xian Long would be flying through the sky with his new friends, helping raise the young ones too, surely. They could even take the eggs to the Fire Nation, Azula pondered. If they did, they would likely hatch sooner yet. And who knew? Perhaps there were other dragon colonies, hidden within mountains just like this one. They should continue to search, but even so, all possibilities to rebuild the dragon population had become far more promising after today. A fragile dream was attainable, at long last. "Well, I just met you guys for a few hours, but I'm definitely going to miss you," Sokka said, smiling and waving at the dragons. "We'll see each other soon, I hope." "Surely," Azula said, bowing her head to the dragons. Xian Long did the same, grinning before shooting another plum of blue fire upwards. The group of dragons roared and joined in, releasing orange fire to varying degrees. The pale dragon was by far the most powerful, and the yellow one followed. Amongst the dragonlings, the red dragon could release the strongest flames, while the grey one, the smallest of the group, could only cough up a few sparks that fizzled out quickly. Azula and Sokka smiled fondly as the dragons bonded over fire, and then Xian Long turned around, moving towards the large pool of water. The humans had to tear their eyes away from the dragons to focus on their upcoming ordeal, but Xian Long ventured one last glance at the group of colorful creatures. As soon as he sensed his riders were ready, he turned again, breathed deeply as well and plunged into the water, now far more prepared to swim through the tunnels he had already traversed once before. And while every kick took him away from his kin, he knew he'd return to them as soon as possible. Every second that ticked past was another second closer to their next reunion, and that was what he'd cling to, at least for now. Sokka managed to hold his breath better this time, but when they finally surfaced at the pool by the continent's shore, all three travelers were freezing horribly in the cold spring night. As much as Xian Long's plan had been to fly them back to the northern air temple as fast as possible, even he was so affected by the low temperatures of the water that he was grateful for the fire Azula and Sokka crafted, once they were outside the massive sinkhole and back above ground. The gladiator had gathered firewood in a hurry, and his princess had started the flames as soon as there was enough kindling. Afterwards, Sokka sought towels of any sort within their bags. They didn't dress up right away, as they were still too damp for it to be convenient, but the cold air was chilling to the bone. Azula dragged Sokka towards Xian Long and the three crouched together yet again, with the two firebenders stoking their inner fires to regain the heat they'd lost earlier. "You sure you want to go back right after dropping us off, Xian?" Azula asked, her dragon's head on her lap. "I mean, I get why you do, but you probably ought to recover from this, too. The last thing anyone would want is for that damn freezing water to get to you." Xian Long agreed, but he was sure he would be fine after another trip back and forth. Sokka, however, was perplexed. "He wants to go back already?" he asked, like, right after dropping us off? Won't he be exhausted? He's been traveling the whole day, did 2 trips underwater, no less. "Yeah, well, he doesn't want to be away from them if he can help it," Azula smiled, stroking her dragon's hair. "And it's not like I blame him, but I'd rather he doesn't kill himself trying to reach his friends again." Xian Long groaned, sticking out his lower lip awkwardly in the silliest pout Azula could remember seeing. She laughed, burying her face in the creature's silky mane, as Sokka smiled and patted her back. "They'll be okay, Xian," Sokka said, reassuringly. "If you take a proper night's rest and return afterwards, they'll be thrilled to see you and play with you for as long as you stay with them. You don't have to rush that much." Xian Long sighed but conformed to their suggestions. He knew he shouldn't be impatient. He had already waited 4 years and finally found what he had been looking for. It was too exciting to hold back sometimes, but he'd endure it as best as he could. They warmed up for the better part of an hour, and afterwards Azula ran her heated hands over their clothes, ensuring they wouldn't freeze much while they flew back to the air temple. Sokka was happily grateful for it, delighted to wear warm clothes under his unavoidably cold armor, and he waited patiently as Azula helped warm Xian Long's scales, too. To Xian Long, it was a nice massage he couldn't quite get enough of, so he rolled over and encouraged the princess to continue. Azula rolled her eyes but did as much, smiling as she pampered her dragon more than she usually did. 10 minutes later, they were on his saddle, and Xian Long wore his full armor yet again as they traversed the skies. About 3 hours later, with the moon bright in the sky, they touched down on a courtyard in the northern air temple, where only a few lanterns were still lit, merely so no one would lose their way if they had to step outside their rooms in the middle of the cold night. "You all right, Xian?" Azula asked, once they dismounted. The dragon reared his head proudly, fluffing his mane as though to reassure them, but Azula raised a questioning eyebrow and he relented, whining softly, "Just regain your strength, that's all we ask. You can go right back afterwards, all right?" He nodded and surrendered, though he still urged Azula and Sokka to relieve him from his armor and saddle. He wanted to fly back to the cavern as soon as possible, so he'd take off by morning. They complied, and to the dragon's delight, they made their way to the kitchens too, hoping to find something to eat, or, if necessary, something they could cook quickly, both for themselves and for Xian Long. Upon arriving, however, they found a set of dishes, of small portions, not nearly enough food to sate 2 people and a dragon, sitting on one of the kitchen's counters. Sokka raised a hand greedily towards it, but Azula caught it and pulled him away. But it's right there. Maybe they left it for us." Sokka pouted, as Azula guided them towards the temple's cellar. "If they had been leaving it for us, they would have left a much larger quantity of food. You alone eat thrice that much, and they know it." Azula grinned dryly, and Sokka huffed, "Come on, what's the big deal? We've cooked before, haven't we? If we need to do it again." "We have, but Song's cookbook is safe and sound in the Fire Nation, remember?" Sokka grumbled. His assessment gave Azula pause briefly, but she shook her head and stepped into the kitchen's cellar. Surely you remember the instructions and proportions for simple things. Frying a fish wasn't that tough, or was it? Angela asked, reaching through the stacks of food for anything that they might eat easily, though, as expected, most of what appeared available was fruit then again. I guess we could simply have some fruit. Wouldn't be the best diet for that gluttonous dragon, but it'll help him until he can go out hunting for something better. You sure there's nothing better in there? Sokka groaned, entering the cellar as well. It was a narrow room, longer and deeper than it was wide. 2 tall shelves stood at either wall, and several barrels and boxes obstructed the way, limiting the area of movement for anyone inside. While that surely would make the cellar an uncomfortable place to enter with company, it wasn't a problem for Sokka and Angela to be in such a small, tight space together. If anything, Sokka smirked as he stood behind the princess, taking advantage of his superior height to search the taller shelves, seeking any signs of meat of any kind. Any luck? Angela asked, biting back the urge to turn in his arms and make the most of his closeness. Sokka shrugged. Not sure, it's so dark in here, he said, his voice teasing. The princess couldn't hold back a smile. You sure it's dark? Or are you just trying to play fun games we're not supposed to be playing anymore, Gladiator? Where's the risk, princess? He snickered, still looking through the shelves meticulously. We're alone, in a dark cellar, in the middle of the night. Just as we were alone, in a hot room, in the middle of the night, yesterday, Angela reminded him. Sokka bit back a grin. Yeah, and that was fun, wasn't it? He said only problem was the morning, but don't worry. I'll bring Space Sword this time, knock down the wall, just like I said I should. And no doubt they'll never know what happened when we leave and they discover the rooms we used have a huge hole in the wall between them. Totally not suspicious, not in the least. Angela smirked. We could just tell them we found a secret air nomad door. They could believe that. Sokka smirked, as Angela finally turned around in his arms. You're doing your damnedest to distract me and cheer me up, aren't you? Angela asked. He was so close that, even in the shadowy cellar, she could glimpse the contour of his face, or perhaps she had memorized every line, every expression, as well as all the meanings of his different gazes, to the point that she could construe it all in the darkness. Is it working? He asked, raising his eyebrows. Angela bit her lip and shrugged. Might be you should try a little harder, she whispered teasingly, and Sokka chuckled before leaning in, pressing his lips to hers in a loving frenzy. He could read her silences, understand her without needling her into surrendering her secrets. His arms kept her safe, for she knew he wouldn't judge her for her fears. She could be troubled and miserable, and he would simply stand by her through it all, reassuring her through the sweetest of all kisses that her feelings, whatever they might be, didn't make her weak, let alone did they make her a monster. Her knees trembled, so she clutched at him hard, hoping to find stability in his arms. He pushed her back, until she was pressed against the shelf, and as uncomfortable as it was, Angela could do nothing but kiss him back, disregarding the way they bumped into ingredients, knocking a few fruits to the floor as they clumsily reached up to caress each other, her arms ever slipping around his neck to lock him in place while offering him full freedom to explore her flanks and back. One apple had rolled off a shelf and out of the cellar. If only they hadn't been quite so passionate and driven, they would have noticed it. But as it was, someone else would notice it, instead. Their eyes remained closed, their hearts oblivious to the arrival of 2 people who had just entered the kitchen. One of them was as quiet as he could be. He heard sounds behind the open door that led to the cellar, and he also glimpsed the rolling apple that only stopped halfway in the room. And it was possible to see all this, even in the darkness of the room, because of the lamp his companion, the machinist, was carrying with him. Where did you say you left my meal, again? The old man was asking his son, but Teo gestured at him to keep quiet, frantically. The machinist flinched. Again, Teo pressed his finger to his lips before wheeling towards the cellar, cautiously. As he always did, ever since the Fire Nation's pressures on his father had decreased, Teo had dropped by to check on his father before going to bed. On nights when the old man was particularly inspired, Teo took it upon himself to drag the machinist out to the kitchen to retrieve his dinner, ensuring the inventor wouldn't pass out due to lack of nourishment. But upon guiding his father to the kitchens today, his stomach sank upon noticing they weren't alone. Someone lurked inside the cellar. It couldn't be that Roan and his people had returned, not now. Not when the princess and Sokka weren't here, and who the hell knew when they'd be back too. Still, Teo gritted his teeth and pushed his chair's wheels carefully, moving past the apple and urging his father to follow him quietly. With the light from his firefly-lit lantern, Teo didn't quite have the perfect view of whatever was happening inside the cellar right away. But where at first he had assumed he'd find Roan or his men eating like troglodytes, he found, instead, the silhouettes of two people immersed in a passionate, unbidden exchange in the most inappropriate place. Still, it wasn't Roan, for sure. And that was enough for Teo to sigh in relief, audibly. The sound startled the two lovers at once, and their wild exchange came to an abrupt end as they glanced to the side. Sokka's stomach sank upon glimpsing the light of what he identified as the firefly lantern, one of the mechanist's least effective inventions. "Teo? What was it?" the mechanist asked, and his son chuckled, waving a hand carelessly. "I thought it could be one of them, you know, that they might be back." Teo replied, "But it's just two people kissing in there, so it's not." By then, the mechanist was close enough that the light of the lantern bathed them far more clearly. And just so, Teo happened to glance again at the two transgressors, smiling casually at what he assumed would be a ridiculous, yet inoffensive escapade between one of the younger couples amongst the refugees, until he and his father recognized the tall, water tribesman, holding a young woman with long, dark hair who had buried her face in his dark armor, a woman who sported a shiny golden armor of her own, upon which the brightness of the fireflies bounced perfectly. For one fleeting moment, Azula and Sokka wished it was just a dream. A really stupid dream, perhaps, but one where they hadn't been quite so foolish as to be caught with their guard down to such an absurd extent, by people who had damn near caught them just that morning. The pregnant silence between all four of them damn near convinced them that this couldn't be real, because if it were, surely the mechanist and Teo would have said something already. "Princess. Sokka. Oh, well. There it was." Sokka groaned in undisguised frustration and dropped against the other shelf, still holding Azula closely, and the bump into the shelf caused a bag of beans at the top to spread open. It only took them a second to realize what was pelting them, as the grains spilled out most carelessly, and Sokka cried out loud as, for the second time of the day, they were attacked by projectiles from above. He damn near dashed out of the cellar with Azula in his arms, though she remained inert, whether oblivious to the falling beans because of how deep her current denial was, or not oblivious at all, and choosing to ignore everything because of how powerfully she was willing herself to become invisible, or to turn back time, or perhaps to develop a skill that allowed her to alter people's memories. The father and son remained paralyzed where they stood, disregarding the falling beans completely, stunned cold by the two secret lovers they had just caught red-handed. Sokka gritted his teeth, at a loss for what to do next. Merely this morning he had been as convincing as possible while trying to prove they weren't at all involved with each other, and now he'd blown it, thrown it all to waste, just in a whimsical attempt to cheer up the princess that remained huddled in his arms. He could have just held back, eased her worries after they'd eaten, maybe, and now he'd pay the price for his foolish mistake. Surely Azula had changed her mind since this morning, and she'd be furious once she processed what had happened. "Why you guys?" Sokka started, glancing at the mechanist and Teo with fear and dread in his eyes. But Teo raised his hand again, pointing at them with a proud, vindicated gesture. "I knew it." Xian Long was grateful for the food they brought him. Despite the meal was mostly comprised by fruit, Azula offered it to him, tense and wary as she knelt by his side. Not too far from where they sat in the open courtyard, Sokka still struggled to explain matters to the mechanist and Teo, despite the pair of father and son were as calm about the situation as could be by now. The mechanist was eating his own food, the plates that had been left in the kitchen were, naturally, his, while Azula and Sokka had collected enough food from the cellar for themselves and the dragon, yet, after the clumsy revelation of their relationship, they weren't all that hungry anymore. "Do you want to switch foods, Sokka?" The mechanist offered the gladiator generously, and he flinched as he blushed profusely. "I have some meat in my dishes, so, maybe that will cheer you up." "Yeah, well, thanks, but it's fine," Sokka said, sighing, and hanging his head. "Look, I know we tricked you guys this morning, and I'm sorry we lied, but, you do realize why we have to keep it quiet, right?" "Well, yeah," Teo said, biting his lip. "I'm sorry I was so loud earlier, but at least no one sleeps so close to the kitchen that they might have heard me. Still, what I'm most relieved by is that it was just you guys rather than Roan and his gang. And having guessed correctly isn't all that exciting. Sokka asked, crooking an eyebrow. Teo chuckled and shrugged. It's probably none of my business, but I'm just so glad that I didn't misread the situation that badly. You did, though, the Mechanist said, bringing some rice to his lips. You thought it was Ruishi instead of Sokka. Well, like I said, Dad, I thought that before talking to you and, well, it's not even that important, Teo mumbled, lowering his gaze. As much as I feel like crap every time someone thinks she's with Ruishi instead, I don't really blame you for assuming that, Sokka sighed, shaking his head as he glanced at the princess. She was by Xin long at the center of the courtyard, while they sat close to the building's entrance. Her hands caressed her dragon's mane affectionately as she rested against him, soothing him as best as she could, for as long as possible, before he took off to find his friends again. Where Sokka normally would be right there with them, he didn't dare intrude, let alone when the Mechanist and Teo were still nearby. As much as they knew of their relationship already, it wasn't a good idea to be too open about it right now. I've never thought I look like I'm prince consort material or anything, so it can't be helped, can it? Sokka finished, his eyes still trained on his princess. You well, said Teo, blinking blankly. That's not quite right. I mean, how would I know what's prince consort material? Truthfully, your social positions are supposed to be completely incompatible, the Mechanist shrugged. Yet, that's probably why I hoped it'd be you. The princess may be a complicated person, but ever since we had that falling out and she went after you, I thought that perhaps she was a good influence on you. And that didn't make sense, did it? A Fire Nation princess, ruthless as she presented herself, being a good influence on someone? So, I figured it was twofold. You were a good one on her, and she was one on you, and it sounded like an interesting possibility, at least. It's more than just interesting, Sokka said, smiling slowly. But it sure is embarrassing that you had suspicions about us from as early as that. We thought we were hiding well enough. Wait, you were already fully together by then? The Mechanist exclaimed. Wait, you didn't think we were? Sokka asked, his smile souring. Brilliant, and now he'd gone and revealed far more than he should have. But you just said. I assumed you weren't all that chummy just yet, the Mechanist confessed, laughing that perhaps you were close, but not this close. You've acted differently this time around, after all. Well, it's true enough that we only seem to grow closer as time goes by, Sokka said, smiling earnestly again. You'd think being with someone means you've already reached the pinnacle of a relationship, but with us, things only seem to get better and better. Well, that is, the relationship itself gets better, but we only get worse and worse when it comes to keeping the damn secret as quiet as it should be. Really? Do a lot of people know about it? Teo asked. Sokka sighed and shook his head. I wouldn't say a lot, but many of our friends do, Sokka said, and who knows how many others have picked up on it without our awareness. We have been fending off suspicions for as long as it started, too, and somehow people have been finding out quite often these days. At least we've never messed up enough that the Fire Lord might hear of it, but you don't have to worry about that with us, Teo announced, grinning. My dad hates the Fire Lord, so I don't. Well, Teo, you shouldn't say things like those so boldly. The Mechanist chortled, blushing. Sokka chuckled. It's fine, I hate him too, he said, reassuringly. The only thing I can say in that bastard's favor is that his daughter is amazing. Ah, I suppose we can all agree on that, then, the Mechanist grinned still. We would never tell anyone about you two. I know I'm a nervous mess quite often, yes, but I can keep a secret or two. Playing dumb can't be that hard, right? It's not like anyone should come question you anyways, Sokka said, shrugging. If the Fire Lord ever suspected anything, he'd probably try to figure out the truth through other people first of all, like the guards or that'd be bad, said Teo, frowning. Would he do anything to them for not knowing? Or, for knowing and not telling him? I don't know if any of them do know, but yeah, well, Ruishi does know. The others, they might have their suspicions, but Ruishi usually tries to steer everyone away from the truth, as far as I know, Sokka said, with a weak grin, and yeah, that's why Azula proposed they could get a promotion. While they're still assigned to work with her on long journeys, her guards aren't tasked with keeping watch on her at all times anymore, so, even if Oze were to find out the truth, he shouldn't blame them for not knowing or not telling him, at least not right away. I guess it's hard to say what sort of ridiculous knee-jerk reaction he might have, but still. At least they're somewhat safer now. Said Teo, raising his eyebrows. Is this really why they're promoted, then? And why Fei Li is a captain now? Yes, Sokka nodded. It's not to say they weren't fit to be Imperial Guards, clearly they wouldn't have passed the tests if they weren't, but this is what drove Azula to do it. Strange that Fei Li would wind up as the captain, though. Teo continued, and Sokka chuckled. Well, to be honest, that's probably not about who's more skilled, he said. Seems like the one to pick their ranks was the general of the guards, and he's not quite fond of Ruishi, so. He's not? Well, that's weird, said Teo, biting his lip. He seemed like a pretty good soldier. Yeah, the generals had it out for Ruishi for a while. Still, it is pretty sketchy to pick Fei Li, of all people, for that rank, said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. I didn't make too much of it, figured it was just a way to torment Ruishi, but maybe the general did it for some other reason. All your complications just make me appreciate our simple lifestyle all the more, Teo said, with a sigh. I hope you guys won't ever be caught. Rest assured, we'll keep quiet. Good, said Sokka, nodding. Though, well, we'll keep quiet with anyone Fire Nation, that is, said Teo, biting his lip. Sokka frowned. I mean, you guys keep having to sneak around and hide, right? And as we're as good as isolated from the world here, you could, maybe, just be together without much trouble while you're staying here. No one would mind. You Sokka froze, eyeing Teo with uncertainty. That sounds idyllic, and impossible. I mean, I know you mean no harm, but you guys aren't all that isolated, right? You travel to the nearest villages and to Ba Sing Se sometimes, so. And you think those who travel will just blurt out the truth there willy-nilly? Teo asked, raising an eyebrow. I'd like to think we're not such incurable gossips. Who's the one who's shouted enjoy every time he thought he'd caught us red-handed? Sokka asked, and Teo froze before smiling guiltily at him. Well, that's just me being me, he said, with a casual shrug. It's safer if no one else but us knows, Teo, the Mechanist said, smiling reassuringly at Sokka. Still, that means you two are safe enough while only me and Teo know the truth, right? I'll tell the others to stay clear off your hallway, that way no one will be likely to snoop around while you stay with us. Wait, that doesn't sound so nonsensical, Sokka said, his eyes brightening seriously. Then? You could do that? Under what excuse? I guess I'll come up with something, the Mechanist said, with a shrug. Maybe I'll work on renovations there. Then they'd only expect to be called to work there, if anything, Sokka said. The Mechanist blinked blankly. Oh. That's right, he stroked his beard with a light frown, as Teo giggled beside him. Then, a gas leak. Then they'd expect us to be moved elsewhere. Sokka smiled awkwardly, and the Mechanist chuckled. True. Oh, dear, what a conundrum, he said. Can't you just say the princess wants full privacy? Teo suggested, with a shrug. The Mechanist hummed with interest, fiddling with his beard as he gazed at his son. We did give her absolute privacy the last time she came, why not do the same this time? Makes sense. Good boy, Teo. The Mechanist beamed, patting his son's back as Teo laughed happily. Azula sighed, hands in Xin Long's mane still as she glanced back at the three near the temple's entrance. It was cold out here, despite the combined warmth of Xin Long's inner fire and her own, but she wasn't sure she dared go to her room to seek the warmth of the fireplace yet. Going by how they were laughing now, it seemed things hadn't gone quite so awry with the Mechanist and Teo. She had felt quite cowardly, hiding away with Xin Long and leaving Sokka to deal with everything while she coped with how embarrassing it was to be caught making out with Sokka in the middle of the night. Still, she hadn't known what else to do, not when everything had become so awkward in the kitchen right after they had been discovered. The Mechanist had encouraged them to pick whatever foods they wished to eat, while Teo smiled awkwardly and tried to contain his enthusiasm at their discovery. Sokka had been uneasy, as had she, but together they had hauled enough food to provide Xian Long with extra energy that he'd be sure to use once the sun rose. The dragon was still awake despite lounging with his head on her lap, eyes closed. Still, upon sensing Azula's hesitance to join the others, he reared his head and eyed her significantly. "What? You think I ought to go to them? To each their own and whatnot?" Azula recited, knowing her words would sound far more bitter and miserable than she had planned for them to. She grimaced and sighed, dropping her head on her dragon's fluffy mane. "Sorry, I know that's not what you meant." Xian Long chuckled and pressed against her, his ample brow pressed against her belly. Azula sighed, embracing him gently. "You promise you'll rest until dawn?" she asked. Xian Long grunted in agreement, nodding lightly. "Good. You've been flying far too much over the past few days, so, at least it's a good thing that you'll stay put with them for a while, right? Until their time was up, and they had to return to Ba Sing Se, yes." Azula's heart lurched when his thoughts solidified in her mind, and she gazed into her dragon's eyes with astonishment. His were clear, sincere. You do know I won't hold it against you if you choose to stay with them?" Azula asked, and she cursed herself inwardly for the knot in her throat upon merely saying those words. Xian Long huffed. I know, I'm an idiot and I shouldn't have expected you to choose to leave me or anything like that, Xian, but, you've wanted this for so long. I'd hate to steal you away from them if you feel that's where you belong." Xian Long nodded. He did feel he belonged with them. And he also felt he belonged by Azula's side. Surely there was no natural law that forced a dragon to belong in a single place, right? His simple reasoning floored the princess. Her eyes widened as she gazed at Xian Long, at his swaying tail and bright eyes full of life. A slow smile spread over her face as she cradled him over her lap, tears rising in her own eyes. "Well, that's wonderful to know," Azula said, laughing softly. "I'm sorry I'm so stupid about this kind of thing, I am, but I really would have missed you lots if you'd stayed with them for good." Xian Long gurgled happily and prodded her with his nose. Azula laughed, stroking his hair further as the dragon stuck his tongue out at her playfully. He would have missed her lots too, which was why it would make no sense to stay away from her for good. She was his rider, and he was her dragon. She was family, every bit as much as the dragons were, and he was delighted to inform her of it, seeing as it seemed she didn't really understand it. She and Sokka had been accepted into the dragon's family too, or had she forgotten that? Azula laughed and nodded, smiling fondly at Xian Long. He grinned back, pushing one more gentle thought into her mind, in case she had forgotten it. He loved her, too. The princess breathed out and embraced him once more, wanting nothing but to lie there, with her dragon, for hours on end, even if the cold weather might freeze them into statues out here. Still, Xian Long needed his rest, and he wouldn't be likely to get any while she was with him. Azula had to find out if Sokka's attempt at damage control had yielded fruit or not, too. With one last kiss to Xian Long's brow, the princess lifted his head gently and placed it on the courtyard's hard ground before standing up. Xian Long opened one eye lazily, gazing at her before smiling and settling down to sleep. The set of Azula's shoulders could scarcely be visible underneath her armor, yet she suspected her unease would be apparent to the three men who sat not far from where she stood, even in the dark of the night. One glance told her they were speaking casually, and she truly hoped that meant Sokka had been successful at convincing the other two to keep quiet about their secret. She walked slowly towards them, and their voices died down as she approached. Sokka bolted to his feet, offering her a moon peach, one of the fruits they'd found in the cellar. Azula nodded in acceptance, taking it while still holding her uncertain silence. "Everything all right with Xian?" Sokka asked, his voice unusually soft, likely a consequence of his lingering guilt after they'd been caught. "Yeah, he's finally agreed to rest. He didn't like the food very much, but that's no surprise," Azula said, with a dry grin. "So?" She glanced at the Mechanist and Teo now, who grinned as reassuringly as possible at her. Teo even waved shyly, and the princess's stomach continued to churn and twist for it. "Is everything all right, then?" she asked. "Yeah, well, I've talked to them. I probably said more than I should have, as usual. Sokka said, grimacing, and Azula raised a judgmental eyebrow in his direction. I'm afraid to ask in what regards. Oh, nothing too serious, the Mechanist said, grinning. Just that he admitted you were together even when you were here a few years ago, Teo finished, and both Sokka and the Mechanist flinched. Azula's eyebrow twitched at Teo's words, and she offered Sokka a judgmental glare instead. The gladiator hung his head in shame with a soft whine, but to his surprise, Azula patted his shoulder gently before turning to the father and son duo. I take it we can trust you'll be, well, more discreet than him and me, at the very least. She said, sighing, not like that's hard. Well, we won't tell anyone, no, the Mechanist said, smiling. We understand your reservations. Though, we've told Sokka we can convince the rest of the refugees not to go to your rooms or your corridors until you leave. Teo suggested we could tell them you want to preserve your privacy, so, this way you two can be together far more freely, we hope. Azula's cheeks flushed gradually as the words sank in. The Mechanist's generous offer was far too kind, and it was impossible for Azula to ignore its implications. In short, the inventor was offering them a wonderful chance to have sex freely and spend nights and mornings together if they pleased. No doubt, she was grateful, but it was profoundly awkward that someone would generously help her get laid this way. That's quite helpful of you. Thanks, she said, lowering her gaze. When she had first claimed it might not be so bad for Teo and the Mechanist to know about their relationship, this wasn't quite what she'd had in mind. Sokka bit his lip, unsure if Azula was mad or merely embarrassed. Truthfully, the former wouldn't be surprising, yet he didn't feel any hostility from her, something unusual even when she was bottling things up. Her flustered, uncertain behavior nearly triggered his urges to take her in his arms and hold her until she overcame her feelings of unease. Well, then. I'd take it you two have had a rather long day, right? The Mechanist said, pushing himself up to his feet, picking up his empty tray afterwards. Perhaps it's best if we all call it a night. I'd rather clean up before turning in, frankly, Azula said. Your water heater is still functional, I hope. Oh, yes. It won't be a problem. The Mechanist said, beaming, though he blinked blankly moments afterwards. Did she intend to clean up by herself or? Oh, that was none of his business either way. Anyways, feel free to use the bathhouse. As for me and Teo, chop chop it is. Off to bed we go. Okay. Good night. Teo called after himself, as the Mechanist pushed his son's wheelchair back indoors. The implications of their nervousness didn't go unnoticed by Azula. The princess watched them leave, grimacing, before glancing at Sokka once she couldn't hear the Mechanist's footsteps anymore. She found her gladiator eyeing her warily, as though impervious to the last bit of the conversation. Are you all right? Sokka asked her, his voice ringing with sincerity. Azula offered him a weak smile. I can't be sure, but it wasn't so bad, seems like. At least they're on our side. To a fault, she whispered. I'm sorry I left you to deal with them by yourself. I shouldn't have, but it's okay. It's probably for the best, Sokka said, with a smile and a shrug. You're probably going to protect your reputation better if you don't let everyone know how you feel about me, right? Because making out with you in cellars in the middle of the night doesn't speak for itself, does it? Azula asked, raising an eyebrow. Sokka swallowed hard. Well, it's not that it doesn't, but I just figured, you know, your reputation's so stark and you're always so dignified. So for people who don't know you very well it probably sounds weird that you'd be with me, of all people. His voice was softer and faster as he spoke, almost ashamed of his words, yet not enough to stop saying them. Azula, uneasy as she had been, now scowled skeptically at her lover. Oh? You think I should be ashamed of loving you, then? She asked, and Sokka flinched. What sort of nonsense is? Oh. Is this about Ruishi again? Because they thought it was him rather than you? Or, well, Teo did, anyways. It's just. Ruishi is the perfect Fire Nation guy, right? Teo said so too, and you didn't disagree, so. Sokka said, and once again his volume decreased as he spoke, as if the words hadn't quite sunk in until he'd uttered them himself. Azula smirked and laughed, shaking her head as Sokka pouted. By the time she rolled her eyes he huffed, stubbornly. I know you think I'm an idiot, and it's not that I'm jealous of Ruishi for real. I'm only jealous of people thinking he'd be the perfect match for you. Sokka said. Even your father and Zhao thought so. They didn't think he was the perfect match for me, they thought he was an agreeable enough one that I might finally be married off to him so my eternally pending nuptials could be settled. Azula smiled. As perfect as he seems, Ruishi isn't as highborn as some would want my husband to be. Seems to me a chief's son is of higher birth than him. Sokka's pout vanished at that, as he turned his astonished eyes on Azula. The princess chuckled and shook her head again, leaning closer to him. You're a fool if you think other people's opinions are that important, she said, or that my reputation is, for that matter. I'd gladly run it to the ground if that would guarantee I can be with you freely, without needing to sacrifice anything else. That Ruishi could look like a perfect match doesn't make him one. I know who my perfect match is, you goofball, and I'm staring him in the eye right now. Sokka's heart churned now, and he smiled guiltily as the princess cupped his face in her hands. With a light shake of her head, and an affectionate grin, Azula pressed a soft kiss to his lips, nowhere near as rash and passionate as the one they had exchanged in the cellar. You're really taking this so much better than I am, Sokka said, smiling. I thought you'd be angry because, well, it was my fault they found out. Right, because I was telling you to stop kissing me and you wouldn't budge, was I? Azula said, with a dry grin. Sokka snorted and pressed his brow to hers. We're in this together, we go at things evenly, hence, it's safe to say we're both equally guilty. Stop fretting about silly things, okay? I'll try, Sokka said, grinning. And, what of Xin? Everything good with him too? Yeah, Azula said, breathing deeply and smiling as she glanced at her dragon from over her shoulder. He was sleeping restlessly as usual, but this time his thoughts and dreams weren't quite so goofy. This time he flew with his fellow dragons, the young and the old, the big and the small, guiding them all the way across a blue sky dotted with white clouds. He's thrilled to be returning there, of course, but he says he'll come back to us. Despite, well, I've told him he doesn't have to, but... Heh. See. Sokka smirked, and Azula sighed and buried her face in his chest. I knew you'd say, I told you so, and it's fine if you must, but I still stand by believing he doesn't have to do anything he doesn't want to. She said, as Sokka chuckled and guided her inside. Azula steered him towards the bathing house, ensuring they'd both clean up properly after their long, tiresome, and chaotic day searching for dragons. And that's very noble of you, Azula, but you still refuse to accept how amazing you are, and that's just wrong, he said, beaming. I won't speak for everyone else who might have bad sense and not see your worth, but Xin and I? They'll have to cut us into tiny little pieces if they expect to ever take us away from you. And may no one ever try, Azula smiled, pressing her head against his shoulder. She wasn't fully convinced yet that Xin Long would come back, no matter his certainty that he would, and she still forgave him preemptively for it, if he were to change his mind. As difficult as it had been to accept it earlier, especially once it had dawned on her that her dragon might find what he was looking for, right now she made her peace with the possibility, knowing that, no matter how much distance there might be between them, they'd always share a bond that no one would be able to break. So, as much as both her and Sokka feared their carelessness would be their undoing at this rate, just how many people could have already guessed they were together? They barely even wanted to imagine the answer to that question. They still were in high enough spirits once they were in the bathhouse, cleaning up under the warm showers, and that didn't change once they returned to their rooms, clad in clean robes. Azula got the fireplace running, and they climbed into bed together. As much as this opportunity was virtually unprecedented, and they longed to make the most of their privacy, their exhaustion had them closing their eyes and nestling in each other's arms under the warm covers, drifting into sleep carelessly, easily. By dawn, Azula was woken suddenly by her dragon's thoughts, colliding with her dreams. He was about to take off. Her heart clenched, but she ignored it. She only encouraged Xin Long to go forward, to race back to that cave, and he listened, taking flight right away. You okay? A drowsy Sokka asked her, his voice faint. Azula nodded, stroking his cheek. Sorry if I woke you, she said. He shook his head clumsily. No worries. I'm fine, he said, smiling weakly. Are you? I hope I will be, Azula said, earnestly, but for now, we're better off getting some more rest, right? Sokka nodded, leaning down to steal a kiss from his secret wife's lips. Angela returned his affections earnestly, embracing him tightly. She couldn't know for sure that Xin Long would be back, whatever choice he made. However, she hoped he'd follow his heart and choose his own happiness, much as she ever did these days. Smiling against Sokka's lips, Angela's turbulent heart eased up, and with Sokka's soft and slow breathing against her skin, the princess fell asleep anew, wishing that, much like Xin Long had, she'd dream of a future where the mighty, ferocious dragons were free from the restraints of rock and earth, so they could return to the sky they had conquered many generations ago. Chapter 218, The Spirit Library 9. Unforgiving winds usually crowned the tall mountains near the Northern Air Temple. Teo warned them to brace themselves for the dangers before they took off on their latest venture. Still, it seemed Sokka and Angela had lucked out for the day. The breeze was light and easy enough to navigate with the hot air balloon they had borrowed for their latest quest. "All right, this marks the 5th attempt," Sokka called out to Angela, as he steered the balloon closer to the nearest mountaintop. He raised an eyebrow, though, finding his partner had been dozing off on one of the custom seats the machinist had added to his models recently, to make long journeys smoother for the balloon's occupants. His voice had woken her with a jolt, and she rubbed her eyes with the heel of her uninjured hand as Sokka smirked at her. "My princess is drowsy, seems like. You're usually more awake after spending whole nights trampling in the sheets with me, and there was no such mischief happening last night, to boot." Sokka spoke haughtily, and his teasing brought a smile to her face. "It's been a long few months now, I guess," she answered, closing her eyes again. "I think I want to nap for 10 weeks without breaks. Might be I'll regain my energy that way." "What? Fire Nation princesses don't hibernate, what nonsense is this?" Sokka scoffed playfully, and Angela chuckled, shaking her head. "Not to mention, it's not hibernation period, if anything, it's time to wake up and take in the world." "I think I've seen enough of the world as it is," Angela groaned, slumping on her seat. "Surely you'd agree with joining me in bed and not leaving for a very long time, wouldn't you?" Well, if I'm invited to, we can be a pair of hibernating armadillo bears together, then." Sokka finally acquiesced, grinning goofily as he continued to steer the hot air balloon cheerfully. Angela smiled warmly at him as he focused again on working with the airborne vehicle, guiding it higher by adding more fuel to the engine. His cheerful demeanor, that overpouring enthusiasm, was a way to distract her, to reassure her that life didn't have to change in any significant way, no matter what would happen now that Xin Long was off in the depths of a faraway mountain cavern, learning his ways around the group of dragons, warning their colony against traveling under the water the same way he had, so they'd stay safe and sound in their large, beautiful nest. If it weren't for Sokka's occasional jokes and jabs, Angela's mind would be constantly drifting between visiting Xin Long's and drifting off to sleep. The dragon's absence couldn't quite be blamed for that last thing, but after 4 fruitless explorations of the heights of these mountains, they had yet to find the first specimen of the sunflower rosette shrub that Tinya had written about on his letter. He had added a helpful drawing of the plant as well, but until now they hadn't glimpsed it, not even once. "I guess only airbenders ever found that weird plant, huh?" Sokka contemplated, finally guiding the balloon to a good enough landing spot in the nearest mountain. "I can't imagine anyone else working so hard to track down this shrub. See? They could have been pretty dangerous, if just theoretically." Angela smiled. "I have no doubts they could use their bending to suck the very air out of your lungs if they'd had no moral code to abide by, but they also would have been the main, or only nation, with access to plants that could chi-block people with their pollen alone. Fancy that, huh?" The hot air balloon finally found solid ground again, and Sokka worked to stabilize the vehicle. They wouldn't be likely to spend too long here, so it was better to keep the engine running so they could take off at haste once they confirmed there were no shrubs to be found within this mountain as well. So far, the peaks around the Northern Air Temple appeared to be mostly devoid of life, especially the tallest ones. They had chosen to inspect those that weren't quite so close to the cloud level instead, but a light mist still clung to the mountainside, sending chills down their spines and compelling them to stand close together to fend off the cold. "All right, let's see where we've landed this time," Sokka said, an arm wrapped around Angela as he guided her off the balloon. The mountain was elegantly beautiful, with mist swirling gracefully around the occasional trees and vegetation that rose in patches through the rocky grounds. Sokka was ever wary of unstable grounds, most unwilling to topple down an abyss with a still recovering firebender. As much as she claimed to be alright, Sokka hadn't forgotten that Song's instruction had been that Azula shouldn't bend at all, and naturally, she had already broken it again during this trip, just as she had in the Si Wong Desert. He'd rather give her no more reasons to break it again. There's some vegetation here, though. That's a good sign, Azula said, minding her footing. Sokka nodded, fishing in his pants pocket for the drawing Tinya had sent them of the fabled shrub. It's supposed to have a lot of thick leaves, they're hairy, too, he says, Sokka said, crooking an eyebrow. Hairy plants are new to me, I guess, but at least it makes it a pretty unique thing to look for, right? And the flower is yellow, Azula read as well, before glancing across the mountain they had landed on. So, let's find something yellow in all this brown and green, shall we? It's what we need most of all. There's not much use to be found in a shrub without a flower. That's true, very true, Sokka acknowledged. Together, they made further progress away from the hot air balloon as they sought the plant, as intended. 10 minutes passed, and they spotted many strange plants as they walked together, but none with a yellow flower crowning them. The thinning air wasn't quite as bad in this mountain as it was in the taller ones they had visited earlier, but it still wasn't comfortable enough for the princess and her gladiator, both accustomed to living at a much closer level to the ground than where they were right now. Need us to go back yet? Sokka asked, as Azula stopped briefly, breathing deeply. I'm fine. My head's buzzing, though, she said, with a grimace. I'm a little dizzy, Sokka admitted, grinning guiltily, but I think I can take it for a little longer. We might as well explore this place for a bit first. He trailed off at the last word, frowning and then narrowing his eyes as he glimpsed something strange, higher in the mountain, hidden between its ridges. Following the path of his gaze, it wasn't long before Azula spotted it too. That could be it, Azula said, cocking her head to the side. Let's try to get up there. If we can, Sokka said, swallowing hard as he sought the easiest trek through the unwalked mountains. If any airbenders had visited this place, they clearly lived in such harmony with nature that they never felt the need to build a proper path to reach the mountain's higher points. Azula had found herself envying other benders more often than usual as of late, but as she and Sokka struggled not to be overcome by the weather conditions, she couldn't help but wonder if the masters of air would have been entirely unaffected by the ever-thinning atmosphere. After the better part of 20 minutes of hiking slowly, but steadily, through the complicated, slanted wall of the mountainside, they finally reached the yellow flower they had glimpsed from below, to find it was only a yellow flower indeed. The two huffed in disappointment, nearly dropping flat on the ground as they scowled at the petals. Guess we should just go back and find an even smaller mountain, Azula said, as Sokka took his seat and offered her his arms. She wasted no time falling into them. Finding his body colder than it should be, she flared up her inner fire, warming up the two of them as she cuddled against him. Or maybe we should stop this nonsense, Sokka suggested, with a sigh. Not like I'm even convinced about using that bomb against Toph. Maybe you should save it for Combustion Man, then, Azula reasoned, smiling weakly. Sokka stiffened underneath her. You do know everyone's struggled to figure out how to disable that behemoth, so, why not? Well, I don't know, frankly, Sokka admitted, blinking blankly. Might not be the worst idea, come to think of it. But that means we should continue to search, Azula said, pulling away and cupping his face between her warm hands. It's best if we... Sokka waited for a moment, wondering if she'd finish her sentence. Yet it didn't take him long to realize her gaze was poised on something over his shoulder, nearly concealed by a strange, protruding chunk of earth. The leaves were nowhere near as vivid a green as she had expected. They were of a muted, grayish color, and they were poised in a curious spiral, gathering together at the center in a protective, elegant manner. Yet Azula was sure she wasn't hallucinating that, at that very center, there was a hint of yellow. Sokka, she gasped his name, as he remained perplexed under her weight, his head twisted back uncomfortably so he could finally spot what Azula had seen. Okay, maybe we were luckier than we thought, Sokka said, with a weak grin. Good eye, Azula. The kiss he pressed to the side of her head was so sweet and warm Azula was tempted to ask him to stay like that, just for a moment longer, but her lover, for all his apparent disinterest in the bomb he intended to build, was thrilled to finally have come across a specimen of the strange shrub, he hoisted her to her feet as delicately as possible, guiding her by hand towards the earthen ridge. The closer they came, the more victorious they felt. They had found the shrub after all, and fortunately enough, it was spring. There were a few flowers blooming at the center, ready and ripe to have their pollen harvested. "Well, here we are," Sokka said, grinning. "How much do you think we'll need?" "Whatever we can harvest, I guess," Azula said, glancing over the earthy ridge, to find there were other shrubs not too far from where they stood. She smirked. "Well, I'd say leave one flower untouched. Then we can move to harvest the other ones back there." "What, there's more?" Sokka asked, happily surprised. "Damn. All right, then, let's pick up some pollen, shall we?" It was fortunate that neither of them had any pollen allergies, for they had it easy to harvest the pollen and pour it into a small pouch Sokka had brought for this very purpose. Wearing protective gloves and masks they had borrowed in the Northern Air Temple, they proceeded from one plant to the next, until the pouch was full. By then, the gladiator couldn't have been more satisfied with their progress. "All done. This has to be enough for a decent bomb or two," Sokka announced, finally removing the protections and beaming brightly at the closed pouch. "And may we not need more of this pollen ever again." "Surely the plants agree," Azula smirked, and Sokka raised his eyebrows. "Well, I guess it's rude to take their pollen, but I was as nice to them as I could be," Sokka said. "You don't think there's some weird plant spirit that will take vengeance against us because of what I did, do you?" "Regardless of our latest experiences with spirits, I certainly don't," Azula laughed. "That's not what I meant." "Then what did you mean?" Sokka asked, equally confused and curious. "Well, you don't know a lot about plants and their processes, do you?" she asked, biting back a grin that still twitched at the corners of her mouth. "Not really," Sokka admitted, with a shrug. "Not much point in learning about flowers in a frozen pole where the most vegetation we got was seaweed, is there?" "Yeah, I guess so. As far as I can remember, from what I learned in my last years in school," Azula said, raising a hand to touch the yellow petals of the flower. "Pollen is, the means through which plants reproduce." Wait, what?" Sokka exclaimed, his eyebrow twitching. Azula snorted, covering her mouth with a hand fruitlessly to muffle her laughter. "Why you saying I'm harvesting their sperm?" Nearly overcome by her laughter as she was, Azula managed to nod. Sokka stuck his tongue out, shuddering as he inched away from the pouch Azula was holding. "Who the heck has their junk riding in the wind that way? Gross. And how the heck does that even work, Azula? It's not like plants can move. Usually they need birds, or bees, to carry off the pollen to other flowers prepared to receive it." Azula smiled. "Still, I'm far from an expert, so if we have time to spare you can always ask Tinya once we're back in Ba Sing Se." "Frankly, I think I already know more than I ever wanted to," Sokka repeated, shaking his head. "The next flowers I give you won't have any pollen, I promise." "Should be me making that promise, you're the one who's squicked out by the whole thing," Azula laughed, leaning close to kiss his cheek. The way back to the balloon took less time, as each step forward led them to lesser heights. The richer air invigorated them, even if the cold continued to bite at their bodies, underneath their clothes and armor. But as tricky as this final quest had appeared to be, they had succeeded at it after all. Now it's just a matter of delivering the pollen to the mechanist. Sokka recited, with a sigh. "Just that sentence feels wrong now. Thanks for ruining plants for me forever, Azula." "My pleasure," Azula grinned, as Sokka closed the balloon's small door once the two of them were inside it. The balloon's engine was warm and soothing. Returning to its vicinity proved to be a great method to chase away the chill of their previous 4 stops, and it served the same purpose this time, too. Sokka fished for food and water in their prepared bags, offering some to Azula before taking his seat beside her. The princess leaned against his arm, eating comfortably, without quite the same decorum and proper posture that was expected of her. Naturally, Sokka was delighted for it. Time to go back to the air temple, then. Sokka mused, an arm draped around her shoulders. Azula hummed. "It's really cold out here, no kidding, but it's nice to float about in the air like this. Doesn't feel so cold while we're in the balloon." "Are you implying what I think you're implying?" Azula asked. Sokka chuckled. "Well, I would be, if we'd thought to bring blankets or so," he said, tapping the corrugated metal floor of the balloon with his foot. My balloon at home is much more comfortable than this one for escapades, though I guess we could just go for it on these seats, huh? He wiggled his eyebrows with that suggestion, and Angela laughed, burying her face in his shoulder. Sokka smiled, watching her affectionately. His entire body begged him to return to the subtle warmth of the air temple, but his heart and mind roared with the exact opposite demand. Truth be told, he didn't intend to be intimate with Angela right now, but he did want to distract her from her concerns and anxiety for as long as possible. He had already succeeded at doing so many times in the past, most notably after he had nearly died at Zhangjiang's hands all those years ago. By offering Angela a betrothal necklace during their private celebration of her birthday, the princess had finally found the strength to move forward, overcoming the many sorrows that had clouded her heart. Perhaps, then, it would be a good idea to find something else to distract the princess, giving her something else to think about outside of her dragon's solo trip. She wasn't quite as distressed by it as she'd been before they reached the Northern Air Temple, and no doubt she had spoken properly with Xin Long about what would happen in the future. The dragon had said reassuring things, and Angela's mood proved as much, but she was still worried, even if she wanted to bury it deep down inside. It wasn't that Sokka wanted to help her bury her concerns. He knew that couldn't possibly be healthy, let alone for someone who, despite displaying such strength in most regards, was actually quite fragile when it came to matters of the heart. Still, a distraction might just help her feel that the world wouldn't end, regardless of whether Xin Long changed his mind about returning or not. You know, this balloon is better built, sturdier, than the old ones, Sokka mused, his thumb stroking Angela's shoulder softly. Guess the machinist upgraded the design. Angela mused, her eyes closed as she nestled against him. Yeah, he definitely did. I think the balloon itself is much stronger than before, Sokka said, biting his lip before nudging Angela, which, well, inspires me to make a very mischievous request. Mischievous? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows and glancing at him. You really meant what you said about the seats? Well, no, not really, Sokka chuckled, and now his fingers laced through her long hair. It's not that kind of mischief, believe it or not. That's truly hard to believe, coming from you, Angela smirked, placing a hand on his thigh. Sokka gritted his teeth, his blood rushing south despite his intent truly hadn't been erotic. Well, it's still true, but if you insist, I can just go for it right here and now, princess. Don't tempt me, Sokka smiled, though Angela was perplexed now. See, well, these mountains are pretty tall, right? You'd say, maybe, the tallest in the whole world. Truthfully, I wouldn't know. Angela admitted this mountain chain has barely been explored by the Fire Nation, as you know, and what has been explored was mostly for militaristic purposes. Sad as it may be to admit it, I can't say I know what the tallest mountain in the world might be. We should have asked Wan Shi Tong, if you truly wanted to know. Heh. That would have been helpful, Sokka chuckled, pressing a soft kiss to her brow. Then, for my purposes, let's say the genuinely tallest mountain in the world is somewhere in this range, shall we? What for? Angela replied, with an intrigued smile. Oh, you'll see. Sokka snickered, rising to his feet and working to engineer the balloon's ascent once more. Angela watched him with curiosity, though she feared he'd had a leave of his senses. Instead of guiding them downwards, away from the thin air that was difficult to breathe in, Sokka seemed determined to go higher and higher still. He occasionally allowed the balloon to descend anew, providing the two of them with the much-needed opportunity to breathe properly. But his goal remained a puzzle for the confused firebender. Think this one's tall enough? Sokka asked, glancing up at one of the most daunting mountains they'd glimpsed so far. It was so tall its peak was concealed by a film of white clouds. Beats me, Angela replied earnestly, with a shrug. What are you trying to do, Sokka? Oh, you'll see. You and I are off to where no other people have been before. Or, well, other Fire Nation and Water Tribe people. I figure airbenders had done this kind of thing in the past. Considering how thin the air gets, I doubt it, Angela said, though she frowned strangely. It's not feeling so thin right now, though. But maybe it's just because we're getting used to it. Might be. Still, we won't stay long, Sokka grinned, working with the ropes. Can you stoke the engine? It should make this whole crazy ordeal a bit faster if you do. Angela shrugged but smiled, pushing herself up to open the engine's small metal doorway. She should have used the bellows Sokka had kept near the engine at all times, but she chose to pour in her own fire instead. The heat of the mixing flames sent the balloon upwards slightly faster than Sokka had expected, and he gasped when he realized the princess was, yet again, using her bending. "Hey! You're not supposed to do that," he squeaked. "It's my healthy hand, there's no harm being done to the other one," Azula smirked, disregarding his concerns altogether. Sokka huffed, as the balloon rose high enough to reach the edge of the clouds. "Song said you shouldn't bend, and this time you have no excuse to." Ack. Both Azula and Sokka flinched, too focused on their argument to quite ponder what the closeness of the clouds would translate into. Once they were high enough to break past them, cold water chilled them all over again, even though the balloon continued upwards, relentless and unaffected by the charged cloud. Azula shivered, instinctively reaching for Sokka and pulling him towards her. Before he knew it, she had stoked her inner fire as best as she could, and warmth seeped into Sokka's chilled body as he held onto Azula tightly, breathing with difficulty at first, but his heaving chest eased up before long. "Why, you okay?" Azula asked him, and Sokka nodded, his ragged breaths heavy by her ear. I love you. I love you so much," he said, closing his eyes. "See? Sometimes, we have to break Song's orders. It's inevitable, really," Azula said, playfully, and Sokka chuckled. "Still, now that that's done with, what exactly were you trying to?" Her question answered itself once she pulled her eyes away from Sokka, to find the sun shining powerfully upon them. Her breath hitched. The entire world had been replaced by that film of clouds, covering everything in a smooth, beautiful blanket. There were no sounds to be heard beyond those of the hot air balloon's engine, and the rustling of the fabric that continued to hold them strong and steady as they soared high, close to one of the only mountain tops that rose above the clouds. "Why, you wanted us to see this?" Azula asked, her fingers tightening around Sokka's clothes. He snickered but surprised her by shaking his head. "Not quite, but it's beautiful enough as it is, huh?" he said, smiling warmly at her. "Let's see if there's somewhere we can land." They were careful with this new landing, as it promised to be slightly more complicated than they were used to. Any sudden movements would leave them lightheaded, the pressure of the air difficult to cope with, even if they were distracted from the hardships by the bright clouds that spread everywhere the eye could see. It felt like another world, much like the library had, and the Dragon's Cavern. But this place was deserted. Not a soul could be found up on this tall mountain, not a single one but them. The mountaintop proved spacious enough for the hot air balloon to land safely. Still, any mishaps could see them plummeting down to an abyss, and once again, Sokka hoped deeply they wouldn't find themselves hurtling downwards. After traveling on Xin long as often as they had, any potential fear of heights he might have felt was long since cured, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be cautious anyways. "Well, here we are," Azula said, as Sokka pushed the hot air balloon's door open and stepped onto the cold, rocky ground. "And what exactly are we going to do here?" "We're not going to, well. No, we won't have sex on the tallest mountain of the world," Sokka laughed, shaking his head. "You always say it's my mind in the gutter, but like it's anyone's fault but yours that mine is, too," Azula said, wrapping her arms around herself as she stepped down from the basket along with him. "I used to be a lot purer of heart until you came along." "I have no way of knowing if that's true or not," Sokka laughed, slipping his own arms around her waist. Azula crooked an eyebrow, and it remained just as crooked when he leaned down to kiss her softly, his cold lips brushing hers pleasantly regardless of the temperature. "Ah, there we go. You do realize we don't have to come all this way to kiss freely, don't you?" Azula smirked teasingly, and Sokka laughed, his brow against hers, his breath a small, white fog that brushed against Azula's skin. "I always feel like I'm at the top of the world when I kiss you, this time I literally am," he said, with a snicker. Azula nearly snorted. That's what this was about? All along?" she asked, and Sokka chuckled, pressing more kisses to her cheeks and nose. "You can go ahead and say I'm an idiot, I won't contest it," he said, beaming. "But it feels like we're telling the whole world about our love, huh? But no one can see it, because we're hidden behind the clouds. Isn't that what we're always like?" Azula asked, stroking his chest. "Cherishing our love in secret, or as secretly as can be, Anyways. I suppose Sokka conceded, but I thought it'd be a good idea not to hide it from the rest of the world, to a fault. To just show nature what we mean to each other, or spirits, or whatever might be watching over us, if anything does. A silly idea, Azula said, though Sokka recognized the gentle smile on her face. She was moved by his silly idea after all, and that was all he needed to know. She leaned in, stealing one more kiss from his lips, soft and fragile, yet it felt so warm the cold around them faded to the background. Rationally, she knew this was a foolish errand, one that could cost them dearly if she ever stopped stirring her inner fire to keep them both warm, but her heart ached with blissful love for the man who held her so tightly. A unique sense of permanence clung to this tall mountain, perhaps that was what made this kiss so meaningful. For one moment, they could taste eternity in each other's lips. They smiled brightly at one another once their kiss broke, but Azula's chest churned still, knowing this wasn't quite enough to convey the everlasting love they felt for each other. She bit her lip, glancing at the stone peak they were standing in, and she searched her pockets for a slightly surprising tool. What do we need your knife for, if I can ask?" Sokka said, with an awkward grin. Azula laughed. "Back in the day, there was this strange fad in my school," she explained, guiding Sokka towards a protruding rock on the ground. "In our last year, many girls were starting relationships, whether casual, serious, or even arranged ones, and half the desks were covered in weird portmanteaus of the girl and their beloved's name, to say one thing." "Huh?" Sokka smiled, watching as Azula knelt before the rock. He leaned down, wrapped tightly around her, fully aware that, without her warmth, they'd likely be frozen solid within a few minutes of standing out in the frigid peak. "I never really saw the point in doing that on desk tables," Azula admitted, raising her knife. "Not to mention half of the girls would eventually be outraged because their young boyfriends would do something stupid and they'd regret having etched their names together as they had, so they'd try to switch tables with someone else when they weren't paying attention." "Didn't they get in trouble for it?" Sokka asked. Azula smirked. "Several times," she said, and Sokka huffed. "Did you tell on them?" "Oh, no. I merely set the stage so they'd be caught red-handed, or with carved desks they didn't want anymore." Azula shrugged, and Sokka chuckled in disbelieving amazement on her shoulder. "I mainly did that whenever they thought to cleverly swap out my perfect desk table for theirs when I wasn't in the room. I ended up finding out all the damn gossip about their relationships through Ty Lee so I could know who had stolen my desk and retrieve it before it could be a victim to the next boy any of those girls fell for." "You never do talk much about that school," Sokka smiled. "Most the time it sounds boring as hell, but now it looks like you were fighting a childhood war back then too, huh?" "You have no idea," Azula sighed. "Half the class hated me, the other half despised me. For good reason, still, but good reason, as if I was an asshole, remember?" Azula chuckled. "I was even worse as a kid, too. You have no idea. You just needed to meet the right people and find a good place to belong in," Sokka said, tightening his hold around her. "See? Just like this. Can't say I feel like we belong in this mountain all that much." Azula smiled, but she bit her lip and got to work. "But it's also true that I swore 1,000 times that no one would ever catch me jotting down my name into anything in that foolish way, and I'm about to do just that. Guess my perceptions and my vows aren't necessarily truthful every time, huh?" "I wouldn't say that." Sokka smiled, but Azula glanced at him over her shoulder. "If anyone else ever climbs this mountain, they'll find our names carved right here," she said, biting back a grin that escaped her lips all the same. "It's probably a stupid thing to do, but, if you do want the universe to know you kissed me at the top of the world, what better way to do it than by leaving such incriminating evidence right here?" Sokka laughed and leaned close to kiss her. The princess smiled, taking his hand in hers, guiding his right to cup her left. The two held the knife as they began carving their names, together, on that solid rock. By Azula's insistence, they wrote his name first. But after finishing the last symbol that comprised Azula's name, Sokka snickered, and continued to write, triggering further laughter from Azula as he jotted down, "Princess and Gladiator, bonded for eternity." Am I corny? Sure, but this whole situation is as corny as can be. So, just enjoy it. Sokka snickered, kissing her cheek as Azula shook her head. "You're impossible. Now you've made sure that anyone who does come up here will know about our relationship, huh?" Azula asked. Sokka smirked. That's the idea. It's like our own version of the Cave of Two Lovers, to a fault. Just as their love lasts forever underground, ours does up here in the sky. Well, sure. Though it's still carved in a rock, so it's kind of earthbent. Why? Azula mused, before scowling at her own choice of words. Well, damn. I'm talking nonsense the same way you do. Couples infect each other with their bad habits all the time, don't worry about it, Sokka chuckled, kissing her lips softly. Still, if you want the sky to know for sure. Well, we did just kiss up here, what more evidence do you think it needs? Azula smiled, but she couldn't be prepared for Sokka to release her, despite he kept his body pressed to hers, and place his hands at either side of his mouth. I love Azula, and I always will. He bellowed. The loud shout, as well as its contents, were a shot full of adrenaline through Azula's system, and she gasped as her heart raced for what he'd done. For him, altogether. Sokka chuckled and hugged her anew, his cheek against hers. All right, I'm pretty sure I've convinced the sky of the truth now, he said. Azula shook her head, wondering how on earth her cheeks could heat up with such cold breeze brushing against them. Then, should I do the same? She asked. Sokka snorted. Do you want to? To look like a fool before you and the entire cloud-covered planet? Why, of course I do, Azula smirked, and Sokka laughed as she followed his example, her cold hands trembling as she raised them to her mouth. I love Sokka too, and I'll make a fool of myself with him for eternity. By now his laughter was so strong he barely held himself upright while holding her. Azula smiled, turning in his arms to look at him questioningly. Good enough for your liking, husband. You're more than good enough for me in every possible sense, wife, he smiled fondly before cupping her face with his hands. Peace and silence had settled upon the world by now, as the echoes of their voices were long gone. The sunlight wasn't strong enough to fend off the chill, yet Azula's chest, burning brightly with gold fire, exuded enough warmth that neither felt so cold anymore. Surely no one had heard them, no one would know about what they'd done for many years, decades, perhaps even centuries, just as Oma and Shu's love remained protected underground, but that engraved stone, at the top of the tallest mountain, far above a war-torn world, would always serve as a monument to their fulfilled relationship. Whatever might come in the future, they knew they had shared a love without equal, and this mountain would eternally hold the evidence of it, for as long as it stood stalwart, another guardian of their not-so-well-kept secret. Sokka's plan worked perfectly. By the time Azula conveyed the cold was becoming too harsh to fight off with her bending, they returned to the hot air balloon and descended gradually until the air was no longer so cold and thin. Sokka sat beside Azula after ensuring their course was right, and with the princess sitting across his lap, her arms snaked around him, they cuddled with smiles on their faces, liberated from any and all burdens after their innocent, perhaps even childish, escapade. They were still cold by the time they reached the Northern Air Temple, but the hot air system the Mechanist had installed in the buildings proved enough to chase away the worst of the biting cold. They couldn't sit around and warm up at the fireplace in their room, though. They rushed at haste to the Mechanist's office and workshop, joining hands whenever there was no one nearby who might spot their affectionate gesture. Sokka knocked on the door weakly, glancing at Azula to confirm she was all right. The color was evening out on her face, as opposed to the flushed cheeks she'd sported up on the mountain, mostly caused by the cold rather than by their antics. He was still smiling fondly at her when the Mechanist opened the door, sporting a strange hat on his head. "Oh, you're back," he said, and Sokka turned his grin towards the man. "Did you find that flower, then?" "Took us a while, but yeah," Sokka said, biting his lip as Azula retrieved the pouch of pollen from her pocket. "It better be enough for what we need. I really don't think we can take off on another trip like this one." "We were lucky it wasn't even windy today," Azula said. "The weather might not take it easy on us if we try it a second time around." "Oh, rest assured, this will suffice. You won't have to force yourselves any further," said the Mechanist, taking the pouch in his hands. "Well, then. I suppose you'd like to design these weapons with me, Sokka?" "Sure, and we'll need to test them properly too, right?" Sokka said, shrugging before glancing at Azula. "You could go warm up in the room if..." "What for?" "Might as well watch you two work, ought to be more entertaining," Azula said, smiling nonchalantly. "Besides, you need a voice of reason to put a stop to your work whenever it's time for meals and sleep, don't you?" Yeah, that's actually a very good idea, the machinist said, nodding enthusiastically. If you have any suggestions too, feel free to share them. Sokka grinned. You're the smartest one here, after all. Is that so? Azula asked, folding her arms over her chest as Sokka snickered and entered the mechanist's office. His unabashed flattery was usually a source of amusement. This time it wasn't different, though it flustered the princess as well, especially when she noticed the machinist was eyeing her with a small grin on his face. A grin that, naturally, vanished once Azula noticed it. Off to work it is. No distractions. Say, were you testing the snack hat? Sokka asked, grinning wildly at the machinist, eyes drifting to the top of his head. Oh, yes, but there's some hygiene hazards, naturally. The machinist said, relieved to have something else to talk about while they prepared the room to begin the bomb's design and experiments. What hygiene hazard could there be in a hat? Sokka asked, confused. The machinist grinned awkwardly. Well, the compartment isn't perfect just yet. And no one wants to eat food with dandruff, so. Ew. See. Azula laughed quietly at their conversation, taking her seat on an available chair, not too far from the table the machinist was clearing for their new work. After further discussion over the mechanist's other projects, including Sokka's acknowledgement of the mechanist's modifications to the hot air balloons, the pair began to work, debating different methods to weaponize the pollen for Sokka's use. Azula dozed off without her awareness, nodding off to sleep once, then twice. She fought it off at first, but upon confirming Sokka and the machinist weren't making that much progress yet, she decided to take a short, sitting nap. She felt comfortable and safe enough to do so, as long as Sokka was nearby, and she closed her eyes, connecting her mind and heart to her dragons briefly, to find he was playing at chasing the smaller dragons of the cavern, who were delighted by the fully grown dragon's childishness. Xian Long's peaceful happiness spread to her, and Azula smiled as she allowed herself to slumber for a few hours. By the time she woke up, it seemed the two men had finally made important decisions regarding the final form of their latest enterprise. So, not a bomb, but a dispensing device. Sokka said, stroking his stubble, and we have to concoct a liquid mix of the pollen with that catalyzing substance. Well, you're the one who suggested the dispensing device. The sprayer. The machinist suggested, with a shrug. And you have a point, it's much better if you can direct the substance away from you, isn't it? If it's supposed to chi block just by inhaling it. Yeah, I guess I'm just so used to my smoke bombs I'd never considered protecting myself from my weapons should be a priority, Sokka said, with a weak grin. Alright, then. If you want, you can get started with the experiments for the liquid, and I'll try to make a design of the sprayer, okay? Sprayer. Azula repeated, and Sokka jumped on his chair. Oh, you woke up? He said. She nodded shyly. Just now, I missed a lot of your plans, I suspect, she said. Sokka grinned and shook his head. You didn't miss anything major, don't worry, he said, though we're not going to make it a bomb now, if we can help it. I remembered the Med Alchemist's weapon, you know? The fake fire-bending one. Ugh. That one. Azula said, her eyebrow twitching, and Sokka chuckled. Yeah, I know you hated it. But see, he could use it to release fire, controlling it somehow. Maybe he had a gauge or something, I don't know, but the point is, it spread fire pretty far and wide. So, I thought, can't we do something like that with a gas as well? And then the machinist suggested it might even be better to do it with a liquid, which is better, surely? I don't know how to turn pollen into outright gas, so. You'll make pollen soup, then, Azula said, smiling. Sounds, disturbing. Why you, stop making me think about your weird botany knowledge, will you? Sokka squeaked, and Azula laughed with abandon at his squeamishness. The machinist had already begun gathering his implements to work on composing a liquefied pollen brew, but he smiled to himself as he overheard the conversation between the princess and her gladiator. They were, without a doubt, far more careless now, free to be as open about their relationship as they dared, and it showed in the spontaneous, unrestrained conversations they held, in that unusually honest laughter that poured from the princess's lips, in Sokka's earnest smile when he had noticed Azula was awake. By now he found himself wondering how on earth hadn't he made the connection sooner, back during their first visit, for, clearly, these two were absolutely efficient and talented at anything but hiding their love for one another. The two inventors worked gradually, with the machinist theorizing formulas on paper, and eventually testing his ideas on small cups, too, while Sokka doodled designs for his dispensing device. Angela had watched him work passively for a while, but she picked herself up before long and paced the office, watching as the machinist worked. She reassured him she was only sating her curiosity when he nearly bounded off his chair nervously by her hawk-like surveillance, and eventually she approached Sokka, who was growling after tossing off another crumpled paper over his shoulder. "And what's eating away at you?" Angela said, standing beside him, close enough for her thigh to brush against his arm. Despite being in contact with her body was soothing, Sokka only gazed at her with resignation. "I'm not sure how to make this work. I know the logic of it, but it's confusing," he said, scratching the back of his head. "The Mad Alchemist had something like a valve, I guess? And that's where the volatile substance was contained. It couldn't possibly be volatile until it came into contact with air, right? But, if so, how did he keep it from backfiring? How doesn't the whole contraption catch fire once you allow the slightest opening?" Well, that's a whole other matter, isn't it? You're not trying to recreate his success, you're trying to take inspiration in it for your own purposes," Angela said, a hand on his shoulder. "Let's see. If you make a pollen soup." "Ew. Hush. You'll have boiled down the components of the pollen into liquid," Angela continued. "Liquids can turn into gases, as water does. Right. Right? I thought that too, but I also thought, that requires high temperatures, right? Like steam. We were floating amidst some terribly cold clouds only a while ago. And wandering mountains covered in mist to find that pollen," Angela said. Sokka glanced at her, his defeated eyes suddenly alive once again. "Heat isn't the only way to turn liquids into a gas." "Right," said Sokka, stroking his chin. "As far as my knowledge and experiments have yielded." The machinist chimed in, stirring the content of a cup. "The difference between the stages of matter is a matter of, well, the closeness of the components, so to speak. Heat promotes expansion, cold promotes retraction. Therefore, water becomes steam if it's hot, and ice if it's cold. But, if you figure out another method to expand or contract matter, you wouldn't need heat or cold." "Makes sense, too," Sokka said, his eyebrow twitching. "How, though? I mean, it sounds like I need to separate the smallest elements of the substance. How do I? Wait a minute, how about a strainer?" "A strainer?" Angela repeated, and Sokka glanced at her eagerly. "It'd have to have smaller holes than the usual, I guess, but it could work," he said, stroking his chin. "I'd just need to devise a system that enables me to push the substance through the only exit within the device, and it'll be covered by a strainer-like lid, so it'll force the liquid to separate. I can do that." Angela blinked blankly but said nothing. Sokka's renewed enthusiasm was nice to see, and something was rather appealing about watching him work so hard with inventions. She ended up smiling as she leaned against his desk, watching him doodle possible designs for his sprayer. After several, far more spirited attempts, he had drawn a container and added a valve to seal it, as well as his planned strainer-wrapped nozzle, from where the strained liquid would escape. Once he was satisfied with his design, he fished through the mechanist's pre-designed gadgets until he found a valve small enough for his purposes. The container was easier to come by, and he worked steadily to fit them together. The nozzle was slightly more complex to design, and he settled for wrapping the metallic net of a strainer, superposed upon itself thrice to ensure the components would break apart as he intended. It was already dark out when he was finished, and only then did Angela realize that the machinist wasn't the only workaholic within the room. "You've been at this the whole afternoon, don't you think you've progressed enough by now?" Angela asked, as Sokka poured water into the container. "Just a sec, I'll be done as soon as I test this," he mumbled, filling the container to the brim. He sealed it with his valve and strainer nozzle before aiming it towards an empty wall. His heart was racing as he breathed deeply. This had better work. "Okay, here goes nothing," he said, opening the valve quickly and carefully. To no results. Angela blinked blankly as Sokka scowled, he needed something to push the water out. It was obvious now that he was finally finished. He groaned, shaking his head. Okay, that was stupid, but maybe I can check if the nozzle works, at least. He said, tilting his device downwards. The water poured out in a stream, without looking any different from what it looked like if there were no nozzle with a strainer in the way. Sokka groaned again, falling to his knees on the puddle of water that only grew larger as he continued to pour water on the floor. Damn it! I'm useless. He whined, only for Azula to step forward and take his device away. You're not useless, but now you're drenched in water because you're careless, she said, with a sarcastic smirk. Honestly, Sokka. All that work, for nothing, he whined. I should have thought nothing was going to get pushed out. There was nothing to push it out, and obviously the water was just going to be water. Straining it, it wasn't going to work. Ugh, I'm useless. Stop saying that, damn you, Azula said, yanking him up. You're just tired, and you've been working too hard. You need to eat and rest. That's all. Do I? Sokka said, sighing heavily. Well, maybe you need a distraction to inspire you, too, she whispered softly. Those words did elicit a reaction in him, as Sokka raised his eyebrows and glanced at her with uncontained curiosity. Am I worth distractions after what I just did? He asked. Azula smiled and shrugged. Might be. It's fun to watch you work, even if you don't succeed as fast as you hope to, she said, tugging him towards the door. Come on, you need some food in your stomach, and you need some too, by the way. The Mechanist, as ever engrossed with his work, jumped at Azula's words. He blinked blankly, apparently only raising his head away from his concoction for the first time in hours right now. Ah. Food, the Mechanist said, simply. I forgot. Teo will be upset if I don't eat. It's true. All right, let's stop for now. The Mechanist complied far more easily than expected, and to Sokka's mild envy, it seemed to be because his experiments with the pollen had been successful so far. He had even felt slightly numb upon inhaling some of the steam accidentally, so he was sure the substance would prove effective for their purposes. Teo was delighted to hear his father's work was paying off, but Sokka only sighed as he sat by the table, toying with his food as he went through his designs in his head for the umpteenth time. What are you thinking now? Azula asked, poking him lightly with an elbow to bring him out of his daze. Sokka returned to his food once he was called back to his senses by her touch and words, and he shrugged lightly as a response. Sokka. We need something like the bellows for strengthening fire, is what I thought, he mumbled. If I had something like that attached to the end of the container, then it'd replace the valve and I'd just press the bellows end. And it'd still pour out like a stream of water, wouldn't it? Likely, Azula agreed, and Sokka sighed. You need to stop stressing about it. We still have some time, don't we? I suppose. How much time, though? He asked, raising an eyebrow. With everything that's happened, I've pretty much lost track of time. We still have 4 days left, I think, Azula said. I'd rather it were 3, since we shouldn't return to Ba Sing Se at the very last moment, but if your creation requires it, we can be more flexible. 3 days, Sokka repeated, swallowing hard. Oh, well. Maybe a miracle will happen. Such an optimist, said Azula, smirking, and Sokka turned his hopeless eyes on her. You really think I can pull this off? He asked. You really think you can't overcome this challenge? Azula said, raising her eyebrows. For all these years you've been stubborn as a rock, you'll give up so easily at the first failure. Or is it you're just embarrassed that your efforts didn't pay off while I was around? Yeah, no doubt that makes it worse, Sokka admitted, and Azula shook her head, smiling fondly at him. I still believe in you, you dummy. Come on, eat up. You'll do best to energize yourself, and then get enough rest so you can work tomorrow with a clear head. Sokka nodded and obeyed, finishing his plate after a few more minutes, no matter how unappetizing he found the meal. Still, by the time he had followed Azula to her room, and she had started the fire in the hearth as she had intended to, the warmth offered immediate relief for his exhausted body. You really think I'll do better by tomorrow? Sokka asked, and Azula nodded as he sank in the bed, falling flatly on his back. I'll have to trust you on that, then. Right now, beyond that bellows idea, I can't think of anything else. Maybe a pump of some sort? push the liquid out, but then it'll likely still be liquid, won't it? Probably. And you know what else I think? Angela asked, as she removed her armor and set it down at the foot of the bed. Pondering his invention as he was, Sokka didn't notice what the princess was up to until she stood by the bedside, slowly removing her belt and pulling her tunic over her head afterwards. Her black shirt rode up over her body, exposing her abdomen partially once she was finished removing the tunic, and by then she had the chance to glimpse Sokka's dumbstruck, jaw-dropped expression as he took in what she was up to. Inevitably, she smirked. "You do need a distraction, I already said so," Angela continued, taking her shirt off next. Her dark hair fell smoothly out of the tall collar of her shirt, and she was left with most her torso exposed for his greedy, wanting eyes, and I can't think of a better one to offer than. She hardly had to say another word, let alone did she need to tug off her chest bindings. Sokka sat up briskly and as good as pounced on her, prompting Angela to laugh as the rest of her words were lost somewhere within his voracious kisses. As spirited as their love-making was, the long-standing exhaustion didn't allow them to frolic under the sheets for as long as they would have liked. They sank into each other's arms, resting in absolute relaxation. Angela's attempt to distract Sokka proved to be completely successful, as was obvious by how easily he fell asleep. But as tired as he was, soon enough he was drifting between consciousness and dreams, and his thoughts were muddled by a strange mix of ideas. He remembered his fruitless efforts to create a gas dispenser, and the machinist in Angela's words about the stages of matter. Heat isn't the only way to turn liquids into a gas. Clouds. They had floated amongst clouds, been drenched by their ridiculously cold water particles, and they had nearly been breathless when the balloon soared high when they weren't prepared for the thinness of the air. Why was the air so thin, though? What did thin air entail, exactly? Clouds lingered in the air without falling for many hours often, whether they were charged with water or snow. There were different types of clouds, too. Why? How were clouds formed? Evaporation, of course, but what next? If it were merely a matter of evaporation, the particles of water would float away without stopping, but they did stop and formed clouds. And if the clouds were heavy enough, they'd fall back to the ground as rain. Why stop where they did, though? Why did the particles slow down at the levels where they did? Pressure. He blurted the word out loud, without his awareness. Yet when it sank in, his eyes flew open and he gasped. Pressure. That's it. Pressure. He said, his chest heaving. And, naturally, waking the woman who had been resting atop it. Sokka. She said, her voice faint. Oh. Shit, Angela, I'm sorry, he said, smiling apologetically as he stroked her hair. I think I've got it. Or at least, part of it. What do you know, your idea to distract me worked. Right, but it's still dark out, Angela groaned, burying her face in the bed's pillow now. Couldn't you get it by dawn, instead? I'm sorry, love, Sokka said, leaning close, and pressing a kiss to the top of her head as he scrambled off the bed, but this feels like a real breakthrough, you know. Where the hell do you think you're going? Angela snarled, reaching out hopelessly for her lover, who was fishing for clothes inside his bags. I'll be back before you know it, Sokka said, smiling sadly at her. I just want to go write down this possibility and, if the machinist is awake already, maybe run it by him? Then by morning we can get to work and, if it works, the last bit of this quest will finally be over. So, just bear with me? If you can. I'd bear with you if you stayed here. Angela as good as pouted, her face pressed against the pillow, her eyes still closed. If the machinist isn't out and about, I'll be back real quick, Sokka said, grinning as he fastened his belt over the trousers and blue robe he had already fastened over his body. Might be I'll even be able to give you a proper good morning and everything. You'd better. After all I pampered you last night. Angela sighed. Sokka chuckled and kissed her brow. You're the best, Angela. And you're the worst. You'd be the best too if you stayed put here all night, but you do you, she said stubbornly, and Sokka smiled sadly before kissing her lips softly. I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you, he said, stroking her hair before standing up. I'll see you in a bit, okay? Ugh, fine, but I'm sleeping more, Angela groaned, turning about in bed to find a more comfortable position, rolling towards Sokka's side so she could bask in his warmth for a little longer. as she ever did. Sokka smiled fondly at his grumpy princess, and before leaving the room he took care to stir the fire's dying embers anew, so Azula wouldn't go cold while he was gone. With one last glance at her graceful sleeping figure, Sokka released a love-struck sigh and took off, reminding himself again of his sudden idea and endeavoring to fulfill it. He opened the door to the mechanist's office, expecting to find it empty, yet when he spotted the balding man glancing at him with confusion, sitting at his desk, with the firefly lantern offering him a dim light with which he could continue testing his experiments, he wondered why on earth he had assumed the man would be asleep. He barely had slept at all back when they'd first visited the temple. Something wrong? The mechanist asked, but Sokka shook his head, a wild grin on his face. A thought came to me. I think I know what we really need, pressure. Sokka announced, spreading his arms out excitedly. Yet his words weren't quite as fulfilling for the mechanist. The man's uneven eyebrows twitched, and his mouth twisted into a wary grimace. I think you know better than anyone that I don't work better under pressure, so. What? No, not that kind of pressure. Oh, for crying out loud, Sokka sighed, shaking his head as he took his design and showed it to the mechanist. If we had any sort of pressurized liquid within this container, releasing it all through a small opening might give us the very result we're looking for. A spray of disseminated liquid. So, a gas. Ah. The mechanist said, stroking his beard with interest, his nervousness long gone now and the pressure, achieved through air, surely? That could work. Though I guess it'd all have to be released in one go, huh? Sokka reasoned, biting his lip. I can't think of a way to keep the container filled both with the air and the substance to a point where it could be replenished easily, so. A smaller container could be the solution, then. A one-time use container. Said the mechanist, biting his lip before smiling at Sokka. And I have a gas at our disposal that we might be able to use for our purposes, if you must know. Oh? You do? Sokka asked, and the mechanist smiled proudly. I know I wasn't supposed to craft the bombs the Fire Lord asked me to, he said, and Sokka frowned in confusion at those words. At least, I didn't have to make them anymore. But the princess's idea of using the gas underneath us for other purposes, well, it didn't escape me. So, I've added a pipeline that connects with the gas chamber below. And with it, we can create, well, a dangerous enough concoction, I'd say, but a handy one, too. So, what do you say we give it a try? Wary, yet curious, Sokka smiled and nodded. Within moments, the two were hard at work crafting new models of the dispensers, smaller but sturdy enough to contain the liquid the mechanist had seemingly perfected. Yet, for the sake of testing things, they crafted the initial experiments with water instead. There was no way of knowing if the gas would react properly upon mixing with the volatile gas, and it would be better to test it later. It was already bright outside when the two inventors were as good as finished with their prototype, and when a princess woke up in her temporary room to find her traveling companion and secret husband was nowhere around. She groaned with irritation, pushing herself off the bed in all her naked glory, and she sought clean clothes to change into while wondering why on earth Sokka had to take after her worst traits rather than her better ones. Being an overachiever doesn't suit him, not in the least, she grumbled after fastening her armor in place and walking to the bed. To slip her feet into her boots, that's supposed to be my area of expertise, but of course, he has to go and prove he's the greatest inventor of all time. Marvelous, really, and then I wake up alone when we finally have a chance to wake up together for at least 2 or 3 days without anyone poking their noses into our business. She had no intentions to continue her personal rant as she opened the door, yet she flinched upon finding that, for the second time since their arrival in the Northern Air Temple, a young man in a wheelchair was at the other side of the doorway. Oh, sorry if I startled you. Teo said, grimacing. I wasn't trying to pry into anything, I just thought I'd check Sokka is with you. Why would you feel the need to check that? Azula asked, uneasy. Because my dad isn't in his room, Teo answered, his expression switching from concern to deadpan. I actually made sure he'd go to bed last night, but I suspect he woke up early anyhow and got back to work. And then I wondered if maybe he'd come and fetched Sokka too. Worse yet, Sokka took off halfway through the night without needing your father's encouragement, Azula said, with a dry grin. No doubt those two are brilliant, but they can't seem to remember they're human, Teo sighed, turning around as he and Angela started the way to the mechanist's office. They opened the door carefully upon hearing loud voices inside, though they sounded enthusiastic, to both Angela and Teo's mild surprises. They exchanged an intrigued glance before the princess pushed the door open to find her lover holding his dispenser in his hands, pointing the nozzle at the same free wall from yesterday. So focused as he was, he hadn't even noticed the door at the other side of the office was open. "Okay. Try it, Sokka," the mechanist exclaimed, and the gladiator gritted his teeth before pulling the valve open. The contents of the dispenser poured out with a light hissing sound. A cloud of small, white water particles hovered in the air after being expelled abruptly, and it dropped slow and gradually. Sokka didn't quite watch the last droplet touching the floor, though. The mechanist had squealed in celebration, and the man had rushed to embrace Sokka impulsively. By the time they noticed they weren't alone, they had jumped in place cheerfully for a few moments, only alerted to being watched by someone when they heard Angela's snort of laughter. "Angela! You got here just on time," Sokka exclaimed, grinning wildly as he released the mechanist and rushed towards her. "It worked. It actually worked. I mean, it took us 2 attempts. The volatile gas turned out to be no good for this, but the mechanist has always worked with different kinds of air and compositions of it, so on our 2nd attempt, you found a composition of air that blended with the water somehow," Angela guessed, but Sokka shook his head. "They don't blend at all. They're balanced at high pressure within the container," he announced, beaming as he showed the small, empty device to her. "If we do it now with the concoction the mechanist prepared, we'll be set." "Well, damn," Angela said, smiling approvingly. "Here I had feared I'd find you beating your head against a wall in frustration, but you figured out your predicament after all, huh?" "I did." Sokka grinned excitedly. "Now all we have to do is fill the prototype with the substance, and then test it on someone to make sure it can chi block and dampen bending, and you still haven't had any breakfast, have you?" Angela's simple question paralyzed Sokka in the middle of his rambling. Both him and the mechanist blinked blankly, while Angela sighed with a smile on her face, and Teo chuckled. "You're a bad influence on Sokka, Dad," Teo said, wheeling himself into the office only to drag his father outside. Come on, you guys need food." "Again?" Sorry, the mechanist chuckled but nodded, following his son to the dining hall, the princess and her gladiator not far behind them. As opposed to dinner, Sokka was in high spirits now. His success had done away with his misery in the blink of an eye. Angela convinced him to clean up before returning to the mechanist's office, and after the place was cleared for their use, Angela snuck in and joined him for a quick shower. It was risky, Sokka thought, for Angela to do something so bold in broad daylight, despite they had instructed the mechanist to say the princess was taking a mid-morning nap if anyone asked. Yet her determination to clean up with him, so she could arrive at the mechanist's office with Sokka once the fully prepared prototype was set to be tested for the first time, made more sense when she said 6 foreboding words. "You should test it on me." Sokka froze cold, turning slowly towards Angela, dread spreading in his stomach at her simple, straightforward delivery. The mechanist was startled, as was Teo, but no one was quite as aghast as Sokka. "What the? No. Hell no!" Sokka finally exclaimed, his eyebrow twitching. Angela rolled her eyes. "Why on earth would we test it on you? That's ridiculous, I'm the one who should." "Did you become a bender at some point in the past few hours?" Angela asked, skeptical. Sokka flinched because, as far as I can tell, a substance meant to be used against benders would be best tested against willing benders, and see? Here I am, good to go and willing to endure it, so. But, no. Sokka squeaked, unwilling to acknowledge her logic, sound as it was. He turned to the mechanist, frantic. "Surely there's earthbenders here somewhere, right? Let's use them." "Against their will?" Angela asked, amused. "Wow, you definitely do have a dark streak of your own, Sokka." "Well, they might not be that unwilling," the mechanist said, and Sokka's face lit up with hope. "If they existed, that is. We never had any benders in our group." The mechanist's last words felt like a sucker punch to the gut to Sokka. Speechless, breathless, horrified by the circumstances, he was left to glare at the floor in utmost horror. His new creation, tested on the woman he loved, of all people? That was absolutely unthinkable. We don't know how safe this is, he said, glancing at Angela warily. She shrugged. That's the point, isn't it? To make sure it's as safe as can be, Angela said, is there anything particularly toxic within that substance? Oh, well, the pollen itself isn't very healthy. I sniffed some by accident while brewing it and my face felt numb, said the machinist, grinning awkwardly, but, beyond that, no. I've mixed it with certain preparations that are perfectly safe and promote evaporation, as well as catalyzers that should enhance the brew's effect, but so far, I've seen no evidence that they leave any lasting damage in living beings. Then where's the harm in it? Angela said, turning a sly smirk on Sokka. Come on, I know I'm a firebender instead of an earthbender, but she and I are supposed to be prodigies. If your creation can thwart my bending, you can be sure it'll work with hers. But I don't want to spray you with this. Sokka said, grimacing as he gestured at the first prepared dispenser, resting on the table where it was. Then give it to someone else and let them do it, Angela shrugged. Sokka's wimpy whining switched to protective irritation in an instant. If anyone else sprays you with it, I'll probably try to punch them, he admitted. His words caused both the machinist and Teo to flinch before putting some distance between themselves and the gladiator. Angela, however, laughed. You're impossible, Angela said, picking up the dispenser to hand it to a most unwilling Sokka. She was forced to fish his hand out from his pocket, where he hid it as soon as he realized she meant to entrust the prototype to him. Sokka. I can't shoot you with something that will hurt you. It goes against everything I am. He pouted. Angela rolled her eyes, shaking her head before surprising him by pressing her body against his. Her move was bold, far too bold for someone keenly aware of their company, especially as, unlike how it was during their week-long trip during Sokka's birthday, the people within the office were fully aware of who they were. Even then, that didn't stop Angela, no matter if it brought a prominent blush to Sokka's face. I know you don't want to hurt me, goofball, she said, softly, her head against his neck. Sokka swallowed hard, his arms itching to hold her, but he didn't quite dare do as much just yet. But this is the best way I can help you right now. And that's my job as your sponsor, isn't it? And my duty is, well, you know what. She pulled away, cupping his chin gently with one hand. Her eyes were clear, her face honest, a gentle determination nestling peacefully in her very soul. Sokka was at a loss for words, whether to oppose her insistence or agree with her, but he couldn't speak anew before the princess placed the small container in his hands. Sokka gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, before wrapping his fingers around the weapon. Angela smiled. All right then. Whenever you're ready, she said, stepping back towards the wall he had aimed his experimental devices towards before. Sokka breathed deeply, knowing he would regret this. He was regretting it already, even if Angela seemed so certain of it, so determined to see it through to the end. Of all people in the world, the last one he'd ever want to hurt was her. Yet he had no choice but to do so, raising the dispenser with one hand, the other on the valve. You ready? Sokka asked. Angela nodded. Close your eyes, just in case. I don't know if this thing could harm them, so, better be careful. As you wish, Angela said, following his advice. The gladiator breathed deeply and steeled himself. Here we go, he said, and he yanked the valve open. The yellowish substance sprayed Angela, and she flinched upon receiving some of it on her exposed skin. Nothing seemed to change at first for the princess, beyond the strange scent of pollen and chemicals that now clung to her. Her nostrils felt somewhat clogged, and she felt an urge to sneeze. Can you bend? The mechanist's voice drifted towards them. By this point, Angela had nearly forgotten the man was around. She opened her eyes now that the substance had drifted to the floor, raised her uninjured fist and drew forth her fire power. Sokka's eyes widened with horror when the flames that poured from her fist were orange. Huh. It does work, Angela said, watching the fire fade far faster than her usual flames did, though I can still bend, but it's weaker than before. What? No. That's wrong, that's so wrong. Sokka exclaimed, horrified. Come here, Angela. Sokka. You need fresh air, right now. He declared, grabbing her left wrist and pulling her towards the door. What little of the substance he had unleashed at her didn't affect him much, as most of it had already drifted to the ground. Add more pollen to the mix. Angela said to the machinist over her shoulder, needs some more to be really effective. Right. The machinist said, as Sokka finally succeeded at dragging the princess out of the office and to the corridors of the air temple. Sokka stormed fast through the building, rushing towards the nearest open courtyard of the temple. He only stopped once they reached it, and he turned to assess Angela's health with frantic concern. Breathe in the fresh air, okay? He said, as much of it as you can, that damn thing should be out of your system soon, hopefully. Ugh, why did I let you talk me into this? Angela laughed, taking his hand and guiding him towards a stone bench, the work of ancient airbenders. Sokka clearly found no amusement in the situation, pouting even after Angela had taken her seat, effectively ensuring she'd relax and rest better than she would have by staying on her feet. You know, there's a really drab and silly proverb, if it can even be called that Ty Lee would recite a lot back when we were younger, Angela said, once he sat beside her. Well, to be specific, she recited it whenever any of the boys she was dating broke her heart in various ways. Huh. Sokka said, grimacing. It goes. No man who's worth your tears will give you cause to cry, or so Angela said, chuckling softly. Sokka tensed up, glancing at her with uncertainty. I don't know if it successfully warned any girls off the dreadful boys who cause them no end of strife, but that's obviously its intent. I guess that means, crap, Sokka said, a strange, uncomfortable ticklish feeling spreading under his skin. The feeling of unease, of not being good enough. Well, I can't say I'd feel better about life if I was worth your tears, so. Angela smiled, raising her eyebrows. You're taking it very literally, aren't you? Well, I have made you cry, and I hate myself for it, but that doesn't change that I did it, Sokka said, hanging his head. Am I not supposed to take it literally, then? Well, you can, but it's not a phrase that really applies to us, not as it is, Angela said, smiling weakly. For one thing, you've made me cry in a myriad of ways. Sokka grimaced, only discouraged further by her words, even though Angela laughed softly at his reaction. I don't think I had ever cried of laughter until after I met you, she said, and his disheartened gaze brightened up. Well, in all the years I lived without knowing you, I definitely must have only smiled or laughed about as much as I have within, a week or so with you. Surely that must be the case. Well, good, Sokka said, a small smile on his face. If I can make you happy. No one can do it quite as well as you can, for sure, Angela said, breathing deeply and closing her eyes as for other, less pleasant kinds of tears, though. I wonder if you know about the first time I cried because of you. Well, wasn't it when we had that big falling out? Sokka asked, gritting his teeth. Wrong, Angela said, smiling proudly. Well, you couldn't know, of course. Toph had beaten you to a pulp, after all. Wait, what? Sokka frowned, and Angela shrugged. After I brought you aboard my palanquin, I kept saying reassuring things to you that I'm pretty sure I'd never said to anyone ever before. I thought, later on, that I just felt responsible for you. You were my gladiator, after all, yet feeling responsible for someone doesn't necessarily result in shedding tears for them, does it? I had no idea, Sokka said. As much as he had brought Angela here for fresh air, his lungs couldn't seem to find any of it, breathless as he was all of a sudden. How would you have known? Angela said, with a light laugh. That was the first time you apologized for something you had no reason to apologize for, setting a trend for yourself. Either way, I took your hand, because you were waving it aimlessly, and you didn't settle down until I'd clasped it. Then you said you were sorry, and, the next thing I knew, I was crying. I don't think I cried too much. The realization of what I'd done was surprising enough later on, once I was more level-headed, but that only proved this phrase wrong and right at the very same time, didn't it? Because I was worth your tears? Sokka asked. Angela smiled and nodded. If anything. Ember Island comes to mind as well, she said. You saved me from myself, have done so for a long time, in a myriad of ways. But that day, you told me a monster wouldn't care. That my tears were proof of my humanity, right? So, how could I ever think less of you for any tears I've shed because of you, or before you, or over you? I think that's not really what that phrase was trying to say. Sokka mumbled, shyly now. Angela laughed again. That's the thing about analogies, you see, people think they only have one meaning, but the truth is that they're images, allowing countless possible interpretations, Angela said, and the less accurate ones are open to many contradictions, too. I'm not trying to say I enjoy the pain and sorrow in any way, of course, but if there's one thing about that phrase that I'd still believe in, it's that some people are worth it. And no one I've ever known is worthier than you. Sokka gazed at her in silent confusion and amazement, as well as disagreement. How could he ever be worth any of those things? Yet the princess reached for his hand, covering it with hers. We're not the same people we were when we first met, that goes without saying, she observed. Hell, we're not even the same people who came to this temple the first time. That our relationship is even more obvious now than it was in the past speaks loudly enough about how different we are, doesn't it? In a sense, yeah, Sokka said, smiling weakly. We probably weren't worth each other's sorrows a long time ago. Angela admitted there was enough bad blood between us that, had either of us backed down from the challenge we posed for each other, it really wouldn't have been much of a surprise. Strangely, though, you never gave up on me. And I was too clingy to let go of you, so. Clingy? Sokka repeated, amused. Angela laughed softly, shaking her head. It's the shameful truth, she said. Either way, that we stuck it out and worked for our partnership, and for our love, has brought us this far. So, by now, neither of us ever wants to hurt the other, right? And every decision we make them by thinking of what the other needs, even if we'd agreed that we couldn't prioritize each other over the rest of the world. True enough, Sokka said, smiling sadly. It was yet another of many promises we couldn't uphold, I suppose. And the worst part is, the better things get between us, because somehow they only ever do, the more I think prioritizing each other is perfectly fine and good. Angela bit her lip as she smiled mischievously at him. It's reckless, I'm sure, but you can't help it anymore, can you? Sokka said. Well, good. Because neither can I. Going evenly at everything, as we always do. Angela smiled, leaning closer to him, enough that her head could rest on his shoulder. In plain view as they were, Sokka wrapped his arms around her body, pressing a soft kiss to the side of her head. That's why I know you don't want to hurt me at all, be it with a test for your spraying device or anything else. I trust you, Sokka. You always put my needs before yours, unnecessary and ridiculous as that may be at times. They're never ridiculous, Sokka pouted. Again, Angela laughed softly against him. See? When you act like this, how could you think you are not worth any strife I might need to undergo for your sake? Angela asked, raising her head. Sokka sighed, cupping her cheek. Her intent had become more obvious as the conversation continued, but his chest hurt for it all the same. This wasn't anything that severe, he knew, and he surely was kicking up a ruckus over nothing. Everything indicated the damage to Angela's system would only be temporary. Yet, I know you want to protect me and keep me safe, Angela said, but I want to do the same for you. And, presently, I don't know of any other way to achieve this goal other than by helping you test your new weapon. If it goes well, you'll be able to use it safely in combat, and then Toph, and any dangerous rivals you might have, won't ever have a chance to hurt you again. Whatever I have to sacrifice to ensure that, I will. Just as I know you'd do the same for me, if the need ever arose. Sokka clenched his grip around her, fingers tight around her clothes before pulling her in for a tighter hug. He buried his face in her shoulder, and Angela caressed his back gently, her eyes closed as she hoped her warmth would reassure him, even if her words had only distressed him further. Still, the lack of protest from him seemed to indicate he might give in and accept her role as the test subject of his newest creation, as much as it might pain him. She continued to smile reassuringly at him, with far more enthusiasm once she could bend her blue fire, and gold, as she always could. Sokka smiled gently at her for it, as she tested the skills while resting against his side. Not long after she had recovered fully, they returned to the mechanist's office to find he had increased the pollen's concentration successfully. After filling the container with the balanced blend of gas and liquid, they were set to try again. Just as before, Sokka held the weapon that Angela stared down without a shred of fear, though she closed her eyes anew just before Sokka opened the valve. The second attempt, however, found Angela sneezing uncontrollably after inhaling the new spray. Once more, Sokka took her outside to clear her nose, panicking but trying his best not to show it too blatantly as he cared for Angela, handing her handkerchiefs she could use to wipe her nose properly. "Pretty sure I didn't breathe it in that much, it tickled my nose too much right away," Angela said, with a guilty grin, as Sokka continued to dab at her nose carefully with the fabric. "Meaning, the substance needs to have something that softens it, if we want to make sure an opponent breathes it in properly," Sokka said, frowning like, huh. What? What? Angela said, as he stroked his chin. "Another numbing substance. He asked if we blend one together with the rest of the concoction, it might be easier to inhale it. I hope it won't hamper the chi-blocking properties of the pollen, but still. Might as well try," Angela said, shrugging. "Having a numb nose doesn't sound fun, but I'm willing to endure it." "All right, then," Sokka said, breathing deeply. "You can bend all right. This time." "Yeah," Angela raised a fist, and a fistful of blue fire danced on it. "I barely breathed any of it, like I said." "All right, then. Let's tell the Mechanist our suggestions," Sokka said, with a half-hearted grin. The new mix of components took longer. The Mechanist had to find the right way to add the ingredient to fulfill Sokka's new idea. Eventually, he found a solution in the form of a strange herb that they had gathered from a unique air nomad plantation in the temple's mountains. As soon as Sokka had explained his new idea, the Mechanist had known exactly what to look for. It was already dusk by the time the new mix was finished, and Sokka was just as reluctant as ever as he pointed the dispenser at Angela. She offered him a reassuring smile before he opened the valve, showering her with the potent gas as she closed her eyes tightly. Her face seemed to go fully numb as she breathed. There was, no doubt, an urge to sneeze, yet she failed to heed it. Her head wasn't exactly clear before long, and she gasped as the world grew unsteady underneath her feet. Worse than her perception of her surroundings, however, was her perception of what was happening within her body. She couldn't feel her inner fire. Oh, it's like the demeclips all over again," she said, not knowing her face was twisting into a strange smile as her knees buckled under her weight. "Angela." Sokka's urgent voice reached her, and while her face felt so strange and numb, the rest of her body could feel him snatch her up just before she hit the floor. "Take her outside, or you'll breathe it too," Teo said, and before the princess could process the situation, she was lying across Sokka's arms as he rushed out, planning to head to the open courtyard where he had taken her after each test. The air was colder by now, but Angela couldn't process that either. She couldn't quite tell she was laughing rather stupidly, too. "Angela, are you okay?" Sokka asked. "Can you even try to bend? Was that really so bad that?" "Bend?" Angela said. "See, can't you even feel my inner fire? I can't bend without it." "Maybe, try." Sokka asked. "Set me on fire, you know, that might make you feel better." "Huh. I feel kinda fine," though, Angela said, again overtaken by laughter. Still, she tightened her hand into a fist and raised it. No fire came out, and while at first she wasn't trying very hard, she genuinely focused moments later, to no avail. She laughed, throwing her head back. "I'm a non-bender. My whole life's been a lie." She laughed, and Sokka groaned as he embraced her tightly, finally reaching the courtyard. "It worked, then." "Enough testing," Sokka said, shaking his head as he held her against him, burying his face in her throat. "Shit, I know you said what you said about doing anything you had to for my sake, but it's too much, Angela." "I love you," she said, with a light-hearted tone and grin. "Maybe I just love you too much. I'm feeling woozy, but I think I'll be fine." "It's okay. It's over, is what it is," Sokka said, raising his head to find Angela smiling at him still. "It is, isn't it?" she said. "I helped you." "Of course you did. You always do," Sokka smiled sadly, pressing his brow to hers. "I don't know what I'd do without you." "Not that you don't know that already, but still." Angela laughed softly, longing to embrace him, but her arms were unresponsive now. Most her body felt heavy, unwilling to cooperate with her urges and needs, but she could feel it still, whereas it felt as though her face had vanished altogether. She genuinely couldn't feel it, and her mind was certainly not as sharp as it used to be. Otherwise, Upon glancing over Sokka's shoulder, she probably would have reacted far more explosively upon realizing they weren't alone. Focused as Sokka had been on his secret wife, he had failed to realize the courtyard wasn't empty anymore. During the hours they'd spent locked in the mechanist's office, working on the final batch of pollen mix, the refugees had crafted one of their usual bonfires in the courtyard, and it seemed most of their group had either gathered by the fire that was being lit, or on their way there. It was this second group that Azula spotted, and Sokka noticed the first one when the crack of firewood startled him. His heart fell immediately, panic shooting through his system faster than an arrow. Eyes, so many eyes, and all of them set on them. There were several wide-open mouths as well, though others were covered by hands. As much as it pained him to wrap his head around reality, Sokka flinched where he stood, holding Azula as closely and intimately as he did. The entire group of Earth Kingdom refugees in the Northern Air Temple had just become privy to their secret relationship, despite their intent to conceal it. Oh, shit, Sokka sighed, shaking his head. Truthfully, he was too tired. Too tired, and too stressed out about Azula's well-being to care that much about who knew their secret right now. So he tried his best to focus on her again, ignoring the mutterings, the astounded gazes and even the amused and fascinated smiles that spread across many of their faces. "Looks like everyone's watching us," Azula asked, casually. Sokka sighed. "Yep. Secret's out." Again he said. Whatever the nature of the final substance the Mechanist had added might be, Sokka didn't know, yet somehow it seemed to have mellowed out Azula altogether. Where she had been flustered, embarrassed, and awkward about the Mechanist and Teo's discovery of their relationship, now she only smiled guiltily and gazed about herself with what little strength she could muster. She could barely move her head as it was, for the chi-blocking substance had affected her neck as well as the rest of her body. Still, she wasn't angry. At least, she wasn't angry for now, Sokka guessed. Maybe she'd change her mind later, but if she wouldn't kick up a ruckus about their latest slip-up, he probably had to hold back from making one just the same. He nearly fell over, though, when the refugees started to chat amongst themselves more agitatedly, almost arguing in a rather spirited manner. Even the one starting the bonfire had foregone his duty as he joined the discussion. I told you. Pay up. But it's not like we know for sure, he's just carrying her. She says she loves him. Could be a friendly kind of love, couldn't it? He's carrying her bridal style, how's that not romantic? Hand over the money, you cheapskate. Sokka's eyebrow twitched, smiling awkwardly as men and women congratulated them on their relationship, while the others continued to argue over their long-standing bets. Even now, Azula was only amused. Sounds like betting on our relationship is a much more popular hobby than I thought it was, Sokka said, breathing deeply and glancing at Azula. She seemed slightly more lucid by now, as per the glow of her golden gaze. And even then, she smiled fondly at him, as though she had never set her eyes upon anything quite as enthralling as him. Sokka's chest tightened, as did his hold around her body, obeying an impulse that he knew would settle all arguments about the validity of their relationship. Sokka lunged in for a kiss that Azula couldn't quite respond to, at least with nothing other than a soft, appreciative moan. By the time he pulled away, those who had bet on their relationship were speechless, some delighted in triumph, others aghast with defeat. Sorry. I couldn't kiss you back, Azula smiled sadly, still, can't feel much of anything in my face. It's okay, Sokka said, grinning, I'm sure once you're back to yourself you'll want to kick my ass for confirming our relationship to everyone, but why would I want to do that? Azula smiled, this way, you can hold me even after I've recovered, right? Sokka released a short laugh, pressing his brow to hers. Sometimes it was easy to forget the innocent, sweet, and vulnerable sides of Azula, so well hidden behind her determination, extraordinary talents, and snark. But whenever he saw any glimpses of them again, his entire body would be overcome by the urge to protect her from anything and everything that might ever do her harm. I'll hold you every second until you do, and as long as you still want me afterwards, too, he answered earnestly. Azula sighed happily. Perfect, she whispered. She raised a hand with difficulty, procuring a weak plum of fire with her fingertips. It wasn't much, and it was orange again, but it meant the window of time through which the substance would exert its full effect wasn't particularly long. Still, as it was, Sokka was thrilled by the progress. He held Azula closely as he carried her, finding a place to sit at some distance from the fire, yet close enough for its warmth to affect them, and he nestled there with his princess sitting on his lap, resting safely in his arms. The Mechanist and Teo arrived in the courtyard after a few minutes, as they had overheard the ruckus caused by the impromptu revelation of the princess and her gladiator's relationship. After exchanging some words with other refugees, they had found their way to where the two visitors were sitting at. Unsurprisingly, Sokka seemed embarrassed, whereas Azula appeared unexpectedly at peace, nestling between her lover's legs. I guess the cat's out of the bag," Teo asked, smiling awkwardly at Sokka. "Looks like it spends more time out of the bag than inside it, these days," Sokka said, with a sigh, "but in some cases it's harder to care, I admit. I'll worry more after she's all better." "Could she bend?" asked the Mechanist. "Not for a while," Sokka answered. "She could make a bit of fire by now, but it wasn't as strong as usual." "Gives you a fair window to take advantage of the substance's effect," Azula mumbled, her head on his shoulder. "Not that you need such a big one anyways, you're fast as lightning when you want to be. But with this, I'll have at least one chance to attack as I please." "Yeah," Sokka said, nodding, "I'm thinking I'll use it if she corners me at some point. If there were no other choice, I mean." "Fair enough," said Azula, breathing deeply. "What matters is that it works, and, my face is there again." "It never really left," Sokka said, smiling fondly at her. "Well, then I can feel it." Azula said, raising her eyebrows. "Yeah, I believe you can," Sokka chuckled. "You finally stopped smiling." "Wait. I've been smiling this whole time? Without knowing it?" Azula asked, and Sokka laughed more, holding her closer yet. "Welcome back, Azula," he said. Despite herself, the princess smiled anew, raising her arm to embrace Sokka's neck lightly. The night drifted by slowly, and the lingering feelings of embarrassment and shame dispelled as time flowed past them. Sokka was reminded of his time in the Southern Water Tribe, for the refugees prepared food and offered plenty of it to everyone in attendance near the fire. Despite the strange, cloudy sensation that had numbed Azula's mind was finally letting up, the princess didn't seem willing to move at all, staying on Sokka's lap as they ate together, with him teasingly offering to feed her in exchange for her hard work as a test subject. By the time the meal was finished, Azula tested her fire once more. It didn't glow blue, but gold. Sokka's relief poured out of him in a long sigh, and he embraced Azula as tightly as he could while she grinned against his neck. She still had to shake off some of the after effects of the spray, but so far, she was feeling better. She didn't know if the gas mix wasn't that strong, or if perhaps Sokka's constant affection and caring for her had helped her overcome the worst of the gas's effects. Everyone took off back to their rooms when the first specks of a light shower of snow began to fall in the courtyard. Even then, Sokka continued to carry Azula without any regard for propriety, and Azula didn't protest in the least. She had always thought she'd be flustered beyond belief if Sokka was overly affectionate towards her in front of others. Today she found herself relishing in the sensation fully. These people knew who they were and now knew what they meant to each other. Perhaps by morning, once the pleasant feelings of success had dwindled, she would want to make sure none of them would reveal their relationship by mistake to anyone outside the temple, but for now, being free to be openly in love with Sokka could fill her heart and soul with constant, blissful happiness. Said happiness surged later, once they were alone in their room, and Sokka endeavored to make up for all her earlier suffering through the joining of their bodies. Azula laughed, arms wrapped around his neck as he kissed hers, his hands trailing her flanks. "You know, that thing messed with your chi, right?" Sokka asked breathlessly, raising his head to kiss her lips. "So?" she asked. "So, if so much sex attuned our chi, it could be it'll help you now," Sokka suggested, wiggling his eyebrows. Azula laughed again, closing her eyes as Sokka dove in to attack her neck once more. "This is all for your own good, my princess." "Well, now, that was never in question," Azula smiled, loosening his wolf's tail and slipping her fingers through his hair. "It's not like I'm protesting, am I?" "Good thing you're not," Sokka chuckled, hoisting himself above her. "We only have a couple of days left, right?" "Right," Azula said, her heart churning at the thought. Would Xin Long return, or And we've finally achieved everything we'd set out to do. Sokka smiled, meaning, we get to take a break, for tomorrow, at least. And is it snowing out there? What, does that mean we must stay inside for the rest of our stay in the temple? Azula asked, innocently. Sokka nodded solemnly, prompting Azula to snort and chuckle, her shoulders shaking. It's only right and fair and proper and... well, you know, all those things, he snickered before diving in for another kiss. In the end, the only tears Azula shed that day were caused by amusement, joy, and pleasure. She held on to Sokka tightly through the night, both during their passionate trysts and while they rested afterwards. By morning Azula made to get up, only for Sokka to tug her back in bed, reminding her of how yesterday's snowfall surely meant they were better off staying indoors. Those clouds weren't that heavy, Azula reasoned, as her lover caressed her intimately. She moaned, clasping his hand but only to urge him to touch her further. Like you could tell. You were under the effects of that nasty pollen mix, Sokka declared, smirking as he embraced her from behind. Azula shivered and moaned, arching her body against his. Besides, who's the snow peasant around here? That's right, it's me, so who has better expertise and knowledge about snow clouds? You forget I'm a snow peasant by marriage now, Azula asked, smiling before showing him her right hand. Her palm wasn't exposed, still covered in bandages they changed on a daily basis, but Sokka understood the message regardless. Doesn't mean you know cold weather as well as your husband does. Sokka snickered. Azula rolled her eyes. As if you weren't saying all that just to keep your wife in bed. You really are, incorrigible, but keep being incorrigible, will you? Sokka snickered again and obeyed, carrying forth with his impulses, knowing by the smile on Azula's face that she wanted nothing more than that. It was mid-morning when he finally left the room to fetch food for them. They ate, took a nap, and moments later returned to their nighttime and morning activities, offering each other their very best until their passion had blended and burst countless times into the afternoon. By sundown, Azula finally convinced Sokka to let her take a walk. She was sure her chi was flowing properly again, but she intended to make sure of it by subjecting her body to other kinds of activities, even if they'd still involve him. Sokka's hand was tightly wound around hers as they paced through the hallways slowly until they came across the same courtyard where the bonfire had been built the night before. Look at that, see? Snow, everywhere. Sokka declared, proudly. Azula snorted, shaking her head. You thought the cloud was weak, but if it had been, it would have melted by now. Instead, look. I was right. It's hardly that thick. Might be it snowed again later, and the first batch of snow did melt, Azula said, beaming. And how would you know? Sokka smirked. Being a snow peasant by marriage made you that knowledgeable about snow and its patterns. Might be it did, Azula said, tugging his hand and pulling him towards the courtyard. Once again, the small specks of white weren't quite as tight or heavy as those from the water tribe, something Sokka couldn't help but be aware of. Azula released his hand to study some of it, and he smiled affectionately at her as the breeze toyed with his still loose hair. He had disregarded tying it up, as had Azula, for they intended to return to their room once they'd found some more food after their stroll. Yet such intentions wouldn't be fulfilled anytime soon, for a sudden, unexpected attack knocked all such blissful thoughts from Sokka's mind. He felt a wet, crumbling blow landing against his shoulder, and he gasped upon watching the snowball falling to pieces after crashing into him. The culprit, of course, couldn't be anyone but the deviously smiling princess, kneeling at the foot of a small cluster of snow. Snowball fights are always said to be fun, but I never really knew why. Azula said, raising her eyebrows. Sokka's pouty fuming brought laughter to her lips. Guess I do know now. How dare you? You've asked for it. Yes, you have. Sokka exclaimed, rushing away towards another cluster of snow, hoping to fight back against his lover. Azula didn't fail to notice that Sokka, talented, trained to toss projectiles with flawless aim and born to snow as he was, seldom landed any snowballs on her. The realization brought a blush and a smile to her face after one too many rounds of tossing enough snow at each other that their fingers felt numb, though not nearly as numb as her face had been on the previous day. Yet Sokka disregarded the cold, for he had gathered a new weapon, a large snowball he was holding above his head. You're going to throw that at me? Azula asked, surprised. I totally am. So, you know, no point in fighting back. Sokka said, his eyebrow twitching. Azula stood in place, as though waiting for his attack, and Sokka grimaced. See Simon, Azula, this is the part where you throw a snowball at my gut, and I drop the big one on my head, and you get to be the undisputed winner of our battle. His generous offer to grant her victory brought a smile to Azula's face, followed by inevitable laughter. Sokka had genuinely hoped to pull the same stunt he had often resorted to back in the Water Tribe, a sure-proof method to make his sister laugh since they were young, yet confessing his true intent seemed to have fulfilled his purpose just the same. Perhaps he ought to be happy that Azula wouldn't make him drop all that snow over his head after all. She was about to answer his previous request, but before a single sound could leave her lips, something flashed across her eyes so suddenly she seemed to forget their playful snowball fight immediately. Azula walked towards the edge of the courtyard carefully, glancing about herself with confusion. Her eyes raked the scenery eagerly, searching for something, and Sokka, still holding his large snowball, stepped closer as he made a guess as to what that something might be. Azula. He called her softly, sensing she was tensing up. He's blocking me, she said suddenly. He seemed to call my attention but then blocked me off. Why would he? She didn't even have time to glance at Sokka in panic before a gust of wind rushed at them from below. A black blur flew past them, shooting upwards at such speed they had trouble seeing it. Yet as soon as the air current weakened, Azula lowered her arms and gasped, her heart beating so fast and hard she felt it at her throat, pulsating wildly despite the blood barely seemed to reach her weak limbs. Gold eyes returned her gaze, and a smile she had grown used to for so many years, the very smile that had helped her reclaim her own, greeted her with a loud roar. Xin! Xin, you wicked little! Azula exclaimed, eyes filled with tears of relief and joy as the dragon rushed down again to meet her. Why the hell did you do that? Blocking me like that out of the blue, I thought. She couldn't finish her words before the dragon tackled her, bumping into Sokka in the process as well. In the end, the snowball fell upon all their heads as they toppled to the ground, the three of them laughing through their joyful reunion. I thought I'd lost you, you mischievous goofball. Azula smiled into the tears, burying her face in Xin Long's hair. The dragon huffed, shaking off the snow with difficulty as Sokka laughed with abandon. Don't ever do that again, all right? Xin Long laughed too and shook his head. She knew it was a harmless prank. How could he ever break their bond? He was mischievous, not stupid. Azula laughed, caressing his scales before uttering the words she had longed to say for the past days. Welcome back, Xin Long. There was so much Xin Long had to say, so many stories to share about his days spent amongst his fellow dragons, but for the time being, he only groaned and purred in his draconic way, rubbing his scaly head against the two humans who regarded him with light scolding and countless hugs and caresses. And through the excitement amidst that flurry of thoughts that he hardly could stop sending her way, there was one he was able to convey to Azula straightforwardly: he was finally ready to go home. Chapter 219, The Spirit Library 10. Innocent as they appeared, the spheres that sat in the box contained a storm within their boundaries. The machinist placed the box carefully on his desk, opening it slowly, ever in fear of making a mistake he might pay for heftily. He had taken to using his firefly lanterns whenever he handled the delicate inventions, knowing better than to bring any form of fire close to the highly pressurized, volatile weapons. So far, he hadn't known how to bring up the subject to Sokka without causing another chaotic misunderstanding. He hadn't finished the bombs to hand them to the Fire Nation, after all. He trusted the princess had no nefarious purposes in mind, but he wasn't sure of what was her stance when it came to the war. She had allowed him and Sokka to get away with their initial sabotaging of the bomb crafting, and she had even helped the machinist find a certain sort of freedom by putting a stop to War Minister Qin. She wasn't likely to think these bombs would be a great asset if she hadn't pressed for their creation, was she? Yet now that he knew what he knew, the machinist couldn't help but wonder if she had held back because of Sokka. If, due to her feelings for him, she had decided to forsake her father's orders just that one time. Had she done it again ever since? They didn't receive much news in the Northern Air Temple of what took place in the Fire Nation capital, so if that was the case, he had no idea. Was she more loyal to her lover than to her father, then? Or was it, perhaps, not a matter of loyalties, but of morality? If the princess had convictions of her own, beliefs she stood for, Then perhaps the bombs wouldn't be misused, and the Fire Lord would never even know they existed. There were 3 finished dispersers right next to the box. The pollen the princess and her gladiator had gathered had only allowed them to create enough of the substance for 6 dispersers, of which they had already spent 3 during the tests. Sokka would drop by to collect the available dispersers now. Just before they took off, the dragon had returned on the previous day and, after a night's rest, he was ready to travel back to Ba Sing Se in the morning. As much as they had been rather busy in the days they had spent in the Northern Air Temple, the 3 travelers would be missed all the same. After the general shock and terror Roan and his group had caused, Azula and Sokka had been the most welcome visitors they could have hoped to host. Before he could ponder the situation any further, the soft knock on his door alerted the Mechanist of Sokka's arrival. The tall gladiator smiled kindly at him, as he ever did, as he strode into the office. "We're ready to take off," he announced. "Wonderful," said the Mechanist, grinning. "Here are your 3 dispersers. I've spent all the pollen as it is." "Yeah, that's fine. Just 1 would have been enough, I think, but I'm grateful to have more anyhow," Sokka said, picking up one of the small weapons. It fit nicely in his hand, though he knew he wouldn't spend too long holding them, if he ever needed to use them. "That isn't quite everything I have for you, however," said the Mechanist, dubitative, yet he didn't want to keep the truth from Sokka this time. He had to believe he could trust him, and that he could trust the woman the gladiator loved, too. "Huh?" Sokka said, raising his eyebrows. "Did you finish the snack hat, by any chance?" No. I didn't have enough time to do that," the Mechanist admitted, laughing softly. That's not it. It's something much more dangerous, I suppose." "Dangerous for whom?" Sokka asked, the corners of his mouth twisting downwards now. The Mechanist breathed deeply before opening the box he had left on the table. Sokka glanced at it with cautious curiosity, but his lips parted when he recognized the design. His smoke bombs looked the same, more often than not. Yet the container of these bombs was colored red instead. His brow drew together as he leaned closer, only for the Mechanist to clasp his shoulder and reel him back. "Careful," now he warned Sokka, who blinked blankly. Delicate." "What did you do this time?" Sokka asked, his voice small and wary. "What I was supposed to do, the last time," the Mechanist admitted, with a sigh. "I know you must think I shouldn't have. If War Minister Qin found out I succeeded at making useful bombs he will likely lash out at me, but... You made them?" Sokka asked, his jaw dropping. The Mechanist shrugged. "Well, yes," he said. "You had already built prototypes. I had the blueprints for the design as it was. And the princess suggested using the gas for the bombs. Well, remember I said I added that pipeline so that I could use the gas? This was the first, and so far, only use I've given it." But why would you?" Sokka whimpered nervously, eyeing the 6 red bombs as though they were already about to detonate. The Mechanist stroked his beard. "Curiosity, on the most part," he admitted, "but frankly, I thought perhaps it could be useful, as long as it didn't fall into the wrong hands. Yours, I hope, are the right hands." "Whoa. Why you want to give these to me?" Why would I? What if there's no control at all? If I made those bombs with the gas in them, I wouldn't control the way the gas behaves at all. But if I toss it near him, just as he's firebending..." His own words returned to him, as he realized he'd pondered this possibility before, not that long ago, too. So much had happened since his conversation with Azula about how to prepare for dealing with Toph and Combustion Man. Once the time came, he had been so busy figuring out how to fight back against Toph he had disregarded the behemoth of a firebender altogether. Surely the disperser would work against him too, but the disperser required getting close to the man. Would it ever be safe to be in close quarters with Combustion Man? It wasn't very likely, especially considering the Combustion Bender would be extra guarded against Sokka ever since he had cut off his prosthetic hand. These bombs might be the solution. They might even be the only solution against an opponent like Combustion Man. "I understand if you don't need them," the Mechanist said, smiling sadly, "but I admit, having a chance to use that gas for something was a relief, to a fault. Any mistakes down there, any sparks, there's no telling if the explosion will destroy the place that's become our home. It could even kill us, right? So, The more you use of it, the more you'll deplete the reserve, and the lesser the risk, Sokka recited, and the Mechanist nodded. Surely there's some harmless ways to use it, though, right? Or, well, less harmful than this. I don't know. I can't really think of any just yet, the Mechanist said, folding his arms over his chest. Sokka sighed. I'll try to come up with an idea, then. For your sake, and your people's. But, for now. The Mechanist was surprised when Sokka reached for the bombs, lightly touching them with his fingertips. The younger man swallowed dryly before closing the box and turning to the Mechanist, determination in his gaze. You really meant to give these to me? Well, yes. You're a fighter, I hoped maybe you'd have some use for them in combat, perhaps, said the Mechanist, with an innocent shrug. If not, then you can use them to test whatever other ideas you come up with for volatile gas uses, right? Right, Sokka said, breathing deeply. Well, then, if you mean that. I'll take these with me. You would? The Mechanist said, smiling in relief. Here I thought you'd be horrified. I'm not as much horrified as I am confused and blown away, Sokka admitted, smiling awkwardly. Rest assured, though, I won't go off on you like I did that time. If anything, I should promise you that these bombs won't end up in Fire Nation hands, right? Ah, yes. I'd appreciate that, the Mechanist said, nodding promptly. Also, well, will the princess want to make use of them, if she finds out I've finished them? What? Sokka asked. The Mechanist flinched. Well, I wasn't sure what to make of her anymore. I know she's a good person, better than anyone else from her nation, at least, than those I've met so far, the Mechanist said, and Sokka smiled again. How he wished Azula had been here to hear someone other than Sokka himself saying those words. Yet after we found out you two are involved, I wondered if she is truly against the war, or if perhaps she just wants what's best for you while still being loyal to her nation and her father, or if maybe I'm not understanding anything at all. Well, you're understanding parts of it at a time, seems to me, Sokka said, smiling fondly into the distance. The truth is, Azula has changed a lot since I first met her. By now, I can safely say she's loyal to her nation, yet she no longer believes her father unequivocally knows what's best for the world, or even what's best for his people. She wants the war to be over, for sure. She wants people like me to be free. So, rest assured, I'll tell her about these bombs, and she'll never want them used in the North Pole or elsewhere. She didn't want that to happen back when we first came here. She wants it even less these days. Huh? Said the Mechanist, smiling slowly. Well, that's a relief to hear. I mean, I had hoped, but I didn't know for sure if she was truly as good a person as that. Oh, that's wonderful to know, Sokka, truly. She's a better person than anyone knows. Better than she wants to admit to herself, for sure. Sokka smiled before moving to pick up the box. Okay, then. I suppose I ought to handle this with care. Ah, of course, said the Mechanist, as Sokka lifted it cautiously, slowly and, well, I don't know if you'll use them or not, but if you ever do and you need to restock on bombs, let me know. I'll prepare them for you, and whenever you can drop by on another trip, they'll be ready for you. Heh. That'd be very handy. Thanks, Sokka said, grinning, and patting the Mechanist's shoulder gently. No idea if I'll ever need more of the volatile gas bombs or the pollen disperser, but even if I don't, I hope Azula and I can come by again sometime and visit you guys for longer than a week, maybe. Ah, we'll be thrilled to host you, as we were this time, the Mechanist said, accompanying Sokka as he walked towards the door. And, I promise you won't catch us stealing food or doing anything else in your cellar if we do come back, Sokka mumbled shyly, prompting the Mechanist to laugh louder than Sokka had heard him laugh ever before. After collecting the weapons the Mechanist had provided him with, Sokka and the inventor walked together to the courtyard where Xianlong and Azula waited. The princess was chatting amicably with Teo and a few of the refugees while Sokka approached, and her face brightened visibly once she glimpsed him at the building's threshold, striding towards her. Sorry to keep you waiting, I'm here, Sokka said, hastily rushing towards the many bags they'd be strapping to Xianlong's saddle shortly. The dragon welcomed him with a friendly groan. He was already fully dressed in his armor and saddle, and as much as he claimed to have rested well, Azula had no doubts he would take many long naps on the barge's deck on their way to Udeo. His trip back and forth between the dragon's cavern and the temple had been exhilarating. He had learned more about how to communicate with the other dragons, and they had shared their lifestyle with him for 2 days, but exhausting. Even the enthusiastic flurry of thoughts he sent to his rider were often sidetracked when he failed to focus, his mind clouded with the temptation to fall asleep. "Are you ready to go, Xin?" "Really?" Angela asked, patting her dragon's horn gently. Xin long huffed and nodded stubbornly. "If you need a few more hours of rest you can have them, you know. And then they'd arrive in Ba Sing Se so late that Rui Shi might take the guards to the temple through that weird metal snail-like vehicle she had used on their first visit to the temple. It'd cause unnecessary delays and problems, and Xin Long wouldn't stand for it." He stubbornly stood on his 4 paws, rearing up his head in a display of magnificence, and Angela sighed but smiled before leaning down to pick up one of the bags. Hey. No heavy lifting for the wounded princess, how many times must I say so?" Sokka yanked the bag out of Angela's hands, prompting her to roll her eyes. Still, she offered no resistance and backed down, glancing at the package Sokka had only just collected at the mechanist's office. Strangely, he was carrying a box, but the 3 dispersers weren't inside it. She crooked an eyebrow. "What's the point in bringing a box with you if you're not going to put the dispersers in it?" she asked. Sokka smiled awkwardly. "The box is already full," he said. "Oh? Did he manage to make that many of them?" Angela asked, but Sokka shook his head. "It's, something else." "What, is it your beloved snack hat, then?" she asked. Sokka pouted. "I hoped it might be, but, no," he sighed, prompting Angela to laugh softly. "Might be he'll have finished it the next time we drop by, right?" "Who knows?" Angela shrugged, watching Sokka placing the weapons and box in one of their bags with utmost care. He strapped it to the back of the saddle, binding it tighter than everything else, and once their entire luggage was safely loaded onto Xin Long's saddle, Sokka proceeded to offer his hand to Angela before she dared hoist herself onto her seat without assistance. Angela smiled teasingly at him for his diligence, her fingers squeezing his gently before she climbed onto her dragon's back with his help. "It was awesome seeing you guys again," Teo said, beaming as Sokka followed Angela, throwing one leg over Xin Long's saddle and settling behind the princess. "Hopefully you can bring the others the next time you come, too." "Well, if we all have the time for it, sure," Angela said, smiling at Teo. "Thank you for having us as well, especially on such short notice. And, well, I can't promise I'll be able to come to your aid right away if Roan and his people reappear, but if you can send word to us in the Fire Nation, or to Governor Tien in Ba Sing Se, we will make sure to send aid as soon as possible." "Thank you, Princess," Teo said, smiling enthusiastically. "You really think Ba Sing Se's governor could help?" "I'll instruct him to do as much, so yes, I think so," Angela nodded. "Thank you, Princess," said the mechanist, bowing his head towards her. "I hope that won't be necessary, but if it were, we're very grateful for your support and generosity." "We ought to be the ones saying that," Angela smiled, nodding. "Take care, all of you." "Let's hope we meet again soon," Sokka grinned, waving as Xin Long breathed in, gathering his strength to take off by. Angela waved as well, as did the mechanist, Teo, and the refugees once Xin Long took off. The dragon kicked hard and fast into the air, hoping to pick up enough speed to reach the Earth Kingdom city with time enough to spare for a proper, long nap. "And off we go," Sokka said, gazing at the shrinking temple in the distance with a nostalgic grin. They had first visited it in the early days of their consummated relationship. It was the first place where Angela had admitted, without any intoxicating substances involved, that she loved him. It was where their dream had been consolidated, where they had vowed to change a world that wouldn't allow them to be together. They had meant to stay true to their loyalties to their nations and each other, without sacrificing either thing. By now, such promises seemed to have been fulfilled and warped simultaneously, and Sokka could only chuckle at the realization. Neither Angela nor him had asked the other to choose their love over their nations, yet it seemed they both kept doing exactly that, every single time it came down to making a choice. His arms looped around her waist as he rested with his chin on her shoulder, reasoning that someday, they would be so successful at changing their world that making such a choice would no longer be a concern. They had already started to change it. After all, they had much work left to do, but as physically exhausted as they were, Sokka could only look forward to what the future would bring. "So, what's in the box?" Azula asked, not bothering to conceal her curiosity once she interrupted Sokka's train of thought. "Ah, the box," Sokka said, tensing up immediately. He had done his best to place the bombs safely, so they wouldn't be triggered if any accidents occurred, but just remembering how dangerous they were supposed to be was enough to dissipate his leisurely thoughts. Turns out the Mechanist is too dutiful and takes suggestions a bit too seriously. "What suggestion do you mean?" Azula asked, finding his hands with her own. "The one you gave him when we first came here, about the pipeline, and the volatile gas," Sokka said. Azula frowned. "What?" She turned to glance at him, confused. Why would he? "And what does that have to do with the box, anyhow?" "He gave me 6 bombs of compressed volatile gas," Sokka finally revealed, and Azula's eyes widened, her jaw dropping. I know, it's dangerous as heck, and I'm worried too, but they're supposed to be for my personal use, or so. He thought I might want to have them, and considering I might have to fight Combustion Man eventually, then yeah, I guess I could use them. Though I'm worried it won't end well, you know? It's pretty dangerous stuff to work with." "It is," Azula agreed, uncertain. "He told me I could use them for whatever purpose I felt like using them, and if I came up with something good to do with volatile gas that wasn't as harmful as this, I should let him know," Sokka said, with a shy grin. "So I might not even end up using them against Combustion Man in the end. But the Mechanist does seem to realize how dangerous that gas deposit under the mountain can be, so he's trying to reduce the amount of gas little by little," Azula guessed, her lips pressed into a tight line. "I can't blame him for that, of course, but you will have to keep those bombs well hidden, Sokka. If you use them against Combustion Man, well, damn. You think it'd be dangerous for me?" Sokka asked, and Azula shrugged. "For you, the audience, and the world, frankly," she said. Sokka frowned. "I'm sorry, I hadn't even thought of this until now. I know we'd talked about this possibility before and I was all for it, but I just realized, if you're seen fighting with a volatile gas bomb, word of it might reach my father, especially if Zhao is there, as he should be, if you'll use this against his fighter." "And, oh, shit," Sokka said, groaning, and dropping his head on her shoulder fully. Azula sighed. "It's okay, no harm has been done yet," she said, patting his cheek gently. "I mean, you could use them in a subtle way too, perhaps. If you throw it so fast, or paired with a smoke bomb, people might assume it's just Combustion Man's powers gone out of control. Perhaps. I'll have to think about it," Sokka mumbled, raising his head slightly as he pouted. "Every solution has consequences, huh?" "I'm afraid so," Azula sighed, leaning back to kiss his cheek, "but we always find a way to figure out our predicaments, don't we?" "Yeah. You're a genius that way, after all," he said, beaming and tightening his embrace around her. Azula snorted. "And here I thought you were the genius." She smiled. Sokka snickered. "Say, what did our favorite dragon tell you about his big trip?" he asked. "Anything fun to share? Such as the names of the dragons, by any chance?" Azula laughed but complied with retelling everything Xian Long had conveyed to her earlier. Xian Long chimed in with the occasional grunt and correction, and he even remembered a few stories he had wanted to share but forgotten to earlier, leaving Azula to regale Sokka with them as Xian Long conveyed the thoughts to her mind. Busy remembering his great experience with his fellow dragons, fishing in the water pond, exploring the depths of the cavern with the little ones, watching one of the eggs twitching, heralding that soon there would be a new dragon in the group, Xian Long managed to stay sound and awake through their trip, and with each tall mountain peak they passed by, they came closer to their destination, the double-walled city of Ba Sing Se. Within the palace walls, the Imperial Guards were, once again, disheartened and worried. They were supposed to take off to Udeo by the next morning, but as usual, the princess and her vague schedule were impossible to predict. Traveling all the way to the Northern Air Temple hardly seemed appealing due to the difficulties found in the trip. They'd take at least 3 days' worth of traveling back and forth on the train tank if they took off today. They were busy debating what to do, hoping to avoid preparing for a trip that they might not need to make, as it was when they expected to rescue them in the Si Wang Desert, but constantly worried about how to gauge what the princess might need of them, especially when she had been out of sight for nearly a whole week now. "I'd like to visit Teo," no lie there, Fei Li was saying, lounging on the floor of the sitting room they'd picked for the evening. Some of the others sat on couches, others on cushions, much like himself, but the princess ought to arrive just on time, right? So, if we take off now, it might be a waste. She does hate impunctuality, Taro recited, nodding sagely. With our track record, we probably ought to start packing up for the journey only for her to show up just when we're ready to leave, Tai Wei suggested, eliciting a few laughs from the group. It's what happened the last time, right? Admittedly, the trip to the desert was more worrisome, Ruishi said, sighing, but this one would take us much longer, if we had to go after them. Well, I think Taro might be right, Song chimed in. She had spent most her days with Ruishi whenever she couldn't be with her mother. He was as good as on vacation while Angela was gone, enabling them to spend many leisurely days together. By now, the guards were so used to her presence she fit perfectly smoothly amongst the many firebenders. I'm sure the princess won't want to be late, so maybe just be a little more patient? Something might have delayed them, I guess. I guess so, but if that's the case, she ought to send us a bird, Fei Li pouted. What did you think we should do, Ruishi? Why are you asking me? Ruishi retorted, and Fei Li huffed. Come on, as much as I'm the captain everyone knows I'm just the fake captain until you can get the role back, or whatever, Fei Li mumbled, pouting. Ruishi failed to hold back a smile. I'm pretty sure I'm not getting any promotions into captaincy anytime soon, he said. You ought to be more confident in your leadership, Fei Li. But I'm not a leader. Never was, never will be. Fei Li squeaked. Everyone else in the group would be better off as the leader than me. You can say that again. Haoran mused, and Fei Li shot him a dirty glare. You're supposed to say oh, that's not true, Fei Li. You've done a great job so far, Haoran. He pouted. Why are you so eager to pick a fight with me all the damn time, you rascal? You make it too easy. Especially when you point out your own flaws as you always do, Haoran shrugged. Isn't it better of me to agree with the captain than oppose his words? Why, you? Fei Li huffed, raising a tight fist at the man. Haoran wasn't fazed, and as much as he betrayed no overt amusement, it was clear he ever enjoyed tormenting the hot-headed captain as he did. You guys probably just need to get your minds off this matter for a while, Song said, shaking her head. I'd say, wait until sundown to make a decision? Maybe. Well, that sounds reasonable, Ruishi said, and Fei Li jumped. Wait. I thought you were the one who knew best, Ruishi, said Fei Li, stroking his chin as he scrutinized his former captain with sharp eyes. But if you agree with her decisions, does this mean Song is the true mastermind behind the Imperial Guards? Huh. Song said, eyes wide. I'm not a mastermind behind anything, that was only an idea. True. And your idea is wiser than anything Fei Li has said for hours, Ruishi said, nodding. Fei Li gasped, his eyebrow twitching, and only now did Haoran smirk, pleased to hear someone else making fun of their captain too. Perhaps you're not the mastermind, but you should be. What? Song exclaimed, her face reddening as Ruishi grinned at her. I couldn't possibly. Captain Song has a nice ring to it, Taro declared, as the young woman groaned and buried her face in her hands. What? It does. You'd be a better captain and leader than any of us could hope to be, Ruishi insisted, smiling warmly at her. Song grimaced and raised her head again, awkward and embarrassed. I think I'll just go get you guys some tea. Then maybe you'll remember a non-bending Earth Kingdom girl has no place being captain of a squad of Imperial firebenders. She said, pushing herself up as the guards groaned in disagreement. You'd do great, though. I'd follow you. Better than Fei Li, no doubt. Hey. Laughter followed as Song left the room, but as she closed the door behind her, she gazed at Ruishi with a gentle smile. He returned it briefly and continued to smile the same way even after the woman he loved was out of sight. The other 10 men within the room didn't miss on the love-struck expression borne by their former leader, especially the current leader. It took Ruishi a moment to realize most eyes were on him, and he cleared his throat quickly, trying to will the blood off his cheeks while he remained under their scrutiny. What is it? He asked. Just, you're so happy with her, Ruishi, Fei Li said, sighing. I want a girlfriend too. Surely Ruishi would say you'll have a hard time finding one as good as Song, Taro said, beaming. Well, yes, he would. Ruishi agreed shyly, arms folded as he sank into the couch he had been sharing with Song. Heh, if you're so sure about her you ought to marry her already, get her off the market for good, Fei Li said, smirking mischievously. Without expecting that his words, for once, would be taken so seriously by his entire group. Oh. That's a thought, said Taro, raising his eyebrows. She certainly looks like the ideal wife, Jianghuo said, tapping his chin. If I were in your place, Ruishi, I'd have asked a long time ago. He ought to follow his heart, Jiang said, nodding sagely. He's been doing that all along, hasn't he? Fei Li grinned. Well, Song's a catch for sure. Tai Wei smiled at Ruishi. You ought to consider it, at least. Stunned by the support of his comrades, Ruishi remained silent at first as the idea crystallized in his head. Asking Song to marry him? Things between them had been improving constantly, that was for sure, but could he marry her? Relationships and marriages were highly discouraged in Imperial Guards, for the obvious reasons. Should he disregard all such reservations? He had as good as assumed that, by the time he was ready to make such an important decision, he ought to find another job so he could be Song's husband without anything to hold him back. It's probably too hasty to do it yet, Ruishi said, and the guards groaned and huffed in disagreement. You've been dating her for over a year, Shuren recited quietly, and Wuhan, beside him, nodded. She gets along well with everyone you know, doesn't she? Han said that's not something you should take for granted, you know. A problematic girlfriend would make your life pretty miserable, and she's as far from one as can be. I know all that, it's only. One member of their group suddenly pushed himself up to his feet, and the conversation fell silent instantly. Ruishi raised his eyebrows and followed Renkai as the man strode towards the door. To this day, Renkai still felt like an outsider to the group more often than not. It would seem the subject they were debating had only bored him. There's no better chance to ask her to marry you than now. All wary eyes widened. No one expected those words to come from Renkai's lips, if any did at all. The man stared keenly at Ruishi, with one hand on the doorknob. What do you mean? Taro asked him, blinking blankly. I mean, her only parent is here, Renkai said, shrugging. He has the chance to ask for her hand in marriage the proper way. Sounds like something that'd suit Ruishi, right? A collective gasp rushed through the room, as Ruishi's cheeks only reddened further. Renkai nodded solemnly in his direction before pushing the door open. Wait, you're not going to find her mom now, are you? Fei Li asked, grimacing. He has to prepare first, he must figure out what to say. I was only going to the bathroom, Renkai answered, stunning Fei Li cold and prompting others to laugh. I'll be back shortly. Fei Li smiled awkwardly as the rest of the group playfully teased him for his ever-reckless behavior. Ruishi remained on his seat, though, surprised by Renkai's suggestion and, most of all, surprised by how his heart yearned to make it a reality. He was right, there was no better chance to do this than now. Surely they wouldn't be able to marry right away, scarcely anyone could do that, as far as he knew, but if they could plan ahead, perhaps they could hold the ceremony within a year, maybe a few months. And then, resolve burned within his chest before he knew it. This was right. They had talked about marriage before, and he knew Song wasn't against the idea. If anything, she always seemed shy but interested. Perhaps she would like to be his wife. Ruishi knew he'd love to be her husband. Her husband. How on earth hadn't he thought of doing this sooner? It was his turn to surprise everyone when he jumped to his feet, and he smiled reassuringly at them. I'll be back later, he said. You're not going to the bathroom too, are you? Fei Li asked, but Ruishi shook his head. No, not the bathroom. I'm going to, well, he said, stopping at the door as he wondered if he ought to say his intent outright. Something strange seemed to hold him back, nerves, perhaps, but he swallowed hard and said, I'll let you guys know how it goes. The 9 men left behind watched him leave, and then were left to stare at the closed door in amazed awe. By now, all pessimistic thoughts of the princess's prolonged absence were long removed from their minds. He's gonna do it, Fei Li said, a slow, confused smile spreading over his lips. Haoran smiled. Seems like it. Our former captain sure has guts. He does, he. Hey, your current captain does too. Shut the heck up, Haoran. The promised fight between the ever-at-odds guards wasn't as important to everyone else as Ruishi's venture was, however, could he get Mayung's approval? As much as he was the ideal son-in-law in many ways, would an Earth Kingdom woman agree to see her daughter marrying a Fire Nation soldier? Ruishi couldn't know for sure, but he was about to find out. Is everything alright, Song? Mayung asked her daughter, who had stopped by the kitchen in the middle of one of her mother's shifts. Well, yes, in general. I'm just worried about Sokka and the princess, she admitted, biting her lip as she watched her mother work carefully, seasoning the vegetables she was grilling. They're not really late yet, but they might be if they don't show up by tonight or tomorrow morning, and, well, things could get tricky if something happened to them. I really hope nothing did, but she's wounded, and... I see, said Mayung, biting her lip. I thought I'd find some tea for the guards. They seem pretty worried too, said Song, and her cheeks flushed but then they were joking around, saying I ought to be their leader and well, it's silly, it doesn't make any sense, right? But Ruishi smiled at me and, well, he just... Yes. Said Mayung, as Song fiddled with her fingers. He looked so proud of me. Like he's really happy I've found a place amongst them. I mean, I am too, but I don't know why I feel so silly when he smiles like that. I just want to. What, do things to him that you shouldn't tell your mother about? Mayung asked, beaming mischievously as Song's fluster only worsened. Mom. That's not. I didn't mean that. Song complained, as her mother laughed with abandon. I'm no spring pickin', child, I know you've shared rooms with him through your visits in Ba Sing Se. She said. Song groaned and buried her face in her hands for the second time that day, not that it helped, for her ears were just as red as her cheeks, and those were still in plain sight. That's not the point, I said. She whispered in a weak voice. Now it seemed running to her mother for respite from her prior embarrassment had been a most dreadful idea. Mayung laughed, raising a hand to pat her daughter's shoulder, when she noticed someone's shadow blocked out the light that drifted through the open kitchen door. With a quick glance, she found the very man they were discussing was standing right there. Ah, Ruishi! She exclaimed, and Song jumped. Were you looking for my daughter? Well, not just for her, Ruishi said, smiling as he entered the kitchen. Many of the workers ignored him, though a few of the older women couldn't help but sigh after the handsome firebender passed them by. Can you spare a moment, Mayung? I have something I'd like to talk about with the both of you. Oh. Mayung said, her hand still holding the utensils with which she was scrambling the vegetables. Why? I can't see why not. Would you like to talk to Ruishi, Song? You well, I always do. Song mumbled shyly, biting her lip. Ruishi smiled back and nodded, surprising Song by not reaching for her hand, as he often did. One glance at him, however, revealed his own was trembling. Why? What did he have to be nervous about? Once Mayung asked another cook to look after her vegetables, Ruishi led them out of the kitchen and to a nearby tea room, despite they didn't have anything to drink. Mayung asked if she ought to remedy that, but Ruishi shook his head and ushered her to take her seat at one of the cushions by the low table. He sat across her, and Song took her seat between him and her mother. Well, I probably ought to have pondered what I'd say some more, Ruishi acknowledged, smiling awkwardly, but it's best to be forthright with these matters, I'm sure. Ruishi. Song said, raising her eyebrows. Why, you're not about to ask my mother if I can become the leader of the Imperial Firebenders, are you? Well, no, that's not it, Ruishi said, and Song sighed in relief. You'd do fine in the role, but... I wouldn't. You underestimate yourself, Ruishi laughed, but I understand your apprehension. That's not why I brought you both here, though. Then do tell, Ruishi, said Mayung, smiling encouragingly. He swallowed hard. In all these years, through my life, I have mostly just taken to living in the moment, occasionally pondering the future, never giving it as much thought as I should have, he said, his hands on his knees, his legs crossed. But ever since my relationship with Song began, thoughts of the future became more important. I've faced a few difficulties, fearing I might lose, well, a lot of things, but in every possibility, I always took for granted that she'd be with me, and I'd be with her. That we would be with each other, for good. Well, what's wrong with that idea? Song asked, blushing still, though Ruishi's words sounded ominous to her ears. Was he saying he shouldn't have behaved that way? That he shouldn't have wanted to be with her for good? Yet that smile that played with the corners of his lips suggested he had something good in mind, even if Song wasn't quite sure of what it was just yet. Simply that it should be more than just an idea, Ruishi said, and now his eyes were set on her alone. Time seemed to freeze in place, for Song had never seen Ruishi smiling so warmly, so brightly before. She couldn't quite understand what he'd said right away, and the meaning of his words sank in moments later, after she had gazed at him for longer than she realized. That means, Song said, thoughts were difficult to compose with her mind rushing as it was, when her chest suddenly felt so full of emotions she couldn't even keep track of. It means, I would like to ask Mayum to give us her blessing, Ruishi said, turning towards the older woman now before bowing deeply, as was appropriate in this situation. Ultimately, it is up to Song to decide whether she wishes to wed me or not, but, if she were to agree to it, would you accept me as your son-in-law? Song covered her mouth with her hands, struggling to hold back the disbelief that threatened to do away with her. Why? Where had this come from? She had no warning, no idea. But he said it would be up to her. He asked Mayum for her approval, but he would wait until Song was ready, from the sound of it. It wasn't the first time their potential marriage had been brought up by either of them, but never before had Ruishi spoken of it as candidly, as seriously, as he did right now. And while Song could give reality very little credit, for how could she have ever become so fortunate? Her mother was smiling and clapping excitedly before Song could register what was happening. Oh, you're such a charming young man, Ruishi. Mayum laughed, smiling fondly at him. How could I not approve? You've given my daughter no end of happiness, and you even brought us together. If there is a man in this world who would be worthy of my daughter, I'm sure it's you. Ruishi's grin widened further, and a few disbelieving, relieved laughs left his lips. To his utmost delight, Song had laughed softly as well, though he thought he could see tears blinking in the corners of her eyes. I'm grateful, Ruishi said, bowing down towards Mayum once more. Becoming part of this family is the greatest honor I've been presented. Thank you. Even if I'm not your daughter's husband yet, I promise I will cherish her more and more with every day that I spend by her side. Thank you again. Oh, but you have to ask her now, don't you? Mayum said, prompting Ruishi to jerk his head up promptly. Well, he said, glancing at Song. I had thought, well, maybe she wasn't ready for a proposal yet, since she looked so apprehensive, but her large, brown eyes gleamed, and not just because of the tears that shone in them. What was shining through them was expectation, and she hardly knew how to contain it. She wouldn't have enough just with her mother's permission and approval to marry Ruishi. She wanted to hear those words directly from him. He swallowed hard, his heart beating wildly in his chest as he composed the words in his mind, over and over again, trying to find the right way to convey his thoughts and wishes, but nothing smart or suave enough came to mind. He only laughed after a moment, shaking his head before smiling fondly at Song. He reached a hand to take hers, and she took it, their fingers trembling once again. I'll just come out and say it, then, he said, breathing deeply to still his flaring inner fire, his savagely beating heart. Do you wish to marry me? Her chest heaved more with each breath she took. Before long she was smiling wildly, and the tears that blinked in Song's eyes streamed down her cheeks as she laughed in disbelieving amazement. She couldn't seem to utter any words, try as though she might, and she laughed as she brought his hand to her lips. Mayum smiled as she watched her daughter and her future husband. She had feared her daughter might never experience the pure happiness she had found with the Fire Nation soldier. Their relationship had been a miracle, one Mayum knew Song would cherish deeply for as long as she lived. Ruishi chuckled, raising his free hand to caress her hair before Song lunged forward, throwing her arms around him with enough strength to knock them both to the floor, laughing in delight as they embraced each other tightly. To be young and careless, Mayung said, smiling affectionately and shaking her head. I'm sorry, I forgot how to speak for a minute, Song said, laughing and crying at the same time as Ruishi cradled her in his arms, beaming brightly. I think I forgot too, after you tackled me like that, he chuckled. Song groaned and gripped him tighter. Sorry, I was overexcited and, oh, Ruishi, you asked me to marry you, and you still haven't quite said yes, Ruishi whispered in her ear, with unusual mischief. Song jumped. Doesn't really work to give an implicit answer in this situation, you see. Well, it's obvious enough, of course I'd marry you. Song exclaimed, and Ruishi laughed with far more abandon and honesty than ever before. You barely even had to ask, I've always thought that. That if you ever asked, of course I'd say yes. How on earth could I ever? Oh, you're too much for me, Ruishi. She buried her face in his chest, laughing again as he held her closely, his heart soaring. Perhaps he should have said it more eloquently, asked in a much more elegant manner, but if he had, would he be quite as happy as he was right now? Suddenly it became much easier to understand why Sokka and Azula had become so utterly hopeless at hiding their relationship after their secret wedding. How could such pure joy ever be controlled, contained, hidden away? He wanted to do no such thing. As far as he was concerned, he would gladly share his happiness with the entire world, for he knew no one had ever seen a sight as beautiful as the smile of the woman he loved. A smile he would spend the rest of his life ensuring would remain on her face, for as long as possible. Right outside the room, a group of off-duty guards lurked, hoping to listen in on the conversation that was now finished. Renkai came across them on his way to the sitting room from the bathroom, and he frowned at the sight of his comrades, pressed against the wall, hoping to catch any of what had transpired within the small tea room. What's going on? He asked, startling the whole group and alerting those within the room of their presence. Renkai. Fei Li scolded him, pouting, as the rest of the guards stood upright, glancing at the door warily. Instead of an angry Ruishi, meaning to scold them for lurking and snooping into his personal business, a short, old woman stepped out of the room, smiling brightly. It's decided, my daughter will marry Ruishi, she announced. Most of the guards cheered loudly enough for Ruishi and Song to overhear them, still lying down together in the room as they were. Some merely gasped, while others clapped excitedly. Ruishi couldn't stop laughing, covering his face with a hand. They're a bunch of gossips, the whole lot of them. He laughed, as Song chuckled as well against his chest. Merely a few hours had drifted by after the grand announcement when Xin Long descended on the palace grounds, right outside his temporary refuge. As expected, he was exhausted, and Azula and Sokka climbed off his back at haste, relieving him from the bags, saddle, and armor with some help from nearby palace guards. Get some rest, Xin, Azula said, stroking her dragon's mane as he sank into the bed of hay that had been crafted in his temporary refuge. You'll have an easier day tomorrow. And I'll have lots of food sent to you, all right. The dragon groaned in agreement, grinning before closing his eyes and breathing out slowly. He was exhausted enough to fall asleep by the time Azula stepped out of the refuge. She found there was still no trace of any of her guards nearby, even after about half an hour since their arrival. Strange, she said, raising her eyebrows. The last time we came back they had been about to take off to find us, and this time they're nowhere around. Might be Fei Li got them all entangled in a mahjong game and they're too focused to remember we exist, Sokka suggested, with a shrug. Azula snorted and shook her head. Grand job they're doing as guards, if so, she said, amused, before turning to the palace guards. Can you perhaps help us bring the luggage inside? Doesn't seem we'll have any other assistance, so. The men responded positively right away, and with Sokka guiding them, and carrying the delicate bag with the volatile gas bombs, they entered the palace, depositing the many bags in Sokka and Azula's rooms respectively. It was only once they were finished that someone other than the palace guards seemed to notice their arrival. Princess! Jin exclaimed, gasping as she sighted Azula and Sokka in their room's hallway. Oh, goodness, you arrived. That's great, you're on time for the feast. Feast? You're throwing a feast because we arrived on time? Sokka asked, grinning goofily. Sounds good to me. Might be because of something more important than that, you know. Azula said, with a dry grin. Sokka chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Well, yeah, I guess we could celebrate both things, Jin chuckled, but it's really because Mayung's daughter got engaged and Mayung was adamant that we celebrated properly, so. Ah, makes sense, Sokka said, smiling easily, until the words sank in, both for him and Azula. Wait, what? He didn't, Azula said, a disbelieving grin spreading over her face. Ruishi actually asked her to. He got Mayung's permission first, it was so gentlemanly of him. Jin said. It's wonderful, isn't it? I hope you are not too tired to join in. Oh, not a chance. You can never be too tired to pass on a big feast, Sokka grinned, nudging Azula, who chuckled and nodded. I'll clean up first, and you should do the same, but yes, we'll be there. Azula smiled. I'm still surprised, but in a good way, if anything. Those two shouldn't be underestimated, huh? Sokka smiled approvingly and nodded. It'd be a while before they could see their friends and congratulate them properly, but he had the feeling Song would be happier than ever, once they did. The guards had as good as forgotten about Azula and Sokka, as was apparent already by their absence during their arrival and more apparent yet when the princess and her gladiator entered the dining hall just before the meal was served, after taking their respective baths, regretting being unable to take them together this time, unlike how it had been during their stay in the Northern Air Temple. Fei Li gasped, rushing towards Azula while the others performed deep reverences, many of them flustered and ashamed of their behavior. Notably, Ruishi was relieved to see the princess was back, but he seemed far too elated by the recent developments to show proper shame for disregarding her return to the palace. We're very sorry we weren't there to welcome you, princess. It's very dishonorable of us to have. Fei Li started, but Azula nodded and patted his shoulder gently before striding towards where Ruishi and Song were sitting. Princess. Jin shared the news, Azula said, smiling at the former captain of the guards and his still blushing and beaming future bride. I definitely didn't expect to come back here to such developments. It was a somewhat sudden situation, truthfully. Song said, biting her lower lip to hold back her smiles. So, you acted on the spur of the moment, Ruishi? Sokka asked, grinning widely as he stepped forward, placing a hand on Song's shoulder. Good on you both. If you live your lives by following your hearts, you shall have no regrets. Well, I suppose you could say that's what we've done, Ruishi said, nodding as he lowered his gaze. I'm sorry we weren't there to receive you both, we had been worried about your return, but nothing to worry about, as you can see. Xian Long's tired, but he'll rest on the barge on our way home, Sokka said, shrugging. Besides, if this is why you weren't there, you're more than forgiven, Azula said, smiling. Congratulations to the both of you. Happy tears blinked in Song's eyes again as she nodded and accepted their friend's congratulations as graciously as she could while her emotions were running away with her. Ruishi bowed his head gratefully to the princess. The servants arrived with the meal moments later, leading the many guests to take their seats at the table. Governor Tien was happily surprised by Azula's return and the celebratory feast, but he was as gracious through the meal as ever, showing genuine curiosity about the eventual nuptials of the princess's companions. He even made them a generous offer, to Mayung's delight. You would let us marry here, in the palace itself? Ruishi asked, astonished. Song gasped. I understand you'll need longer to prepare, Tien smiled, but indeed, if you'd like, we could hold the ceremony here. You could even have a hybrid ceremony, part Fire Nation and part Earth Kingdom. Of course, if you'd rather do it at the capital, I'll make sure Mayung can attend, just as it would be if you hold it here. Thank you, very much, Song said, smiling warmly and bowing her head repeatedly. Somehow, the Fire Nation people she and her mother had met after the war had proven to be kinder than she could ever have thought possible from anyone born to the warmongering nation. Just make sure you'll enjoy your ceremony and wedding as best as you can, Tien said, smiling before turning towards Azula. The princess had been more quiet than usual, though it seemed the reason for it was that she'd worked up quite the appetite after only having eaten one meal, and a rather bland one, through the day. Did you achieve what you hoped to in the northern mountains, princess? Yes, Azula said, smiling and nodding. Everything went according to plan. It may have taken up the full extent of our free time in the end, but our ventures have paid off. That's great to hear, Tien grinned. That being said, I'd like to ask you for a favor, if you have any soldiers you can spare. Angela started. Beside her, Sokka smiled, knowing exactly what her petition would be. If the Mechanist still doubted Angela, hopefully a message from Tien, offering a squad of supportive soldiers to reinforce the air temple's security, would change his mind. The evening was as lively as expected after the important, sudden announcement. Some of Myung's fellow servants decided to honor the soon-to-be-wed couple with traditional Earth Kingdom dances, and they performed for their guests with utmost enthusiasm. Their cheer was contagious, more so after liquors were brought from the palace's finest cellars to celebrate the future union properly. Angela, however, was dragged away from the party before she could drink 2 full cups of lychee wine. Again, Sokka had ensured the servants found a bottle for her, and she had thanked him for the gesture by clasping his hand gently under the table. Still, her enjoyment of the drink didn't last long, and not because of her lover, as it usually was. I take it you disobeyed again, and you still used your bending while you guys were up north? Song asked after taking the princess to a nearby room, undoing Angela's splint to check on her hand's progress. Angela smiled guiltily, letting her hand rest between Song's. You know, maybe Tien has some healers I could ask to check on my wrist. You don't have to do it on your big engagement day. Angela said, but to her surprise, Song laughed and shook her head. If anything, I'd rather do it. It's a good way to calm down, to a fault, she said, smiling still. After noticing the princess had flinched over one sudden movement while reaching for the lychee wine bottle, Song had dragged her away for this medical checkup without taking no for an answer. Angela had complied despite dreading she'd be at the receiving end of the healer's scolding after she inspected her wrist, though her concerns were replaced quickly by amusement over Sokka and Ruishi's helpless expressions, once they found their respective lovers were slipping out of the dining room without any warning. Ruishi can't seem to take his eyes off you. He looked like a lost puppy when you decided to check my wrist, Angela said, and Song giggled, shaking her head. How did I ever end up being so lucky? She asked. He's such a good man. And you're a good woman. Seen that way, it makes perfect sense for you to be together, Angela smiled. I'm no stranger to feeling unworthy of too much happiness, but you two certainly deserve it. You understand it, yes, Song said, biting her lip. I had always been happy with him, but after he proposed like that, I feel like my body isn't big enough to hold my soul, somehow. I'm not sure how to handle this much happiness. You'll get used to it, Angela chuckled. I know I have. And just you wait until you actually get married. Oh, I won't be able to cope, I know I won't. Your wrist. I shouldn't be talking about me when I'm hopeless. Angela laughed but said nothing as Song continued to test Angela's wrist carefully. Bending it backwards still resulted in more pain than it should have, and some areas still caused her a mild soreness if pressure was applied on them. Will you stay put on our way to Udeo, or will you keep bending just to give me extra work? Song asked teasingly. Angela shrugged. That depends. Might be you'll need the extra work to distract yourself from your idyllic love with Ruishi. The words elicited further laughter from the flustered Song, and Angela smirked knowingly at her. The wrist was bandaged again by now, and Song was only tying up the last of the fabrics around the splinters. I'm a bit sorry, though, Song said, glancing at Angela with uncertainty. The princess crooked an eyebrow. You and Sokka, you deserved a big celebration too, and a wedding people could attend, just like mine will be. There's so many people who would be just as thrilled about your happiness. And a lot who would be the opposite of thrilled. Which is why Sokka and I can't do this, Angela said, with a sad smile. Still, you shouldn't feel so bad about us. We've done as we saw fit, ignored all boundaries, all medical indications too. Heh, you sure did that last one. Song said, rolling her eyes as Angela chuckled. Just as he said earlier, we've followed our hearts. Even at times when not following them might have been safer, or a better choice, Angela said, but so far, I've had very few reasons to regret it, if any. I know it's difficult to accept this much happiness when it blindsides you, especially when you never thought it possible. I didn't, yeah. Song said, before hanging her head with a sigh. I really had thought I'd just be a miserable slave working for an awful person for the rest of my life. But then you and Sokka changed my life, and now you'll marry Ruishi, Angela said, patting Song's shoulder. If you are worried about how unfair it is for Sokka and me, as this kind of thing is impossible for us, don't be. He's thrilled, surely he's already looking forward to your big day. I didn't know he was that big a fan of weddings for a long time, to be honest. Might be he only became one after yours happened, huh? Song said, smiling weakly. Maybe, Angela conceded, smiling too. Either way, what matters most is what happens after the wedding, if you ask me. You No, not that. Angela scowled, prompting Song to laugh. Goodness, and here I thought you were pure and innocent. I'm not quite that pure and innocent, no, Song admitted, and Angela smirked, shaking her head. Well, all the better if you're not. Means you'll likely enjoy that part just fine, Angela hissed playfully, and Song's laughter strengthened. I mean, though, once you call him your husband for real, for the first time. The very notion of doing that is what encouraged me to go forward with it, when Sokka and I were in Firelight Town and the opportunity presented itself. So, I have the feeling it'll be like that for you and Ruishi just as well. Song's breath had hitched. Ruishi, her husband. A slow smile spread over her face, and once again she found herself crying tears of joy into the hands she covered her eyes with. Angela laughed and patted her friend's back once more. I'll be his wife. I'll be his. Oh, I'm really going to explode. This much happiness can't be healthy. You're the healer here. If someone knows whether it's healthy or not, it's you. Angela smiled, as Song cried and laughed simultaneously once again. Even their most successful trips had ended on less cheerful notes than this one. Despite she had to say goodbye to her mother on the next morning, Song couldn't seem to stop smiling as they stood at the palace's gates, nodding at her mother's advice, holding Ruishi's hand gently. Xian Long was still tired, but willing to take off on a new flight if it meant he would take a longer nap yet on Angela's barge. Sokka was busy dressing him up in his saddle and armor. This time he wouldn't be burdened with extra luggage, something Xian Long was grateful for, while Angela said her farewells to General Tien and his wife. You can trust the enforcers will be in good hands with us, said Jin, smiling brightly as she bowed her head towards Angela. We'll do our very best, princess. I know you will, Angela smiled. It's fortunate that the two people leading Ba Sing Se have worked so hard for the betterment of this city. I have no doubts you'll continue to do so in the future. And I have no doubts you will continue to do so as well, with the enforcers and anything else you set your mind to. Tien smiled, nodding towards Angela. I know it may be bold, perhaps even inappropriate of me to say this, but I believe Lu Ten would be deeply proud of the woman and leader you've become, princess. Exchanging pleasantries tended to be second nature for Angela, but Tien's latest ones rendered her speechless. Over the years she had grown accustomed to her feelings, to living with emotions she had ignored or never experienced during her childhood, but she wasn't quite sure she had ever felt such a surge of happiness over matters pertaining her family, spreading warmth across her chest, as it happened just now. Well. Angela said, smiling weakly. I can only hope so. Surely he had the potential to achieve everything I have and more. He probably would disagree. Tien chuckled. He was far too humble for a man of his station. He would have made a fantastic Fire Lord, if he'd had the chance, but I'm certain so will you, when your time comes. I can only hope so, Angela smiled, lowering her gaze as she bowed her head in Tien's direction. Thank you for having us, even if I spent so little time in Ba Sing Se during this leg of my journey. Perhaps the next time I drop by I'll have less errands to run. Perhaps. Tien smiled, bowing as well, his fist against his palm. Take care, princess, and safe journeys. Thank you, Angela replied, smiling. Take care as well, and of the city, as you always have. Tien and Jin waved as Angela walked towards her dragon, a new, strange sense of pride nestling still inside her chest. It wasn't the same as the gold fire she had discovered thanks to Sokka, but the sensation was similar, nonetheless. Lu Ten always had been the only member of her family who had been above the bitterness and hatred that permeated everyone else. She had admired him greatly in her childhood, hoping to be like him once she grew up. Going by Tien's words, perhaps she had come closer to achieving that goal than she ever thought she would be. Everything okay? Sokka asked, once she stopped beside him. These days? Much better than that, actually, she said, smiling fondly at her secret husband. Sokka chuckled, stepping forward to hoist Angela into her seat at her dragon's saddle. The rest of their journey was restful, Compared to their first 3 stops, Udeo was progressing smoothly as well with the enforcers. Cory had been thrilled to see them again, and it seemed the role of new supervisor of Udeo's enforcers suited her just as well as it had suited Jin. Udeo had abided by the new laws far more effectively than the other larger cities in the colonies. The young woman even hoped to gather and train enough forces that they might be able to send a few squads to watch over nearby towns and villages, where slaves needed help most direly. Aonu had returned to Udeo as well and, after a few meetings with Azula, he was far more ready to handle his upcoming duties and journeys to properly oversee the enforcers of the colonies. Garsai wasn't quite as stagnant as Jailing had been, but much progress remained to be made. Complacency seemed to be the norm for the man appointed to supervise the local enforcers, and Azula wasn't sure her harsh words would do enough to set the nervous man on a better path than the one he'd chosen so far. Still, the headquarters had been built, and a few women had already been recruited. It would take several more months before any raids could begin, but Azula hoped that, once Aonu's role as general overseer kicked in fully, he would iron out the weaker flaws in each city's system until the enforcers could operate properly. The long trips between each city allowed Azula and Sokka to rest fully, recovering the energies they had spent through the race and their quest for Xian Long's fellow dragons, as well as Sokka's appointed fights in each city they visited. At night, Sokka frequently climbed up to Azula's cabin if only to lie down beside her, as the two of them always rested better when they slept in each other's arms. Yet, as exhausting as this trip had been, by the final night Azula could only sigh upon glimpsing the familiar shape of the islands of her homeland. "You okay?" Sokka asked, embracing her from behind as they stood by the large windows of her obscured room. Azula groaned, dropping her head against his shoulder. "I should be thrilled that we're finally coming home, right?" Azula said, stroking his forearm with her now fully healed right hand. Song had finally determined she had recovered successfully once they were in Udeo, and yet. "You wish this trip would be even longer than it has been." Sokka smiled, kissing the side of her head. "It's already been about as long as our first trip to the Earth Kingdom, you know. Much better than that one, though." Azula smiled, turning in his arms to tuck her head into the hollow of his shoulder. "Granted, we found Xian Long back then too. And this time we found his friends and family, too." Sokka sighed happily. Azula smiled. "It's all come full circle, to a fault," she said, stroking his bare chest gently. Sokka chuckled. "We were up north too long, though. The Fire Nation feels far too hot all of a sudden." "You just miss our chimney room from the Northern Air Temple," Sokka snickered. "Might be I do," Azula said, raising her head to gaze into his eyes. "Strange how nice it is to sleep with you in a room with a fire. See? My plans to build that igloo for us down south are looking more promising now, aren't they?" Sokka smirked, wiggling his eyebrows. Azula laughed, pressing her brow to his. "That's the norm with us, love," she said, eyes closed, cheeks flushed warmly. "Our future always looks promising." Sokka grinned in agreement, gathering her closer still before kissing her passionately. Starting tomorrow they wouldn't be able to spend as much time together as they had through their long journey, but as badly as they'd miss each other, their hearts felt quenched and full, about as strong as they did after their trip to Shujing had ended. As long as nothing quite as catastrophic as Iroha's suspicions of their relationship happened next, these pleasant, comforting feelings would likely linger for as long as they might have to be apart. They sank into bed again, delighted to make the most of the one night they had left. They'd have to try to be on their best behavior starting tomorrow, however unlikely they were to succeed at that, but for one more night, they could find intimacy and bliss together until the sunlight's rays began to shine in the horizon. Even after such a long time away, the palace felt like home. Servants and guards had received the princess gladly once she climbed off her dragon's saddle. Returning to her role felt more difficult than ever this time, and she could tell her behavior wasn't quite as aloof and cold as it ought to be, if she hoped to uphold her reputation. Yet no scathing, judgmental glares were shot in her direction. Her smiles were frequently answered with grins as well, as though her good mood after her successful trip was too contagious to ignore. Naturally, her father wasn't quite as infected by her pleasant mood as everyone else, but he welcomed her home in his study, right after his mid-morning training session was over. "You look tired, yet satisfied," Oze said, as Azula smiled and stepped forward, depositing a large document on his desk. "It was a long trip." I did my best to rest properly on the barge, though, but I guess it's still not enough, Angela admitted. Is this why you're so tired? Jose asked, pointing at the document. Angela shrugged. Partly, she said, though, to be fair, those are the reports of the enforcers' activities from each city I visited. I wrote them after each visit. Well, I wrote the one about jailing once I was already in Omashu, resting after the race. Perhaps you have heard of its results by now. Of course. You defeated all competition, Jose said, smirking. Angela smiled and nodded, as can only be expected from my daughter. Is it true you had a direct confrontation with Iroh? Actually, yes, Angela nodded. I had expected him to be in worse shape, but I couldn't possibly lose against him, could I? Jose smirked and nodded too, gesturing at Angela to sit down. As always, she chose the right chair before his desk, knowing even before her father said anything, that he had no intentions of reading her large report right now. Is everything well with the enforcers here? Angela asked. Jose nodded. Too well, if anything. I've had no end of trials and audiences over slavery ownership, he said, raising his eyebrows. Angela gave him a guilty smile. You've overworked yourself and myself as well, child. You should name a committee to handle the trials, otherwise I'll never be able to get anything else done in this nation. That would certainly be a good idea, Angela said, as long as I have your approval, then. Granted, he said, rubbing his closed eyes with his fingertips. Angela tried to muffle her laughs. I'd appoint people for the role myself, but I suspect you'd rather be the one to choose them personally. You can select them over the course of the next weeks, perhaps. I'll do my best, she said. Jose tilted his head sideways. As you always do, he said, before cocking a small smile. Strangely, though, you seem quite relaxed, despite the hard work you've done recently. More than I expected you to be, if anything. I guess so. Things have been working surprisingly well, Angela shrugged, both regarding the Enforcers and the Gladiator League. As long as everything has been working smoothly in the capital, I'll probably remain level-headed at least for a week or two. A week or two, that's all you expect? Jose asked, amused. You don't think your relaxation will last any longer than that? I'd rather not assume anything I shouldn't, Angela smiled, shaking her head. Sudden, unwanted surprises tend to spring up when you're least prepared to handle them. True, Jose sighed. Still, if you do think you should handle yourself well for 2 weeks. Her father's tone wasn't casual, something Angela only identified now. He had something in mind. She raised an eyebrow questioningly. Is something the matter? She asked. Jose sighed and pushed himself to his feet. No, not truly. Only. I find myself slightly envious of you, child, he said, chuckling softly. You certainly appeared to be in better spirits after the vacation you took, right before the Crescent Island summit. And now it seems this long voyage had a similar effect on you. Well, I probably burned out most my energies in the first half of this trip, Angela admitted, smiling awkwardly. Still, what exactly do you mean, that you're envious of me? I mean that, as I told you once before, I could use a trip of my own. For the first time since she had entered the room, Angela frowned. Her father, with his back turned towards her, paced before a bright window and took in the scenery of their elegant palace. Meanwhile, his daughter remained where she sat, his latest confession replaying itself in her brain, but her mind refused to process its meaning. A trip? Angela finally asked, fishing for better explanations. Jose chuckled and shrugged. We talked about how rundown the Ember Island villa is, didn't we? He said I considered, perhaps, visiting it and seeing to starting a restoration. But then I realized, that would still amount to work. And if I want to have it restored, I might as well assign the job to a royal architect and visit the place once it's finished. Which would likely only happen in several years, right? Well, perhaps if you use earthbenders, it could be finished sooner, Angela suggested. Perhaps. I'll keep that in mind, Jose said. Still, it hardly sounds like a vacation would be in the books for me if I have to wait that long, right? You do want to take a vacation, though? Angela asked, with an uneasy smile. I don't blame you, not in the least, let alone after I've added to your workload. But, you've never left the palace for prolonged times ever since you became Fire Lord. Indeed. For a rather simple reason, at that, Jose said, turning again to face her, despite his eyes didn't find hers as he shrugged, who could have served as interim Fire Lord if I ever took a short break? The question he posed elicited many more in Angela's mind, questions she didn't dare voice, confused as she was, if a lack of a potential interim Fire Lord had stopped him from taking a break for all these years, did it mean he had one in mind by now? A wishful idea followed that question, she had no time to fully process it, whether to cling to it tightly or dismiss it as complete nonsense, when Jose spoke again. But years have passed, and a lot has changed, he said, raising his head. Now he met her confused eyes with his determined ones. Isn't it fitting for the most competent crown princess in history to prove perfectly qualified to serve as my replacement, if just for a week? A gasp she couldn't hold back burst from her. Why, her wishful, nonsensical idea hadn't been that far from reality after all. Her reaction was so honest. Jose smirked, raising an eyebrow. How many years has it been since I took you by surprise, I wonder? He asked. It's usually the other way around. Why you can't be serious, Angela said, but her face had lit up, not that it had been darkened at any point in their conversation. You think I could be? You want me to serve as interim Fire Lord while you're? Wait, but you said you can't yet because Ember Island is. Oh, never mind Ember Island, it's a dreadful idea in the end, Jose said, waving a hand carelessly. Too many memories, I'd rather not revisit them if I'm supposed to be relaxing. Right, said Angela. She shared the sentiment, though she wasn't entirely sure why Jose felt that way. Her childhood visits to the island, accompanied by her family, had never been bad experiences. Perhaps that was what Jose wouldn't wish to revisit? The times when he had been genuinely happy with his children and wife? Zhao mentioned there's a Fire Nation resort in the north of the colonies, Jose said, and Angela raised her eyebrows. I take it you've never visited it? Well, no, she admitted. I may have heard about it in passing, but I'm usually traveling for a purpose, so no time to spend leisurely days in a resort. Naturally, Jose smiled. Well, it sounds like an agreeable possibility to me. The Air Force would be tasked with accompanying me to my destination. Their airships are fast enough that traveling there ought to take only a day. I can spend the next 5 enjoying the resort, and then I'll return. Do you believe you can handle the responsibilities of a Fire Lord for that long? Angela said, and somehow she felt breathless, despite her entire heart and body yearned to scream an affirmative answer. You have witnessed my work closely ever since you were a child, Jose smiled. I'd like to think you're prepared enough for this challenge. You tend to be prepared for all challenges, in my experience. I will do my very best. If you truly think I'm worthy of this honor, then I'll gladly do as you ask. Angela smiled, bowing her head towards her father. Good, Jose said, grinning. If you do a good job, I'll consider giving you a more permanent, and greater, responsibility yet. Wait, what? Angela said, whipping her head back up. Well, now. You've dealt with the enforcers remarkably well, and with most your ventures too. Jose shrugged. Perhaps I pressure you too much, and if I do, feel free to reject this new idea. But I thought your week as Fire Lord could serve as training, to a fault, for you to handle the duties of full-blown leadership in the future. Why yes, I understand that, Angela said, nodding, but, surely you don't mean to abdicate, do you? Oh, of course not, Jose laughed, skeptical. Despite he was already offering her much more than she had ever expected from her father, Angela couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed at his dismissal of that suggestion. I mean, however, that there's a rather massive area of the current Fire Nation that merits being overseen properly. The colonies have been ripe with strife ever since they were established, and there's still much ground to cover if we are to truly assimilate the former Earth Kingdom's full territories, villages, and towns into our rule. It would be a difficult, and surely even thankless job, but your achievements in the colonies have already made you surprisingly popular amongst their peasants. Your laws, of course, have achieved the same for you with slaves, so. Wait, again. This is a lot to take, Angela said, eyes wide. What on earth happened to you while I was gone? Why are you so willing to delegate so many important duties to? Delegating them would imply someone is doing them, at least, in regards of the colonies. Jose smiled. But there is no High Governor of the colonies, is there? The blood slowed in Angela's body. The shock of his words was so great she remained petrified for a moment, incredulous and flabbergasted. This wasn't happening, was it? It was a dream, a really good one, and she'd hate herself when she woke up, but her father wasn't offering her the role of High Governor. He couldn't be. That kind of role would give Angela so much political power, the potential to oversee the entire branch of the army currently working in the continent, the ability to sack and hire governors if she found them incompetent. It was too much. It was impossible. Her father didn't share power, at least, not often. So why? You would, of course, answer to me. You would always remain my vassal, my daughter, and my crown princess, Jose said, pacing behind his desk and nodding at each title he uttered, but a woman of your talents, who has become as good as a sensation amongst our people, there's much more that you could do beyond the slavery laws. That was already good enough, and your handling of the project up until today has proved you're prepared for important responsibilities. Why not continue to test you, then? We have always hoped you'd prove to be a grand fire lord. Once your time comes, what better way to prepare for the job than by taking up a fire lord's duties in the former Earth Kingdom? This is... Father, I can't quite believe this, Angela said, smiling in amazement. Why, you're serious? I'm not hallucinating this, am I? Well, now, I hardly doubt my suggestions sound that incoherent, do they? Jose asked, and Angela laughed, covering her mouth with a hand. Now, though, don't let this go up to your head. You will only take up the role of High Governor if you are successful as interim Fire Lord through the week I'll spend abroad. And you will only be a successful interim Fire Lord if you manage to handle all your duties as perfectly as possible for one befitting such station. While, yes, you tend to excel at every challenge poised before you, you still must undertake it to succeed in the first place. So. Angela swallowed hard, and Jose crossed his arms over his chest, waiting for an answer. It arrived after a moment, once the princess rose to her feet and bowed profusely towards her father. You honor me, father, she said. Her face, usually so easy to control in front of her father, could barely hold back the wild smile that couldn't wait to spread across her face. I understand your terms. I will uphold them. I won't let you down. I know you won't, but it's best not to take anything for granted, Jose smirked. I will be taking one squad of my personal Imperial Guards with me, so you'll have to handle yourself with the remaining two. Of course, Angela said, nodding as she rose to her full height. And I'll make sure to let Zhao know to assist and advise you, should the need arise, while I'm gone, Jose said, nodding. I understand, Angela smiled. Then, the best of luck, future interim Fire Lord Angela, Jose said, his voice teasing, even though something akin to pride glowed in his golden eyes. Angela's grin was impossible to contain. She laughed and nodded, bowing her head to her father, who nodded in return as he took his seat anew. I'll read your big report now, might as well get started, he said, reaching for her documents. I should have chosen a date for my travels by tonight, so I'll let you know once I've made up my mind on when I'll do it. Of course, said Angela, smiling and nodding. I know, as well, that appointing you to work in the colonies means you won't be home often, Jose continued, yet you've traveled those wild lands, you know what to expect. If you don't believe you could settle there, for whatever reason, I will understand and reconsider. No need, Angela said, shaking her head. I'm willing to do it. Granted, I'll miss the Fire Nation, but I can handle the distance. Where, though, would I be expected to take office at? Oh, you'll be free to choose, frankly, Jose said, waving a hand dismissively. Wherever you please. Really? Angela said, amused. Goodness, that's a lot of freedom you're offering me, father. Consider yourself fortunate, Jose smirked, raising his eyebrows. Few royals in your station are afforded any such privileges. I know, frankly I still can barely believe you're suggesting something like this, she said, shaking her head. Not even in my wildest dreams did I imagine anything quite like being High Governor of the colonies, and I still barely understand why you're doing it, too. The never-ending trials for the slave owners were the starting point for this idea, if you must know, Jose admitted, with a shrug while pondering a solution for that particular problem. I soon found myself wondering if perhaps you were in the position to handle certain other difficulties that have eluded me, just as the slavery matter did for a long time. If someone was likely to succeed at reeling in the colonies without burning out our resources and without much bloodshed, it's you. That you think so highly of my capabilities is quite flattering. Angela smiled, bowing her head towards Jose anew. Thank you for this opportunity. I'll do my very best, father. I know you will, Angela, Jose said, smiling as well. For once, the usual malice in his countenance seemed faded, diminished. The princess's chest tightened, for the second time in mere months, upon finding her father appeared genuinely proud of her. Often he had said the words, with airs of wickedness and cruelty, satisfaction at knowing his daughter treaded the same path he did. Now, though, he seemed to set her free to make decisions, free to lead the Fire Nation for 1 week, and perhaps more than that, if she played her cards right. Oh, the possibilities. Relocating to the Earth Kingdom would certainly have its disadvantages, Angela knew as much. Life in the Fire Nation was easier, smoother, with better technological advancements than most seen in the Earth Kingdom. Yet this meant Xianlong would be close enough to his friends, to the point where he could make frequent trips back and forth between Angela's new home and the Dragon's Cavern. It meant she could avoid unpleasant people, such as her uncle, or even her father's unsettling assassin, who, fortunately, was absent from the palace today, as she discovered when she had resonated upon her arrival. And what delighted her most of all, it would be a chance to live as good as freely with Sokka by her side. No, their relationship could not be made public knowledge, but they might have a chance to wake up together every morning, and sleep together every night. They would keep each other company at all times, without anyone's interference, as long as they could get away with it. A laugh shook her once she had left Jose's study, and she raced through the corridors of the palace to where Xianlong waited in his refuge. The dragon had already seen her thoughts, and he was roaring happily when she reached him, unleashing barrages of celebratory fire in the air as he encouraged his rider to do her damnedest to prove herself in her week as Fire Lord. Within mere minutes, Xianlong had crossed the city, leading his rider to her lover's house. Angela clung to Xianlong's reins somewhat desperately, as though that would help her feel the world was still real, and this wasn't the dream she was certain it was. But by now it had lasted quite a long time, hadn't it? And nothing too outlandish had happened, aside from her father's 2 proposals, so maybe it was real. Maybe it wasn't just an illusion. Sokka had been hauling the last of his Ensong's bags into the house when he heard the whooshing of the wind, howling when Xianlong landed heavily in the backyard. Dread rose in Sokka's chest immediately as he handed a bag to Ruishi. As always, he had joined them in unpacking, for Song's sake, before rushing out to the backyard. Yet when he met Angela's eyes, her near-childish enthusiasm took him by surprise. "Okay, I miss you every second we're apart too, Angela, but you didn't have to come visit right away." Sokka chuckled, climbing down the short flight of stairs of the house's porch to meet her. And as thrilled as she was, Angela's foot got tangled with the tubes of the saddle when she attempted to heave herself to the ground. Angela. Sokka had to jump forward and catch her, keeping her from taking a bad fall. To further his complete astonishment, the only reaction from his princess over her own, uncharacteristic clumsiness, was a burst of laughter. She turned in his arms, tightening her hold around his neck as he embraced her closely, helping her set her foot free. "Angela," he said, smiling awkwardly, "what's going on? You're never going to believe it." "Fact is, I barely believe it yet," Angela said, pulling away and beaming brightly before explaining each of her father's sudden decisions. She was right, he was too shocked to believe this could be anything but a weird prank, at least at first. But the more Angela spoke, the more he realized this couldn't be a joke. Her excitement was real, as were her smiles, the brightness of her eyes, and the brilliance of her words. "Fire Lord, for a week," he repeated, his voice trembling just as much as his body did, at this point and after that. "High Governor of the Colonies." Angela laughed and nodded, as did Sokka before falling to his knees and wrapping his arms around Angela's waist, his face buried in her flat stomach. Just as it happened to her, he couldn't give the words the credit they deserved. It was too good to be true, and yet it seemed it was true. Every hope and dream they'd once had, even his most foolish, early ideas on how they could escape, and even have children without Jose's knowledge, had changed in nature. They were no longer the ethereal subject of daydreams about the impossible. Instead, it seemed Angela would acquire power, so much more power than she had ever expected to have unless her father abdicated or died. Even if sworn to her father, she would be within her jurisdiction to rule over the entire Earth Kingdom continent, with the perfect chance of bettering the lives of the countless people who Ozai had meant to crush. If all went well, they might even have a chance to rebel against Ozai, outright, in the future. Sokka knew Azula wouldn't be happily on board with the idea right away, but they had pondered it in the past. They knew one day their path might force them to take a fully rebellious stand against her father, with the backing of an entire continent. Chances were their potential uprising might just be successful. And of course, the matter of their happiness, their intimacy, their entwined destinies, it was a chance to be husband and wife, as they had longed to be, permanently. It would be a secret, of course, but it would be their secret, and they would live it as intensely in a new home, away from the dangerous reach of a Fire Lord who would never approve of their love, as they lived it right now. It was Azula's turn to be surprised when Sokka jumped to his feet, hoisting her up enthusiastically as he joined her disbelieving, amazed laughter. They barely registered how absurd and strange their behavior would seem for anyone who hadn't heard of Ozai's new proposals for his daughter, such as Song and Ruishi, who watched them from inside the house. "Why's she here?" Ruishi said, grimacing. "Isn't that too risky?" "At this point, do you really think they care?" Song sighed, though she smiled. "They look strangely enthusiastic, though." "Do you know why?" "Not a clue," Ruishi said, blinking blankly before smiling at Song. "Need more help unpacking?" "Well, what I need is to spend more time with you, so yes, that will do." Song smiled guiltily, prompting Ruishi to chuckle before kissing her softly. A few hours later, the guard and the healer would finally hear of what had raised Azula and Sokka's spirits to such surprising heights. The princess and her gladiator would calm down gradually, though they would continue to smile, losing themselves in their thoughts, throughout the days leading up to Azula's fateful tenure as interim Fire Lord. A strong conviction nestled in their hearts, much as Azula had put it the night before they reached the capital. It seemed their already bright future had only become even more promising. Chapter 220, Fire Lord for a Week 1. On the outside, nothing seemed different. The city remained busy, yet calm, the highborn riding their carriages, the lowborn pacing through the streets, the occasional children chasing each other, a normal, simple day in the lives of many. It wasn't remotely as simple as that for Sokka. He walked across the Fire Nation capital while holding back the smile that constantly threatened to spread over his face. Blue skies, with a bright sun shining high above, flowers bloomed beautifully in the gardens, birds chanted happily as they flew from branch to branch. The entire world appeared to be at peace, rejoicing quietly in the latest happenings, a reflection of the bliss that now nestled in his chest. He failed to stifle the smile once the palace gates were within view. How horror-struck he'd been, so many years ago, upon stepping off a carriage to find himself at the Fire Lord's threshold for the first time. Today, he could barely hold back from sprinting to the doors. Today, the acting Fire Lord behind those walls wasn't the one he so despised. The soldiers tasked with guarding the gates ushered him inside without any questions, nodding as Sokka passed them by. He returned the gesture, unable to contain his enthusiasm once he crossed into the palace's grounds. Everything looked so much brighter, so much more beautiful, despite Sokka knew, objectively, that nothing could have changed that much within the 4 hours, perhaps, since Ozai had set off on his trip. The entire capital had been rocked by the arrival of a large aircraft 2 days ago. Sokka had made sure to stay put in his house, even if quite nervously, until it had finally left, earlier that morning. Not a lot of people would know who was riding on it, but Sokka did. Surely, the airship had already joined the rest of the fleet, and with every hour that drifted by, the Fire Lord would come closer to the Fire Nation resort he had hoped to visit, and further away from the palace where his daughter had remained, handling duties she hadn't expected to be hers anytime soon. Despite Sokka had no doubts she was prepared to deal with them all the same. Sokka hadn't seen much of her lately, a sad change of pace after the many months spent by her side at nearly every waking moment. But she had to prepare for her new responsibilities, and as selfish as Sokka could be, he wasn't foolish enough to intrude when the fate of the nation would rest on Azula's hands for a week, and then, perhaps, the fate of the entire Earth Kingdom, so long as everything went well for 7 days. There was almost a spring in his step at that thought. Oh, the possibilities. Even the inside of the dark palace seemed brighter today. The servants, to Sokka's surprise, appeared more relaxed, and most of them offered him agreeable smiles as he made his way to the royal gallery. It wasn't as though he weren't welcome in the palace while Oze was around, but perhaps the momentary change in authority afforded Sokka further privileges these days. It was hard to say if anyone suspected them of having a secret relationship, but even those who harbored no such suspicions would still know that Sokka was the princess's closest companion and advisor. And since she wasn't just the princess right now, if only for a week. The royal gallery ever appeared unwelcoming and harsh, with the many depictions of fire lords looking down on anyone who walked before them. Sokka scoffed at them without fail. One day Azula would take her place between them for good. And her painting would be the better one amongst them, by far. Should go on the spot where Oze's is. We can just throw his to the bin, not much of a loss there. Sokka mumbled to himself, smirking deviously at the depiction of the vacationing Fire Lord before taking a turn towards the throne room. The corridor in question was almost deserted. One guard stood outside the curtains, his arms folded over his chest in what might have appeared a menacing gesture to anyone, but not to one of the guard's closest friends. Ruishi. Sokka grinned, raising a hand to greet the armored, helmeted firebender. Even so, Ruishi hushed him, pressing his gloved fingers to his helmet to drive the message across. Oops, sorry. I'll be quieter, ihihi. Is she very busy? She's finishing the last of today's appointed slavery trials, Ruishi answered, as Sokka stopped beside him. I'm sure you'd rather not interrupt or interfere with that, or would you? Wouldn't dream of it, Sokka smiled, staring at the closed curtain with undisguised eagerness. If anything, he'd love to hear Azula tear the worst of the slave masters to shreds with her words. Sokka knew Azula all too well. Naturally, that was exactly what was happening inside the azure-lit throne room. The effect of the blue flames was even more terrifying for her subjects than Oze's natural, orange flaring fire. Today's last slave master remained crouched before her, shrunken in his frame, flanked by the ever-silent and obedient pair of Imperial guards, Shuren and Wuhan. Now then, let's see what your charges are, Azula was saying, scrolling through a document supplied to her earlier that week by the capital's enforcers, a record of mishandled slaves in current times, as well as 3 murdered ones, before the slavery laws were promulged. You have 20 to your name, is it? I do, Princess, said the man, raising his head to gaze at her pleadingly. Naturally, everyone took to begging when they were outnumbered and overpowered, yet there was something vicious in the slave owner's eyes, something no amount of fear or attempts to humble himself could dismiss. There was no mishandling involved, though. It was only a mistake. A mistake? Azula repeated, raising her eyebrows. 7 of your slaves reported being at the receiving end of your violent outbursts. One mistake of the sort is already bad enough to result in the confiscation of all your slaves, but you think committing the same mistake 7 times warrants no punishment? It wasn't like that. The slaves were on their way to work at the plantation, and my son, he's young and reckless, you see, ran them over by mistake with the carriage. But it's a mistake, I swear. Huh. That's what happened, then? Azula asked. Her voice had acquired that calm quality it often did when it concealed a storm within, and while those who knew her could understand the meaning of that tone, the man on his knees before her didn't interpret it correctly. Of course. Princess, truly. Crown Princess, if you would. Though it should be Interim Fire Lord, at the moment. Right, Interim. Interim Fire Lord, the slave owner swallowed hard, the title weighing on his head far more heavily. I know it may have looked bad, but I assure you, we will be more careful. We will be. Say, why exactly is it that none of your slaves shared this story about your son? Azula asked, reading the document further. I'm seeing claims you would press hot frying pans against their legs when they didn't keep to each of their duties on time, that you would force them to sleep outdoors if they disrespected you, even lashing. How exactly does any of this have any relation with being run over by a carriage? That was before the laws. You must understand. Oh, I sure should understand that those second-degree burns that physicians have determined happened, at most, 2 weeks ago, actually happened 6 months ago, according to you. The blue glare of the fire already drained the color off most faces, yet that didn't stop the slave owner from becoming paler still. He shook his head, but words wouldn't come out anymore. Not to mention. I have a report, right here, Angela said, raising it above the curtain of fire so the man could see it, and it's not only about the crimes you have been accused of, it even includes a nice and thorough profile about who you are. Funny, but there's no mention of a son in your household. Well, I mean. He's like my son, he's my sister's boy. Right. Do you even have a sister? Angela asked, sardonically. She sighed and shook her head. Your defense is pitiful. This case isn't even worth debating. Crown Princess, please. The slave owner made to stand up, but the hands of Shuren and Wuhan caught each of his shoulders and forced him back to his knees immediately. Why, you can't take them, you can't. I need slaves. I need them to work my plantation. Is that so? Angela asked, tapping her chin. Say, do you need tools to work on that plantation? Why, yes. And you polish and work them, you repair them when they break of excessive use, don't you? I do, but what's that got to do with? Why, then, would you treat your work tools with more respect than your slaves? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. Why would they merit the better treatment, I wonder? If your slaves are so very vital to your work, how difficult can it be to abide by the new laws, if I may ask? That's not. Oh, Princess, please. It's Crown Princess. And you're officially barred from owning any slaves from this day forward. Need people to work your plantation? Hire them, Angela said, cuttingly. If you've handled your business well through the 10 years you owned slaves, as you claim you have, you should have enough money to do so. If you don't, then I guess it means you are no good at this business. Maybe you ought to sell your lands to someone who can put them to good use without torturing other people in the process. It was the 10th trial of the day. Each of them had reached the same conclusion, though over varying degrees of damage. Those guilty of lesser crimes had been given lighter sentences, that was, a whole year without owning any slaves, and they would only be allowed to purchase 1 or 2 of them once the allotted time was over. Only if they proved themselves capable of following the laws for the following 3 years would the purchase restrictions decrease, and even then, they would be kept under close watch. Their current mishandling of slaves had already branded them as lawbreakers, so the enforcers would observe them for years to ensure they wouldn't buy any slaves in black markets either. Oh, the black markets. Yet another problem Angela direly needed to tackle and defeat, whether during her tenure as interim Fire Lord or afterwards. Have mercy, no, please. The man was begging pitifully now, but Angela rolled her eyes and gestured at her guards. Take him away, she voiced her final decision with determination. A slave owner capable of such lies and cruelties deserved no mitigation of his sentence, no matter how many times he begged for it. The slave owner whimpered and cried out in despair. He continued to plead, but he was dragged to the exit regardless. Angela reached for the small cup of water she had requested from the servants after the 4th trial. Part of her enthusiasm about her new role had decreased after 10 encounters with slave owners who refused to acknowledge their crimes, but it came back slowly as she reasoned with how she continued to shape the world, decision by decision. Hopefully, she was making it a better one through her decisions in these trials as well. The man's cries were louder as he was dragged away, but Angela ignored him pointedly. He wasn't quite so easy to ignore for the guards doing the dragging, though, or for the 2 men standing outside the throne room's curtain. You can't treat your people like this. Why, your father won't stand for it. I need those slaves. Princess, have mercy, please. He exclaimed, struggling against Shuren and Wuhan's strong arms. Whoa, she's definitely doing a great job, isn't she? If she's got transgressors whining like this. The salt poured into the slave owner's open wound didn't go ignored. He froze in Shuren and Wuhan's hold before shooting an outraged glare at the man who had spoken those words. And, predictably, the short, older man with next to no muscular build nearly fainted upon setting eyes on the tall, bulky foreigner that glared at him with obvious derision. He had never seen him before, but he was easily recognizable regardless. It could only be the Gladiator. Sokka's cold eyes glared daggers into the slave owner's own. The man clearly had wanted to retaliate, but all his boldness vanished when faced with a dangerous opponent who had no intentions of listening to any of his potential excuses or complaints. Sokka raised an eyebrow questioningly at the man, defying him to say another word, but Ruishi jerked his head at Shuren and Wuhan, who had paused in case Sokka wished to speak with the man. "Go on, now," Ruishi said. The two guards nodded in his direction and continued to push the slave owner out of the corridor. Now, though, the man was quiet and compliant, no longer struggling against his obvious fate. Sokka watched them walk away, a smirk spreading slowly over his face. He guessed he shouldn't take such pride in watching Azula's subjects begging for mercy, for that certainly could make her appear a harsh, unforgiving ruler, but these were slave owners, they had broken her laws, they had believed themselves above all reprieve, and now they faced the consequences of their arrogance. Try as though he might, he couldn't find any compassion within his soul for people who could be lumped together with the likes of Huangli. "And that's that," Ruishi said, releasing a breath as he watched Shuren and Wuhan taking a corner down the hallway. "So, she's free now?" Sokka asked, turning a far more innocent and leisurely grin on Ruishi now. Even though he wore his helmet and mask, Sokka had no doubts the firebender scowled judgmentally at his question. "No, she's not. She's interim Fire Lord, she's busy all the time," he said, stubbornly. Sokka snorted. "So, I can't even drop by and say hi? Check on her, make sure she's drinking enough water and eating all 3 meals?" he asked, beaming pleadingly. "Come on, Ruishi." "Right, because that's definitely what you're hoping to do," Ruishi grumbled, shaking his head. Sokka snickered. "What else could there be for me to do, huh?" he said, his hands behind his back as he swayed in place. Ruishi rolled his eyes. "I'll have to run this by her," he said, and Sokka snorted. "Why can't I just go inside and—" "Protocol must be followed where a Fire Lord is concerned," Ruishi declared, curtly. Sokka huffed. "So? I'll ask if she wants to see you. If so, good for you. If not, you'll have to take a walk and waste your time elsewhere until she's not quite so busy anymore." "Right, as you wish, Ruishi," Sokka groaned, pouting slightly as the guard pushed the curtain open. Azula had meant to rest on the throne for a moment, closing her eyes and savoring her position briefly. It would be years before she could sit on this throne again after this week was over. She knew, she had to do her best until then. Her briefly acquired power had to be used for the right purposes. "There's one more person who wishes for an audience with the Fire Lord," Ruishi announced. Azula frowned as she raised her head towards him. "I've already seen 10 petitioners and 10 slave owners. I thought that was the total amount of people allowed to see a Fire Lord on a daily basis," Azula said. Ruishi smirked under his helmet. "If you truly believe so, I'll gladly inform the newcomer of your refusal to see him. No doubt he'll be miserable, but I'm sure he'll get over it." The playful tone of Ruishi's voice was unusual, out of place even, and that gave away that perhaps this latest petitioner wasn't quite what Azula had assumed at first. Heat rose in her face as her heart sped up. "Wait a minute," Azula said. Ruishi didn't even muffle his chuckle. "Is it? Who else could it be?" Ruishi asked, matter-of-factly. On cue, a smile spread over Azula's previously stern face. In a single instant, all her concerns and the weight of duty washed off her shoulders. If she cast fire onto the barrier of flames now, it'd burn in the brightest gold, just for a moment, of course, before the multicolored fire took its place once blue and gold clashed together. "You don't change, do you?" Azula said, shaking her head. "Here I thought you weren't quite so eager to keep us away from each other anymore." "I'm not, but it's no less fun to torment you both, regardless," Ruishi admitted. "Let him through, then," Azula said, breathing deeply and sitting upright. Ruishi scoffed and shook his head. "You have 15 minutes, princess. The cleaning crew will arrive by then," he said. Azula stiffened. "And what exactly are you expecting to happen in here that you thought I needed to know such a thing?" she asked, her voice accusatory and guilty all at once. Ruishi smirked and shook his head as he returned to the curtain. Azula watched him until he left, her heart picking up its pace as she awaited the next person who would cross that threshold. It would be the first palace visitor she'd genuinely look forward to seeing, after such a long morning. The curtain rustled hastily only moments later, and Azula's breath hitched. All her remaining anxiety disappeared as soon as she laid eyes upon Sokka again. She couldn't hold back the relieved grin once his familiar silhouette started the way to the center of the throne room. Her smile, however, gained an edge of pride as he came closer, for his own was wild and uncontained. Well, redecorating nicely in your father's absence, I see. He teased her. Angela laughed and shrugged. Figured the blue fire might serve to further intimidate the petitioners and slave owners, she said. Sokka snickered. I'm pretty sure you did just fine, then. I saw that guy just now, and it seems to me you tore his life to pieces. Oh, perhaps, Angela said, smiling and shrugging as Sokka finally stopped before her. It was no less than he deserved. You'd think so too, if you'd read his document. I'll take your word for it, Sokka grinned. Angela thought to tease him for his complacency, but the words were lost in her mind when Sokka fell to his knees, a knowing, arrogant smirk playing on his lips. Her breath hitched. And, what are you doing, exactly? Just honoring the only Fire Lord worth honoring, of course, Sokka said, winking at her before pressing his fist against his palm and bowing his head. This time she couldn't hold back the laughter, a blush rising in her face as she covered her mouth with a hand. Somehow, he always knew exactly what to do and say to fix her day. It wasn't going that badly, not aside from how draining it could be to read about the abuses against slaves and arguing with their culprits, but all such weariness was easily chased away thanks to Sokka's unabashed support. All the strength she worried she might lack was sure to rise once he stood by her side, encouraging her to reach for the sky if she so wished. I'm flattered, but it doesn't suit you to be on your knees, Gladiator, Angela said, her voice tender and affectionate. Sokka chuckled and raised his head again. I'll only kneel for those who deserve it, he said, proudly. Suits you perfectly to sit there, Angela. It's good to know someone thinks so, she smiled. I feel out of place still. Might be by the end of the week I'll feel differently. You'd better. You belong there for sure, much unlike your father, Sokka grinned proudly as he rose to his feet. Ruishi told me we had about 15 minutes. Probably 13 by now, to be honest. Until the cleaning crew arrives, yes, Angela asked, smirking. Beats me why he felt the need to tell me something like that. Sokka said, stepping closer to the fire curtain, offering her a flirty, playful grin. Not like I would ever dream of doing anything I shouldn't on your big day. That's good to know, Angela said, biting her lower lip. You truly ought to be in your best behavior, so? Sokka asked, folding his arms over his chest as he wiggled his eyebrows. Angela pressed her lips together again, failing to stop her smile from spreading. You're going to ask me to reschedule fulfilling my promise until later in the week. You're what, now? Angela asked, with a disbelieving smirk. Well, technically it was your idea. Sokka acknowledged, he crooked an eyebrow, stroking the stubble of his chin. You know, that night in the desert, when you talked about how you couldn't wait for us to go home and defile this very throne room. That's how you remember it, really? She asked, amused. Is it that far from reality? Sokka smirked. I mean, what exactly do you think we ought to do with the, 10 minutes we have left? Oh, she should know better. She should be restrained, controlled, perfect, for any mistakes could be vital. Any miscalculations could bring down all her hard work since so many years ago. If the cleaning crew arrived earlier than they were meant to, if a guard decided to check on her. She knew all those things, she knew the warnings by heart. Yet that very same heart was yearning for the rush of the forbidden, the rightness of doing something so very wrong. Well, princess. Sokka raised his eyebrows, his grin as suggestive as could be. She took a deep breath, narrowing her eyes before raising her hands, taking the blue flames in front of her into her control. If you keep talking so much, I don't think we'll get around to doing anything at all. The curtain of blue shifted in nature. Not only did the blue flames, once more controlled by Angela, shift in color and nature suddenly, turning gold instead, but the ones right in front of Sokka were muffled out by the power of Angela's closed fists. She didn't need to repeat her words to get her meaning across. Sokka had leapt onto the dais through the space she had cleared for him. The flames spread again, refilling the previously empty space as soon as Sokka lunged forward, claiming Angela's lips with the hungriest of kisses. Her tight fists spread open within moments, and she groped her lover's body as he pinned her down on the throne. There were so many reasons, too many, why this was beyond out of bounds, why they should never do something so controversial, and the more those reasons tried to scream at the sinning pair to see sense, the more they ignored them. For a week, no one had more power than Angela did. For a week, no one could tell her what to do, or how to behave, or force her to do anything she didn't want to, let alone could anyone stop her from doing something she did want to do. Why waste vital time hesitating when they had the perfect opportunity to sate their desires right now? He hadn't brought his weapons or worn his armor today. It made it all the easier for Angela to rip his clothes off his body in a frenzy. She, on the other hand, was fully dressed in her impeccable crown princess outfit. Sokka briefly pondered if they ought to stick to being quick, if they shouldn't take everything off, but with his trousers and underwear pooled at his ankles, where his boots kept them in place, he was already as exposed as could be. Angela smirked deviously, her hands touching his warm, strong body wherever she could reach. 3 days without seeing him had been too many, 3 days without touching him, without marveling in the extraordinary physique that had enchanted and addicted her since she had first laid eyes upon it. He broke their spree of kisses to do away with her armor, and she returned to his lips fiercely as soon as it was out of the way. Her hairpiece had clashed against the hastily removed armor, tilting sideways in her hair. She removed it at haste, unwilling to let the blunt end, that had scraped against her scalp, bother her in the middle of this urgent, sudden tryst. The curtain of gold fire spurred forth their arousal. She knew, the heat, much as it had been in the northern air temple, promoted their wild exchanges, urging them to kiss passionately until the removal of another garment resulted in unwanted interruptions. Angela found herself aiding Sokka before long, tugging down her own trousers while he undid the belt keeping her tunic in place. Another kiss, and then the tunic was off, leaving her in only the long-sleeved shirt he took off in moments too. Angela moaned as she pulled him closer, as though hoping his bare body would help conceal hers from prying eyes that she hoped weren't lurking about. But how could she stop the strange self-awareness that reared its head inside her? This was a throne room, a sacred place where fire lords would achieve both great and terrible things, and here she was, begging her lover to ravage her on that seat through moaning kisses. She knew it wasn't right, objectively. And that was exactly why she refused to stop. What better way to spit in Sozin's legacy than by giving herself to her water tribe lover in the throne room he had built, anyways? How'd we do it? Sokka asked against her lips, nibbling on her lower one as Angela moaned with abandon, arching and swaying her body towards him. His deft fingers toyed with her breast bindings, cupping her chest whenever it suited him. Her nipples grew more erect under his heated caresses. You can sit. I'll ride you, she hissed, grinning adventurously. Sokka snorted. Making me sit on the Fire Lord's chair, are you? He asked, biting her lower lip now. Her latest moan was stronger yet, despite most of it poured into his mouth. Damn right, that's what I want, she breathed against him. Finally the breast bindings came off, leaving her in only her bottoms, and her trousers were already halfway down her thighs. Sokka smirked appreciatively as he kneaded her breasts, pushing her down on the throne's dais. Angela relaxed under his kisses only briefly. He could have his fun, fondling her as he wished for now, but they definitely had to hurry. How long would they have left by now? 8 minutes? 7? Less than that? Oh, her heart was beating faster just to think of the danger, or was it because of the lips that took over her own? Perhaps because of the touch of those hands, questing downwards to push her underwear down her legs as well. She turned them on the throne, so he would lie beneath her. Sokka snickered and sat up. If only the situation had been different, he might have taken the chance to mess with Angela, playfully claiming to be the first foreigner Fire Lord in history, but all wishes to make light of the situation were gone when her breasts hovered mere inches from his waiting lips, her legs straddling him with difficulty under the constraints of their remaining clothes. Damn it, ugh, never mind, help me take off my boots, she groaned, reaching back towards her feet. Sokka assisted her dutifully, shoving off each shoe and the remaining clothes that had restricted Angela's movements. Naked in the throne room, princess, shame on you, Sokka teased her, before pressing a suckling kiss on the side of her neck. Further color rose on her cheeks at his words. Oh, she was insane. This was insane. She wasn't supposed to be doing this, she should be in her very best behavior. And yet one look at those devious blue eyes and she could want nothing more than to be claimed by him completely. Without letting herself waste another second, she sank on his waiting shaft. For the short time they'd been at this, Sokka was already remarkably erect. He groaned, the tightness of her walls so delectable he could have finished right then and there. "Fucking the Fire Lord, Gladiator," she said in his ear, swaying again so her breasts would brush intimately against his bare chest. "Shame on you." The words succeeded at their intended purpose. Sokka smirked with that mischievous malice that she could only surrender against as he pulled her closer, his hands settling on her ass to do so. Azula gasped, for his manhood sank deeper inside her, just as she needed it to. With her head thrown back, and his lips devouring her neck, Azula thrusted lightly against him only for Sokka to respond with twice the same determination. Her hands trailed over his strong arms and shoulders, his back, and his chest, and all the while Sokka continued to kiss her lips and chest with that same voracious greed with which their tryst had begun. He wanted all of her, even if the time constraint would take a toll on them for sure, but he still sought everything he could take, fondling every curve of her body, triggering the most pleasant goosebumps that traveled her skin and drove her hairs to stand on end. The perfectly composed princess hairdo was falling apart with every savage thrust, and as soon as Azula realized as much she took to returning the favor, Sokka's brown locks fell smoothly out of the wolf's tail, framing his face as neatly. His hair was longer than ever before, hanging near the middle of his neck by now. Azula's fingers traversed across that scalp, delighted by caressing the shorter hairs growing over his nape and behind his ears, and then she buried them in the long, smooth, pristine locks from the top of his head that were ever so soft to the touch. Sokka groaned slightly at the tight hold of her fingers, but his mouth wrapped around her breast moments later. It was as though he wanted to give her good cause to pull his hair, and he did as much by pleasuring her chest in the wild frenzy that followed. It wasn't anything he'd never done before, they both knew so, but committing such an uncanny, inappropriate crime in the Fire Lord's throne room turned up the heat on every single one of their actions, to the point where they as good as forgot they had experienced this pleasure countless times before. Azula had to kiss Sokka's face, pressing her lips to the top of his head to muffle the cries that threatened to do away with whatever was left of her self-awareness and control. And all the while he thrusted, hard, fast and frantic, through walls that loosened up further and further with every sway of their hips. The looming threat of getting caught dangled over their heads, spurring them forward relentlessly to finish their reckless transgression, and they obeyed it by succumbing to what every carnal instinct dictated. She pulled his hair again, forcing his face up so she could kiss his lips fully. One hand's fingers dug into her left buttock, the other fondled her breasts, rubbing his thumb against her sensitive nipples. Her body swayed in that erotic, intimate way against his, and he answered with savage thrusts she couldn't get enough of. The rhythm they followed was far from coherent. Sokka sped up at random, tearing through with the most reckless abandon, enough for the rush to make him lightheaded, and then he'd slow down, still buried to the hilt inside her as she sank lower and lower still over his shaft. Sweat pooled between their bodies, a mix of their haste, excitement, and anxiety. Thrilling sensations raced back and forth in their bloodstream, warnings shot off inside their heads, and every new attained kernel of arousal was just another reward to reach for. "Sokka!" Azula gasped into his lips, and he groaned in return, his tongue reaching for hers again without giving her any respite, not that she wanted any, to begin with. Her arms tightened around him, one across his shoulders, the other underneath one of his own arms. He embraced her just as desperately in return, his large hands raking as much of her body as he possibly could. They were close, both at once, and the more their bodies collided and brushed together, the more the arousal surged and rushed forth, lying in wait for an explosive finish that loomed within reach. That they would thrust away at each other so erratically would likely take its toll on them eventually. Their thighs promised to be bruised later, as well as their hips, and yet they couldn't, and wouldn't, stop. The moans pouring from Azula's lips into Sokka's compelled him to speed up all the more, his chest heaving in the onslaught of pleasure she stirred inside him. He returned each sound with lowly groans, his voice deep and sultry, and Azula could only melt further against him. Her walls were slippery by now, her head abuzz with mind-numbing pleasure, and she burned hotter than the fire wall they were concealed by when the ultimate burst of arousal arrived, shooting through her with the power of the most sudden lightning blast. Her moans were so intense and urgent, her walls squeezing him as deviously as could be. He couldn't hold out for long, and he knew he wasn't supposed to do so anyways, but he still dared hold out, thrusting harder, letting her envelop him further between her moaning kisses and the core that beckoned him to sink deeper inside her, and he obeyed. Every time she called for him, he obeyed. One more thrust, then another, and another. he had to tear his lips off hers only so he could bite her neck instead. To his surprise, Angela's walls convulsed again in that impossibly pleasant way before she took to biting his shoulder in the very same impulsive manner. Her second climax accompanied his first, and Sokka groaned as he thrusted upwards further, even if the energy and strength were flowing out of his body and into hers. He slowed as he finished emptying himself inside her, pulling his mouth away from her neck to kiss her cheek softly now. Angela moaned blissfully against him, venturing a light lick over the bite marks she'd left on his shoulder. "Oops," she said. Sokka chuckled and shook his head, tilting her head upwards. "Nothing to be sorry for. Definitely felt like a king just now, and not because I'm sitting on a throne, exactly," he said teasingly, pressing more kisses to her mouth. Angela groaned with abandon, cupping his face gently. "That's so? How come were you a king, then?" she asked, with a playful smile. Sokka chuckled. "Because only a king could be inside a queen like yourself, I'd expect," he said. She laughed as she intensified the kisses, closing her eyes and letting herself forget every concern and constraint that should have been weighing them down. Until they heard the sounds of voices and footsteps in the curtains corridor, the official entrance to the throne room. "Shit! Shit!" Angela exclaimed, breaking their kiss and climbing off Sokka far more hastily than she would have liked. He didn't need to ask. He collected her clothes and his own, struggling to move while Angela picked up her armor and hair piece. To his surprise, she handed them over to him before raising her hands and aiming them at the wall of gold fire. It only took her a few seconds to take down the barrier altogether, and by then the entire room fell into deep darkness, just in time, too. "Oh. All the lights are out, Yura. Can you fetch us a lamp?" "Sure, give me a second." Simple words, casual sentences, spoken by two of the cleaning servants who were completely unaware of the fact that their crown princess had been committing most heinous, treasonous acts within the room mere moments ago. Yura returned briefly afterwards, and she used her lamp to light the torches within the room. To find an empty, spotless throne at the back of the room, bearing no evidence of what had happened between the interim Fire Lord and her reckless gladiator. The back door to the throne room was Oze's most frequent escape route from war meetings. Angela had used it only during her exploration trips throughout the palace as a child, never having needed to do so after war meetings. Today, however, she found herself stumbling through the dark corridor while leading Sokka by hand. He struggled to walk properly, his movements restricted by the clothes pooled at his ankles as well as those he carried in his arms, until she stopped at a seemingly inconspicuous wall. A punch of blue fire to a specific spot caused a doorway to slide open, offering the two wrongdoers a safe haven in a mostly empty and very dusty room, mainly occupied by old scrolls. Come on," Angela said, pushing the door closed once Sokka, and his considerable cargo, had made it through the threshold. They were silent for a moment, chests heaving, their heads still swimming in a strange, unreadable mix of lingering excitement and well-deserved anxiety. Oh, they were such fools, yes they were, and yet. The first sound that came from Angela would have startled Sokka if only his own laughter hadn't been threatening to rush out of him at the same time. Angela laughed with abandon, covering her face with her hands as Sokka dropped the armor and clothes he was carrying just to offer her a comforting embrace, chuckling by her ear. We're going to get ourselves killed, we're such idiots." Angela laughed, breathing in his masculine scent, her face comfortably pressed against that strong chest. "We made it, though. Let's not count ourselves out yet," Sokka chuckled. "All right, I promise I won't make you do that again. One crazy throne escapade is enough, unless you want more." "Only when I'm Fire Lord for good," Angela answered earnestly, smiling and raising her head to steal a kiss from Sokka's lips. "By then, fucking in the throne room can even be a habit, if you want it to be one." "Perfect," Sokka smirked. Angela laughed again, throwing her arms around his neck to kiss him further, hotter, deeper still. They would relax for a few minutes before helping each other dress up, all amongst many more tender kisses and affectionate caresses. The room they were in was dark, and Angela had to muster a flame of gold fire so they could see their surroundings and not put their clothes on backwards. Sokka arranged Angela's hair by brushing it with his fingers this time, and the princess moaned happily, far more appreciative of this particular brushing style than that which involved an actual brush. "Okay. I can give you another scalp massage later," If you want, Sokka chuckled, kissing her cheek as he took her hairpiece and crowned her half-knot with it, but people will start panicking, won't they? Their Fire Lord is missing. Their Fire Lord is off in the Northern Earth Kingdom, Azula smirked, turning in Sokka's arms only to embrace his waist, leaning forward so her pelvis would press against his. The fire on her palm faded now, leaving them to stand together in the darkness, whereas yours is right here. No need for anyone to panic, is there? You have to stop it, Azula, Sokka groaned, hugging her tighter as he pressed an onslaught of brisk kisses to her face. Her resulting laughter didn't help matters in the least. Keep saying that kind of stuff and we'll end up doing things we shouldn't in this tiny room. It's safer in here than in a throne room, Azula laughed, cupping his face. Most people don't know the palace's secret corridors, so what was the point in dressing up if we'd just end up? Oh, hell, why am I even asking that? Never mind. Sokka groaned, pressing Azula to the nearest wall as he succumbed to his instincts anew. The devious hands that clutched at his face and the fastenings of his clothes, and the mischievous chuckles in Azula's voice, only proved the interim Fire Lord's newest, whimsical escapade would go fulfilled, just as she had hoped it would. He had lurked near the throne room, he even delayed the servants from entering right away, while pointedly hoping to ignore what was obviously taking place behind that curtain. When the servants entered the darkened room, and then took their time to find a lamp to see their surroundings, Ruishi had sighed in relief upon confirming the room was empty. No need to kiss his life goodbye over his charge's antics, yet again. Ruishi had become too forgiving of Azula and Sokka's trespasses, far too much, considering what he'd been like when their relationship had begun. Years ago, he would have forbidden Sokka from entering the throne room altogether, and nowadays, instead, he enabled their secret escapades. Perhaps the fact that they'd gotten away with it for so long had eased up Ruishi's strictness. Or, perhaps, he was so taken by his own relationship with Song that he couldn't quite bring himself to drag the two reckless lovers away from each other. If anyone tried to pull him away from Song against his will, he'd likely have the worst of reactions just the same. Still, whatever the princess and Sokka did next wasn't his business right now. She was supposed to deal with paperwork and such matters, as far as he could remember from her schedule, so he resolved to take a lunch break and check on her later again, if need be. Ah, Ruishi? Fei Li called him once the former captain crossed the doors of the guards' barracks. Everything okay with the princess's petitioners? So far, yes, Ruishi nodded. I thought I'd find something to eat and return to duty later. The princess gave me the slip and escaped through the throne room's back door. Heh. Suits her to do that kind of thing, Fei Li snickered. As far as I hear, Fire Lord Oze does that all the time too, especially when he wants to avoid the general if he's the one guarding at the curtain. Does he, now? Ruishi asked, removing his helmet and raising an eyebrow at his friend and fellow Imperial Guard. Fei Li nodded, leading Ruishi to the dining chamber. Their food awaited them in trays, and while the barracks had always been spacious, their size was even more apparent today. Oze had taken a whole squad of Imperial firebenders with him, leaving the second and third squads behind to protect the palace in his absence. Many tables were empty, and not merely because of the soldiers on shift at the moment. You know, the general's always been a weird, unpleasant guy. I hate it whenever he summons me for reports. Dunno how you endured it when we were only royal guards. Fei Li sighed. By the way, you got a lot of mail today. I told Renkai to leave it in your room. Oh. Thank you, I'll get to it after we eat, then Ruishi said. Want me to send someone else to keep tabs on our interim Fire Lord in the afternoon? If those letters are important. Fei Li asked, but Ruishi shook his head. I doubt it's that important, he said. It shouldn't take much time. As dismissive as he presented himself, Ruishi was curious about the content of whatever letters had arrived for him. One of them, he hoped, would push him forward in a private investigation he'd been meaning to progress with upon returning home. Perhaps most the letters would pertain that subject, if he was lucky. But he'd only find out once he was finished with his food. He ventured a glance across the room while he sat with his fellow guards, eating his lunch quickly. Renkai wasn't around right now. Perhaps he was on shift, then. Ruishi excused himself once he was finished eating, surprising his friends and fellow guards with how fast he'd gone through his food. The letters waiting for him, however, were on his mind throughout the whole meal, and he needed to get to them at once. Renkai had left them on his desk. There were only 3 tightly bound scrolls, but there was a loose paper atop them. Despite being mostly invested in the content of the letters, Ruishi picked up the paper. First of all, look into Koshing's cargo company, seems he could be the supplier. Still digging. You should ask them about him next. Ruishi frowned and crumpled the paper into his hand before letting his fire engulf it. He couldn't deny there was something ironic in how he had burned the evidence of his research, considering one of the reasons why the research in question had started. He breathed deeply and closed his mind, focusing on that name. Koshing, Koshing, Koshing. He would go to the capital's port tomorrow and ask about the cargo company. And, as recommended, he would ask about the mysterious man to the women who had sent him the thickest scroll out of all his letters. He took his seat and spread that one immediately. The handwriting was familiar. He had kept occasional correspondence with them over the past years, though ensuring to never reveal anything vital about the princess's activities. He doubted Angela would be thrilled to know that he would exchange letters with the very advisors she had chased away from the palace, even though he knew she wouldn't be very likely to learn about it anyways. Such thoughts often plagued him, as he wondered if said correspondence amounted to some sort of betrayal. Would Angela truly see it that way? She had even visited the old ladies once, during that trip she had taken with her brother and her friend Tai Li, at least, that was what they'd told him in one of their messages. Perhaps what he was doing wasn't that bad, was it? It certainly wasn't wrong of him to write to people he had a cordial relationship with, no matter what Angela might make of it. And as long as he gave away no key information about his charge, she would have no reason to be truly upset about it. He reassured himself with those thoughts before finally focusing on reading the letter's contents. Greetings. It has been too long since your last letters, Ruishi. We were overjoyed to receive this one, though, if you would be so kind, please write with larger ideograms the next time, could you? Our eyes are not as sharp as they used to be, and small penmanship can be difficult to unravel. Fortunately, unlike our eyesight, our memories are still mostly intact, thus, we can offer you some assistance, as long as our information about General Xiaofeng serves your purposes. He was a mysterious member of Prince Oze's royal guards from the first moment. He rose to the position of captain after Prince Oze's first captain retired, and it appeared they got along marvelously. Xiaofeng was a powerful firebender, and they even sparred together, from time to time. A northern water tribesman was sent to assassinate Fire Lord Ajalon. Perhaps you remember hearing about this, though you mustn't have been born when it happened, and the Fire Lord was restless. Ever eager to assist his father, Prince Oze had even volunteered to track down the assassin, though he wasn't the one to catch him, in the end. Prince Iroh had been the object of another assassination attempt earlier that same year, though perpetrated by the White Lotus rather than by the Northern Water Tribe. All this motivated Prince Oze to selflessly offer the men at his charge to protect his father further. Long after the assassin had been imprisoned, Ajalon rejected most his men save one, Xiaofeng, and he was incorporated to the Imperial Firebenders. Xiaofeng's tenure in the Imperial Guards wasn't meant to show any approval of Prince Oze's generosity. However, Fire Lord Ajalon forced Xiaofeng into countless humiliating situations we would rather not disclose, most of them before the eyes of Prince Oze, as though to demonstrate that he didn't need Prince Oze's charity. This outraged Prince Oze, of course. His relationship with his father only decayed further over this matter. That being said, Xiaofeng changed while under Fire Lord Ajalon's service, and his relationship with Prince Oze soured. After Fire Lord Ajalon passed, and Prince Oze took his place, Xiaofeng was far from friendly towards Fire Lord Oze. He was promoted into the role of General of the Guards immediately, yet there was no camaraderie left between them anymore. We looked into Xiaofeng's origins once, out of sheer curiosity. Once he became Prince Oze's guard captain, there are no temple records of any children registered under that name during his birth year. His family is unknown. His education is unknown. It's a true mystery how a man under such strange circumstances would ever be accepted in the military academy when his background is as good as untraceable. We do not wish to elaborate on the matter beyond what's reasonable, but the absence of personal information about General Xiaofeng still strikes us as a suspicious matter, to this day. We hope this is helpful, Ruishi. As you know well, those of us relegated to operating in the background of the Fire Nation's royal palace often listen in on what we shouldn't, and witness events our eyes weren't meant to see. It's both a blessing and a curse, is it not? You, as a royal guard, and now imperial, no doubt have undergone similar plights. Have you been well? Amongst the rumors that reach us on occasion from the palace, we heard you are in a relationship. Is it true? If it is, we have no doubts your lady must be quite fortunate to have found love with an upstanding man like yourself. We wish you both the best of luck, that is, if there's anything to wish luck about. Gossip in Ember Island isn't quite as reliable an information source as we wish it were. We certainly could use more updates from trustworthy sources, such as yourself. And, on a similar topic, we would also appreciate any news you could share about our honored Crown Princess. We have heard of her latest achievements, we are quite impressed by the slavery laws she penned, but we would like to know if she is healthy and well, too. We visit the local arena on occasion, only to ask of her progress in their league, and while we understand very little of what the Gladiator business entails, everything suggests that she and her personal fighter have made remarkable progress over the years of their association. Has he been a good influence on her? A friend, perhaps? You have seldom offered any details on their partnership, yet all we hear about it in the Ember Crater are positive things. Is there anything that worries you about the Water Tribesman? Or are you perhaps under her orders not to share any information about her personal business? If the latter is true, we offer our apologies, we shall not pry or request much news beyond simple confirmation that she is well. As you surely recall, we saw to Angela's well-being from her earliest years until she dismissed us. It is difficult to forsake our attachment to her, no matter how much easier it has been for her to cut us off from her life. Send our regards to the princess, if she's willing to receive them. And the best of luck with your lady, if those rumors are true. Be well, Ruishi, we hope our information will be of use. Lo Endley. He smiled as he read the final paragraphs, his two other letters forgotten for the time being. After earning his role as captain of Angela's guards, Lo Enley had frequently checked on him, asking about Angela's well-being just like this. The princess was already distancing herself from them at the time, and that compelled the old ladies to reach out to Ruishi instead of her. Theirs hadn't been the tightest of friendships, but when he had heard Angela had cut them off for good, he had known he would have to look after Angela all the more. He had to do it for his share as her royal guard, as well as Lo Enley's, as the princess's old advisors. No doubt they wouldn't be proud of his failure in the least, if they knew of the kinds of wild dangers and complicated situations Angela constantly landed herself in. They would be especially displeased, he suspected, if they knew of the very inappropriate dalliance she had indulged in with her Gladiator for most their partnership. Ruishi had no illusions about what the traditionalist women would make of that particular revelation. And he wasn't about to reveal it to them, of course, but he suspected there were other things he could disclose without much trouble. He found a scroll to write in, and he began composing his reply right away. First, he thanked them for the information about Xiaofeng, highly useful information, even if it was clear it wouldn't be easy to look further into the man's past, and then he offered what little information he could about Angela's activities, matters that were of public knowledge and that wouldn't make him a traitor in the princess's eyes, and then came the last, longest part of the letter. In the end, Ruishi wound up taking up fairly on his offer to send someone in his stead to guard Angela for the afternoon. Seldom was he so giddy about answering a letter, or as long-winded as he'd been, but sharing his story with his fiancée could improve his day and mood in the blink of an eye. So, with an unabashed smile that didn't wane for the rest of the evening, Ruishi took to writing the broad details of his relationship with Song, just as Lo Enley had asked him to. As familiar as Oze's study was, Angela was only discovering today that she was a stranger to her father's organization rules. She had planned on taking her first day at relative leisure, as evidenced by her reckless escapades with Sokka, but she had discarded the idea as soon as she entered the study. If she hoped to do her job right, it wouldn't do to spend hours searching for the proper cabinet with the right files, would it? It was interesting enough to search through Oze's papers, although Angela was convinced he'd taken any potentially controversial documents and stashed them someplace else, so his daughter couldn't possibly read them and confront him for their contents upon his return. But she had more than enough work to do with the remaining papers all the same, and she was even enjoying herself, despite her companion wasn't remotely as entertained as she was. figured out where everything is yet?" Sokka asked. He rested on a lounge within the room, trying his very best to stop thinking that Oze surely had rested on it many times before. All things considered, Oze had taken his seat on the throne countless times and it hadn't fazed him when having sex with Azula there. The mischievous thought was enough to bring a smile to his face. "Almost," Azula admitted, crouching before a bookshelf and drawing out the cabinet below it. "I'm pretty sure these are blueprints of each major city. Not sure I'll need that, but it's good to keep their location in mind." "He didn't leave any documents on pre-law slavery around here, did he?" Sokka asked, glancing at her wistfully. Azula sighed. "Doesn't look like it, but it doesn't hurt to check," she said, closing the cabinet and pushing herself up to her feet. She glanced at Sokka. He was resting with such careless abandon, his hands behind his head, that she was torn between joining him there and scolding him for his carelessness. Well, she was leaning more towards joining him, but she had to control herself at least once today. "If you're that bored, you can just go home, you know," she said, with a dry grin. "I'm still recovering from our fun earlier today, if you must know," Sokka said, beaming once in a throne room, twice in a weird secret room. "If we keep this up, we'll break all our records." Doubtful Azula laughed. "Not that I wouldn't like breaking them, but it's already dusk. I don't think we'll have enough time left in the day to break any records. And as you're still regaining your energies." "Oh, I can regain them fast as heck if you decide to sit here with me," Sokka said, grinning mischievously. "Alternatively, well, we could always clear out that desk." "Absolutely not," Azula said, shaking her head. Sokka huffed, his eyes defiant and teasing as they followed her through the room. "I said no. This is my father's study, Sokka, for crying out loud. And that was his throne room, and this is his palace," Sokka recited, still smirking. "Your point." His blatant shamelessness triggered an inevitable laughing spree in the princess. Sokka gazed at her warmly as she shook her head, a hand on the bookshelf she had been about to check next. Just as he was hoping to compose another flirty, teasing remark towards his secret wife, someone knocked on the door. Azula shot him a quick warning glare before turning towards the sound. Sokka held his silence, though he didn't take a more dignified position on the lounge as he relaxed there at leisure. "Yes?" Azula called. The assigned guard opened the door, revealing that a middle-aged woman wearing the palace servant's uniform had been the one to pay Azula a visit just now. "Dinner will be ready within 30 minutes, Princess," the kitchen servant announced, bowing deeply. "I was only sent to inform you so you could be ready for it." "Ah. Thank you," Azula said, with a curt smile. Her eyes drifted towards Sokka briefly. As much as he appeared unconcerned with Azula's exchange with the servant, he probably could use some food of his own. If anything, Azula's selfishness reared its head. She had spent most the day with Sokka, yet even that wasn't enough. A few more hours with him, under the excuse of sharing dinner with a friend who was much more than that to her. "Before I dismiss you, though," Azula said, just as the kitchen servant was about to walk away. She looked at her with confused apprehension. Despite Azula's tone didn't sound ominous. "I understand this is last minute, but perhaps you can make a full-course meal for my gladiator as well." "Oh," said the woman, glancing at Sokka. The gladiator sat up immediately, eyes gleaming as he gazed at his sponsor. "Why, yes, we can certainly arrange that. Do not fret, we'll do it at once." "Thank you," Azula said, smiling. "The second dining room will do. I'll be there shortly." "As you wish, Princess." The kitchen servant retired, and the guard closed the door. Merely a moment afterwards, Sokka's happy whimper brought Azula to smile, and just as she was turning to face him, he had jumped into her arms, embracing her tightly and nearly knocking her off her feet. Sokka!" she exclaimed, holding onto him just as well, despite her balance had been thrown off completely. "You're the very bestest. You know that, don't you?" he said, burying his face in her hair. Azula snorted and shook her head. "Like there's any need to react like that because of what I said." She smiled, pulling away only to press a kiss to his cheek. "You really think I won't take advantage of every opportunity to be with you through this week?" "Oh, I know you will, but still," Sokka said. Azula chuckled, encouraging him to take his seat again. "Considering what our plans are for tonight, you shouldn't be surprised in the least by this turn of events," she said, pushing him down on the lounge and kissing his lips now, despite she pulled away quickly. Hell, I can feel my father's merciless judgment every time I kiss you in this place, Sokka. Oh, you're just imagining things, Sokka smirked, his hands on her waist. Why wouldn't he approve of how affectionate you are towards your husband? The part where you are my husband is what would horrify him, you realize. Azula teased him, pressing him against the lounge's backrest. I've been an upstanding husband to you so far, though. What's he got to complain about? He said, smiling innocently now. Azula laughed, pressing her brow to his. I love you, Sokka, she said, probably too much. Yeah, well, I love you too much as well. Which is why we decided to close the drapes on those windows, in case we decided to love each other too much, physically. Sokka said, smirking. Azula laughed but pulled away, shaking her head. Quit trying to tempt me. I'm not about to fall for it, not right now. Oh, but why? He asked, teasingly as Azula returned to her bookshelf. Only for another knock on the door to distract her yet again. This time, the servant behind the knock was only a few years older than Azula and dressed in a wholly different uniform, the spa's uniform, to be precise. Princess, I have no doubts you've been too busy to visit the spa facility, she said, bowing her head, yet the Fire Lord ordered us to remind you to drop by every day, if you forgot to do so. Suits him to do that, Azula sighed. She could hardly reject the offer, even though she was a lot more relaxed than anyone should know, thanks to the very effective stress release she'd had with Sokka, earlier that same day. It's far too late to go now, I suppose, you may go home for the day. I'll do my best to remember to stop at the spa tomorrow. Well, your father goes to the spa after training, doesn't he? Sokka mused, and Azula raised an eyebrow. And you didn't do any training today? No, I was busy sending him off safely this morning, Azula answered, with a shrug. Meaning, if I drop by to make sure we train tomorrow, you'll have no choice but to go to the spa afterwards before getting to all the trials and annoying business you have to deal with, Sokka declared, proudly. Azula blinked blankly. It's the perfect plan. And this way the spa will have work to do, and they won't be bored the whole day. Huh, said Azula, with a dry grin. The servant glanced between her and Sokka with uncertainty. And I suppose this means you'd like to make use of the spa as well. If you'd let me, I wouldn't complain, Sokka said, smiling and shrugging. Azula sighed and glanced at the servant, whose eyes were wide as plates after Sokka's latest words. I'll be there tomorrow morning. Whether he'll join me or not remains to be seen. Thanks for dropping by as you were ordered to. You're dismissed now. Yes, Princess. Of course, said the servant, bowing towards Azula before backing out of the room slowly. Azula turned her gaze on Sokka once more when the door was closed, finding him grinning eagerly at her. You do realize it's not exactly normal for two people to visit the spa together, especially two people who aren't supposed to be in a clandestine relationship? Azula asked, with a dry grin. Sokka's enthusiasm deflated gradually at those words. Well, I just thought it'd be fun. You always said I'd never get to use the spa, so it seemed kind of fun to turn that around, for once, he said, smiling goofily again. I've definitely made a lot of progress with you in countless regards, but I can't say I feel entirely comfortable with the idea of watching you getting a massage from anyone else, Azula admitted, her cheeks reddening. Sokka gasped. Still, that's a secondary reason to complain, if anything. Is that what bugs you? He asked. Azula snarled. I said it's a secondary reason. If it is, then we can visit the spa later, once it's empty, and we can massage each other, Sokka said, beaming. Then neither of us has to be jealous to see someone else groping the other. Azula snorted and shook her head. Sokka sat cross-legged now, swaying back and forth on the lounge with the most innocent and devious smile on his face. How could it be both those things at the same time? Azula didn't know. We can also not get massages at all, and just sit around doing nothing for a few hours, Azula said, sighing, but for that matter we might as well do that someplace more private. I wouldn't exactly do nothing with you, if we were someplace private, Sokka snickered. Though, those massages, we wouldn't be expected to be naked, would we? No. Azula said, smiling weakly. Good. Because explaining the fresh scratches on my back would be very awkward if anyone noticed them, Sokka said, smiling skeptically. Azula stiffened. She had no shortage of obvious love bites across her body, especially after today's trysts. Yeah. No naked massages, for sure, she said, eyes wide as Sokka chuckled in his seat. Would definitely be an awkward conversation to have with the staff, he said. Who on earth scratched your back like that, Gladiator? What are all those marks on your neck, princess? Well, we can always say I beat you up so badly in training that you fell into a bush with many pointy branches and sticks. Azula suggested. Sokka snorted. And what about you? Did you get bitten by a bug, then? A love bug, perhaps. And here I thought you were a proud wolf, Azula smirked. Sokka threw his head back, laughing carelessly. Azula continued to look through the bookshelves, making mental notes of which sections had useful material and which were only stashed with books and scrolls meant for entertainment purposes. She was surprised to find her father had a few scrolls with intellect puzzles on them. Most were fully resolved, though a few remained unfinished. Did he have enough leisure time to play numerical games like those? Or was it, perhaps, another source of stress relief for the Fire Lord? She set them aside, finding the section about education next. She withdrew a scroll, a report of the average grades of all enrolled children from Zishi Academy, a school in Fire Fountain City. Definitely ought to get started with the proposal of a university. She mused, biting her lip. Don't you think you have plenty to deal with for this 1 week? Sokka asked. Azula shrugged. Maybe. But it's one other thing I figured we ought to change about the Fire Nation. Maybe I could ask Goro for help. He'd be happy to helm an in-depth physics department, I'm sure. You could ask me too, couldn't you? Sokka mumbled, in a small voice that Azula still overheard. Maybe I could, Azula said, glancing at him over her shoulder. He grinned guiltily at her. Though I'm not sure which department you'd rather work in. I'd suppose mechanical designs wouldn't be a bad idea for you, considering your work experience. Hee, that's right. But you are, indeed, a gladiator. Azula said, smirking as she emphasized the first 4 letters of the word. Could be we'll have to make a comedy department so my personal jester helms that one. W-wa. Hey, now. Sokka pouted childishly, and Azula laughed. If that's the case, Fire Nation nerd, you should be teaching every single class about your country. Fine by me, I barely feel insulted by that, at this point, she said. Sokka scowled, climbing off the lounge, his hands poised with spread fingers, the latent threat that a tickle attack was coming Azula's way. Oh, no. You stay where you are, or I'll have to fight you off for good this time. No tickling the interim Fire Lord. Or else what? Sokka asked, smirking slowly. Or else. Another knock on the door. Fortunately, Sokka knew to drop his hands even before Azula shot him another warning glare. His playful hostility was gone when the door opened, to reveal a somewhat familiar face by the room's threshold, carrying a set of scrolls with him. Princess, excuse the late arrival, but, oh. Sokka frowned, knowing he had seen the elderly, thin man with the long beard before, but he was unable to place him at the moment. Azula, however, tensed up immediately, for War Minister Cheens had stopped talking when he'd laid eyes on Sokka. I didn't know I should have been expecting you to begin with, War Minister Cheen, Azula said, ensuring to stand between Sokka and the War Minister immediately. The princess's words sent an unpleasant feeling worming underneath Sokka's skin. This was the asshole who had abused the Mechanist for years, with that particular title he boasted of. No doubt he was guilty of thousands of crimes of the sort, even worse ones than any Sokka knew of, so far. So thin and harmless he seemed, yet surely his orders had caused the deaths of countless people in the Earth Kingdom. I was only bringing the agrarian reports of the Huaxian provinces, War Minister Cheen continued, his eyes drifting over Azula's shoulder and towards the gladiator who glared fiercely at him. To Sokka's delight, the man seemed to recoil over his scowl. But I can come back later. What for? You're only dropping off these reports, Azula said, extending her hand to receive them. Thank you for your diligence. Why, you're most welcome, he said, bowing his head towards Azula quickly. I'll be sure to bring you any news of the colonies if I receive anything of note during this week. Naturally Ajala nodded as War Minister Chin stepped out of the room again, and the guard closed the door behind him. Despite Sokka had been prepared to be scolded for his earlier misbehavior, Ajala ignored him as she returned to the desk, taking her seat at it while her eyes raked the contents of the report, dashing across the words at haste. Sokka watched her with concern at first, amusement afterwards, and simple admiration later on. He took his seat once again, but he didn't rest leisurely on the lounge this time. Instead, he propped up his chin by resting it on his hand, an elbow on the couch's armrest, and he smiled carelessly as he watched Ajala studying the report as thoroughly as she did. At first, his persistent staring seemed to be perfectly ignorable. But after a while, the numbers were far more difficult to focus on. "Are you planning on staring at me without blinking for the rest of the evening?" "I wish I could do it without blinking, frankly," Sokka replied, smiling. Ajala finally tore her eyes from the scroll to scowl skeptically at him. "But yeah, I am. Sorry if you don't like it." I like it fine except for how distracting it can be." "Look at something else," she mumbled. She was finally at the last set of numbers, and afterwards there was an analytical paragraph she would do best to focus on right now. "What's the point of looking at anything else when I can be looking at you?" Sokka smiled carelessly. Just as it often was for Ajala, being completely taken by Sokka's more serious facades, Sokka was ever fascinated by watching Ajala at work. He hoped the contents of the report weren't worrisome, but the small crease between her eyebrows had returned as she read, and the sight of it was too adorable to ignore. He didn't want to interrupt her, but she couldn't quite expect him not to gaze at her for as long as he could. "Ugh, you're impossible," Ajala groaned after a moment, setting down the scroll as Sokka chuckled quietly. "I'm sending Ruishi to buy you one of those disentanglement puzzles tomorrow." What, now?" Sokka asked, as Ajala pushed herself up. "I figured you'd never played with one of those," Ajala said, smirking. "Either you'll blow my mind and solve them in a heartbeat, or you'll spend hours on end trying to solve them to no luck. Either thing ought to be amusing." "Well, I have no idea what you mean, but, are you done for the day?" Sokka asked. "Yeah, it will be time for dinner soon, and there's not that much to do about the agrarian report anyways," Ajala said, urging him to stand up as well. "There seems to be a surplus in production, which is a good thing. As far as I can tell, it means they should have a chance to send some of the excess production to the areas that need food more direly." "Those provinces," Sokka said, stroking his chin as he opened the study's door for Ajala. The guard behind it, a member of the 2nd Imperial Guards squad, jumped and bowed as the two exited the room. "They're in the Earth Kingdom, I figure." "That's right," Ajala said. Sokka grinned proudly. "Meaning, as long as this week goes well, you'll get to choose what to do with their surplus in production very soon?" Sokka asked. Ajala laughed and nodded. "As long as everything goes well, yes. I can offer suggestions on what they should do with the surplus. I wouldn't suggest they send all of it away. It's better to keep proper reserves since you can't ever take for granted that there will be no drafts or floods on any given year, but I don't dare give out genuine orders on this just yet. For now, I'll play by my father's beat, following suit with most his procedures unless they're absolutely unacceptable, and then, once I have genuine power of my own, I'll do what I believe is best." "Sounds about right to me," Sokka grinned approvingly. The dining room Ajala had requested was smaller than Sokka had anticipated, which still meant it was larger than his entire house, of course. As he was the only guest of the evening, he would have to take his seat opposite to Ajala, and they were asked to wait for the meals that would be brought to them right away. "I'm not even going to bother warning you to eat with some decorum." Ajala sighed dramatically, and Sokka snickered. "It's entirely beyond your abilities, as I know. You have too much fun scolding me for eating like a pig anyhow," he said. She smiled. "So, you do it for my entertainment exclusively? And then you say you're no jester. Hey, now, I didn't mean." "Oh, please." Sokka pouted, as Ajala laughed carelessly. "You ought to come up with other acts to keep me amused, if that's the whole purpose of eating as you do. Perhaps juggling? You could ask Ty Lee for some pointers on circus amusement acts." "Something tells me you're not the type to be impressed by that kind of thing," Sokka said, his eyebrow twitching. "Ah, you know me too well. What I would be amused by, however, is watching you mess up every act without fail." Ajala smirked. Sokka rolled his eyes, biting his lip. Are you that keen on making fun of me today because you're happy to be Fire Lord for a week, or is it you've recharged all the wickedness energies you spent during the trip, and you're ready to unleash them all upon this unworthy vassal of yours? Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. Ah, and here I thought you enjoyed our banter, Azula said mockingly. It was his turn to snort and shake his head, laughing under his breath. Silly me, the jester makes the princess laugh, but his jokes don't work for himself. It is, truthfully, a tragic matter to ponder. For the record, I didn't say I didn't enjoy it, Sokka said, smiling at her, but I would rather you give my hand-eye coordination more credit, you know? Might be I can juggle just fine, despite you think otherwise. Oh? Then I'll add that to Ruishi's shopping list, Azula smirked. Might be you'd rather practice your juggling instead of playing with disentanglement puzzles. Well, maybe I could try both, nothing wrong with that. His shamelessness could only bring her to laugh, a hand covering her face as she tried to conceal her blatant amusement. She hardly cared for her reputation these days, but it was definitely bad form to be caught laughing so carelessly when a group of servants were entering the dining room, carrying the trays with their food. Sokka's attention was immediately stolen by the classy meal. As much as he had eaten a few times in the palace, he had never been given the royal treatment in full until now. Being regarded as Azula's guest certainly had many advantages. Do enjoy your meal, said the leading servant, smiling courteously after placing the last dish before Sokka, but that smile faded quickly when Sokka picked up his chopsticks and lunged for the soup before him. What are you doing? Despite his every instinct begged him to dig in as wildly as possible, the question gave Sokka pause. He blinked blankly and glanced at the woman cluelessly, keenly aware of the fact that Azula was smirking across the table. I was going to eat, he said. You can't possibly expect to take your first bite before the crown princess takes her own, said the servant, eyeing Sokka as though he were a catgator that had just crawled out of a swamp. What? But, no one ever said anything like that in the feasts and the ball end. Such events are another matter entirely, the servant said, proudly. A private dinner obeys the proper etiquette rules, and you must abide by them. I must. Sokka said, glancing at Azula to find she could hardly stifle her laughter anymore. Well, I don't see why I should. Who made that weird rule, huh? Azula, is this true or is she yanking my hair? Yanking your hair? The servant said, outraged. By now, Azula stopped holding back, laughing carelessly as she leaned against the backrest of her chair, her shoulders shaking with each laugh. Princess. Clearly, the servant wasn't sure what to make of Azula's laughter spree. Was she amused by her gladiator's lack of etiquette? Or was it her, the servant, who had made a terrible mistake? She knew a lot of rules didn't apply to the gladiator, but this one seemed a matter of common sense. I don't know who made the rule, but it's perfectly reasonable, if you ask me, Azula finally said, a hand on her aching belly muscles. She had laughed plenty with Sokka as it was, but she seemed to have exercised certain muscles beyond measure today. Reasonable. So, you're saying, if you were having dinner with a starving man, and you decided to give him a speech on, I don't know, the origin of each dish, you'd ramble on and on until he dies on the table. Sokka exclaimed. Azula snorted. What's the likelihood that I'd ever share a meal with a starving man? I mean, besides you, considering you're always hungry. That's not the point. Sokka pouted, and Azula's smirk only strengthened for it. If the people I'm sharing a meal with were terribly desperate to eat, I'd be very kind and take a bite so they could go ahead and stuff themselves right away, Azula said, waving a hand theatrically towards the dishes. But as I'm sharing one with a man who eats, well, 3 meals a day at the very least, with quite a few snacks in between. And not that many snacks. I think I should ensure that you appreciate the culinary delights you're about to sample for today, just as you suggested moments ago, Azula said, ignoring his input and smirking proudly. You do realize it's important to be grateful for the food you eat. Well, yeah? I mean, I am, so. But I'm not convinced that you are, not really. If you just eat everything at haste, you won't appreciate the hard work and dedication that went into preparing the meal, will you? All along, the servant nodded solemnly at Azula's words, masking her relief over the princess's agreement with her decision to stop the gladiator from eating before she had. If anything, Angela appeared to be enjoying herself marvelously at the expenses of her irritable slave. What the hell's that supposed to mean? Angela. Let's see, this soup. Angela said, pointing at it. It's a crab soup, and it's accompanied by leek, is it? Or was it scallions? Which is it, do you know? I think it's scallions, princess, the servant said. Angela nodded sagely. Right, then scallions it is. Do you know where scallions are harvested, Sokka? I don't. And I don't need to. Sokka squealed, and Angela gasped. But of course you do. It's imperative that you know which regions of the Fire Nation yield ingredients of the right quality. The scallions, then, surely come from the northern farms of the mainland, the oldest in the archipelago, no less. Leek, as it happens, is mainly harvested in the colonies, so it was seldom eaten in the Fire Nation until 100 years ago. Now we have leek farms throughout the continent, supplying us with whatever leek we may need. How very educational, Sokka said, bitterly. Angela beamed proudly. I knew you'd appreciate all this knowledge. Now, then, the crab. Angela. The princess, as expected, didn't stop there. She continued to recite the harvesting places of all vegetables, and the likely sources of all meat-based products on their table. By the time she was finished, Sokka's stomach was grumbling and he lay half-perched on the table, as good as assuming he wouldn't eat anything at all. And this year's supply of Togarashi chili powder has been surprisingly good. It seems the harvesting of the ingredients for that particular predilect spice of mine was rather successful, to my absolute relief. Everything's seasoned just as it's supposed to be. A pause. Sokka's eyes flickered upwards, finding Angela seemed perfectly satisfied after talking for what had felt like hours, though, in reality, it couldn't have been longer than 10 minutes. The servant who had been watching them had excused herself by then, and Sokka had the strong suspicion she had been giggling quietly at his misfortune as she walked away. Just his luck, really. You done yet? Sokka asked. Angela grinned. I can't think of anything else to add, at least for now, she said. Good. Congratulations on your culinary speech. Now the food's gone cold, Sokka said. Angela snorted and shook her head, picking up her soup bowl. I forgot that was a problem for you, she said, pressing her hands to the bowl. Sokka's jaw dropped as he watched, sadly, how Angela's soup was heated enough to release a thin white smoke within moments. Oh, the wretched perks of being a firebender, no wonder cold food was no concern for her. Come on, don't give me that miserable look, Angela laughed, and to Sokka's surprise, she reached towards him over the table. Hand over yours, will you? Why you'll heat it up for me? He asked. It's the least I could do after tormenting you this way, Angela admitted, with a chuckle. Do excuse me if I went overboard, but the look on your face was far too amusing. You ought to be commending me for my willpower, Sokka pouted, placing his bowl in Angela's hands. Before long, the same film of white smoke poured from it. To his happy relief, I could have just started eating and ignored your rambling. Huh, how utterly disrespectful of you. Dismissing your wife that way. Angela said, lowering her voice with that final sentence. Naturally, the words brought a smile to Sokka's face. How utterly cruel of you, making your husband wait for ages before he could eat, he hissed. Angela laughed, handing the bowl back. Sokka sighed happily, but he held his chopsticks while eyeing Angela warily. Why you're going to start eating now, right? Yes I am, Angela chuckled, picking up her own and bringing her soup bowl closer. Sokka only waited for Angela to bring the first bit of crab to her lips before diving into his own bowl. Angela rolled her eyes but smiled at his enthusiasm, yet she was stunned cold. Less than a minute afterwards, when his soup bowl was empty already. He eyed the rest of his dishes with sad uncertainty, and Angela sighed but smiled. Want me to warm up those too? Angela asked. Sokka gulped. Might be nice if you did, but, can I keep eating even though you're still on your soup? Angela snorted and shook her head dismissively, offering her hand so he could hand her his plates. She warmed them one by one, eating with one hand, bending with the other, and Sokka sighed happily each time a perfectly toasty dish returned to his hands. It is a high-born tradition to wait until the most important person in the room takes their first bite, Angela explained after that. though, everything's fair game. So eat up, don't worry any dash. She hardly had to say anything else to reassure him. Sokka gobbled down each dish wildly, leaving Angela to blink blankly as he ravaged the food carelessly. Well, he'd certainly always been the type who appreciated a meal the most after he had already filled his stomach with it. The previous servant dared venture a glance into the dining room again upon not hearing the princess's voice anymore. Angela's dignified eating contrasted drastically against Sokka's reckless, clumsy rush through the dishes. Yet even then there was an obvious smile on the princess's face. The servant returned to the kitchens, hands behind her back. The cooks were taking a break now, though they weren't free to leave, in case the princess or her guest required anything else. Some of the servants were cleaning the massive kitchen already, however, and those who weren't working cast quick glances at the newest arrival. "Is everything all right?" asked one of the younger staff members. "The princess, did she like the food?" "Well, seems so," the servant replied. "If she didn't, at least she's enjoying the company enough to ignore whatever she didn't like." "Strange that she's so agreeable today." Hylan, the head of Angela's maids, spoke up next. "Not unpleasant, but strange. Must be she's that happy to be Fire Lord, if just for a while, right?" said one of the cooks. "Who'd ever have thought the word happy would serve to describe Princess Angela, though?" said Hylan, blinking blankly. "I admit, she hasn't been so cold in the last years, but even then, I wouldn't say she was happy." "Well, look at that dining room now and you'll be surprised," the servant said, taking her seat at one of the kitchen stools. "He's eating like a troglodyte, and she's just amused. She spent like 10 minutes making fun of him by not letting him eat, and I'm sure I'd never heard her laugh that way until today. When was the last time a Fire Lord laughed for real, come to think of it?" Hylan reasoned. She had worked in the palace for many years, serving the princess's mother long before being assigned to Angela. She had seen 2 Fire Lords by now, and heard more than enough stories of elderly servants about the ones that came before Angela. Laughter wasn't something frequent in these daunting halls. That Princess Angela would be the one to bring about change in that area was deeply unexpected, yet wasn't that exactly what was happening in the dining room at the moment? The 2 secret lovers remained oblivious to the suspicions they were arising in the palace staff as they finished their meal. Sokka, of course, was done about 20 minutes before Angela was, but once she was mostly full she offered him the chance to finish the dishes she had no more room for. Sokka was grateful for it, and yet, "You'd better work on your eating endurance, Princess," Sokka smirked, as they paced towards the palace's front gates. "Otherwise, the next time we take on the spicy ramen challenge, you're going to lose for the very same reason. I'm pretty sure you won't build up enough resistance against GR's spices by then, so I don't mind if I can't make it," Angela said, smirking. Sokka scoffed. "Hey, now, I just finished 5 of your super spicy dishes for you," he declared proudly. "Granted, I did drink like 5 glasses of water after each one, but that's not important." Angela laughed again as they stepped out into the dark night. Clouds swirled above them, and it seemed there was no moon to shine through them either. Usually, Angela would prefer nights where she could see stars, but tonight, she was most pleased by the apparently unfavorable weather. "You'd better hurry home. Seems like we'll have a midnight storm," Angela said, nonchalantly. "Guess so. I'll still be here early tomorrow, though," Sokka told her, raising his eyebrows. She smirked and rolled her eyes. "Very early. You know, we have training to do." "You're just looking forward to the spa, we both know that," she replied, and Sokka snickered. "If I can be lazy with you for a while, what's not to look forward to?" he said, with a proud grin. Angela held his gaze for a moment, tenderness flowing out of her before she could reel it back into control, but her fond smile gained an edge of mischief as she nodded in his direction. "I'll see you later, then," she said. Sokka bit back a smirk of his own. "Sure thing, Princess. Try not to get too bored without me," he said, waving as he walked away from her. How he would have liked to kiss her good night, but he'd have a chance to do that soon, very soon. Angela watched him walk away. She could gaze at that strong back and those muscular arms for hours on end. Her eyes continued to longingly gaze after him, taking in every detail they could until he was too far away to be seen anymore. There was no need to worry, she knew. He would be with her again shortly, after all. She turned back inside, sending a quick message to her dragon. Xian Long groaned lazily in acknowledgement. There was still time, he'd do what she'd asked of him in a couple of minutes. No need to worry, not in the least. Angela sighed but decided not to pester Xian Long again. If he hadn't done what he'd been asked to within the next 2 hours, she'd nudge him mentally again, if need be. About half an hour later, Sokka arrived at his house just when the first droplets of rain started to fall upon the city. He seriously hoped the weather wouldn't be a deterrent for their latest scheme. "Ah, you're home, Sokka." Song's voice called for him. Sokka closed the open door quickly, offering Song a guilty grin as he entered the vestibule. She was already clad in her sleeping robes, and Ruishi stood beside her, eyeing Sokka judgmentally. "As ever I thought, that you'd have the house to yourselves? Ha! I knew you were foul and filthy, just like Angela and I," Sokka said, shaking his head as Ruishi's eyebrow twitched. "Nobody is as foul and filthy as you two," he grumbled, prompting Sokka to snicker in silent agreement. "I really had expected you'd stay in the palace," Song said, smiling awkwardly. "I did leave some dinner for you, in case you wanted to eat, but since it was so late." "Yeah, no need to worry, I ate with Angela," Sokka reassured her. "I probably will for the rest of the week, unless we get into trouble or something, and what's the likelihood of that, considering it's you two?" "The likelihood is very, very high," Ruishi declared, solemnly, prompting Sokka to pout and Song to giggle, her arm looped around his. "Well, whatever. Point is, there's no need to worry about feeding me for this week," Sokka continued, hands on his hips. "Everything's gone well so far, so I hope it continues to be that way. Almost feels like we're getting a glimpse of the future, you know? That once she's Fire Lord, I won't have any choice but to accept your worst escapades?" Ruishi asked, grimacing. Song blushed but giggled again, "Just like today's." "Hey, now, we weren't caught, were we?" Sokka said, with a guilty grin. "No need to fret. You two have no common sense," Ruishi said, sighing, "which is why I'm surprised you're here. I seriously expected you to spend the night there." "Well, there's not much excuse for me to do that," Sokka said, his voice small, and still, guilty. Song's eyes narrowed. "No, there's not. So why does it sound like you're up to something, Sokka?" Song asked, raising her eyebrows. Sokka flinched. "Who, me? Why would I ever be up to anything?" he said, smiling leisurely as he paced towards the living room, eyes set on the back door. It was raining more heavily now, and what Sokka was waiting for hadn't quite arrived yet. "Oh, well, maybe Xian Long didn't want to travel under rain, right? You're going back, aren't you?" Ruishi asked. Sokka shrugged nonchalantly. "I might be," he said, grinning weakly. "I mean, I had to leave, there was no way around it, but who says I can't go back, as long as no one spots me?" "You two are out of your minds," Ruishi groaned, moving to the stairs. Song followed, giggling again. "I'm going to pretend I didn't hear or see anything. It's the best thing for my peace of mind." "Is it? Well, thanks, then," Sokka exclaimed, grinning and waving as Ruishi walked away. Song waved back at Sokka just before her fiancé entered her room, pulling her inside with him. Sokka breathed out and glanced at the backyard anew. He just had to be patient, any moment now. An hour and a half later, the rain was falling even harder than before. Sokka grimaced as he sat by the back door, trying not to give way to anxiety. Had Xian Long rebelled? Perhaps he thought they had been too reckless already, and he refused to bring Sokka to the palace at such late hour. Not that it was that late, surely it was barely an hour before midnight or so. And then he heard a gushing sound tearing through the rain. A set of gold eyes bore into his own, but instead of being intimidating, as the dragon often presented himself, he appeared most guilty instead. "Xian! You made it!" Sokka exclaimed, beaming. All concerns about the rain went forgotten as he leapt out into the soaked backyard. "Let's go, buddy." The dragon nodded, still unusually compliant, and he took off without a hitch. The storm above the capital was strong, and Sokka deeply hoped no lightning would strike anywhere close to where he and Xian Long were flying. The whole point of traveling at night was to avoid being caught, wasn't it? "Oh, how he hoped the map of underground tunnels and secret passageways Angela had crafted for him wouldn't be soaked under this rain. He still remembered most of the details, though. They had decided on this course of action while they were locked inside the hidden room with the countless scrolls, kissing deeply and whispering just how unwilling they were to part for the day, whenever they had to. Naturally, Angela wasn't one to make wishes without the intent of fulfilling them. She had found an empty scroll and drawn a map with instructions for Sokka to sneak into her room, undetected. If he pulled it off, they'd be sure to wake up in the best spirits tomorrow morning. Xian Long landed in the dragon's refuge, urging Sokka to hurry by nudging him with his snout. Sokka obeyed, running through the rain and to the same passageway Ruishi had dragged them to after his first escapade with Angela, the one that led to the basement. That was the first step of the plan. Sokka knew. It was only a matter of fulfilling the rest, one by one, until he found himself at the proper, secret entrance to Angela's private chambers. The princess was pacing restlessly in her room. Naturally, Xian Long had dozed off and she had woken him, albeit not with the intent to scold him. To her surprise, the dragon had been so guilty and frantic about failing her that he had taken off to find Sokka in haste. Now it was only a matter of waiting until Sokka got here, as long as he arrived safely. She sat by the edge of the mattress, knowing this was completely reckless and foolish and wanting to do it no less because of it. She longed to sleep in his embrace, just as she had in the Northern Air Temple, in Shujing, during the race. Doing so in her own room was, she knew, dangerous and reckless, but she couldn't help but want to do it anyways. She wasn't sure where her common sense had gone over the past months, but she couldn't say she would be any happier if she had any left, frankly. Being with Sokka this intimately was thrilling to no end. Just then, something underneath her carpet shifted. Angela jumped off the mattress and rushed to pull the carpet off the trapdoor. She forced the hidden doorway open briskly, and to her delight, Sokka was underneath, and he was soaking wet, too. "Oh, Sokka," Angela said, reaching out to touch his wet hair. He smiled sadly and shrugged. "It's raining madly out there, you know," Sokka said, as an explanation. Angela snorted and pulled him up to her level, kissing him deeply after doing so. "You need a warm bath or else you'll be sick," she said. "Ah? Only if you join me," Sokka smirked. "Why, how else do you think it would have been warm, huh?" Angela teased him, stealing another kiss from his waiting lips. She was peeling off his clothes most deviously even as they made their way to her personal chamber's bathroom, and Sokka wasted no time returning the favor, albeit he had it much easier, as she wore only her red and gold sleeping gown. By the time they closed the bathroom door behind them, between kisses and muffled laughter, the two were well on their way to ensuring Angela's first day as Fire Lord would have the most pleasant conclusion it deserved. The soldier yawned carelessly on the ship's prow, his eyesight blurry between the tears that blinked in his eyes. He knew he had to be awake, of course he knew that, but nothing ever happened in these boring patrols. At this point, he had no idea why they even patrolled like this, to begin with. Shouldn't they all be up north with the rest of the Navy, fighting the Northern Water Tribe? Well, clearly, that wasn't the case. Hundreds of ships were supposed to keep the Fire Nation's waters secure, and theirs was one of them. "Oi, cadet. Snap those eyes open. Don't think I didn't hear you yawn just now." His superior officer was at least 30 years older than him, his hair white with age, his eyes small and harsh. The cadet shrank under the ensign's scrutiny, even if he only was one rank above him. "I'm sorry, sir. I'll do better." "You'd better. The Fire Lords commanded us to guard these waters. We must do so, for our great nation." The cadet held back a sigh. Tired nights like this one promised the Fire Lord's conquest and the Fire Nation's expansion would appear utterly pointless and drab endeavors. What was the point in conquering the world if your people couldn't even sleep at night because they had to guard the seas? Oh, so boring. The two soldiers were the only ones on deck at the moment. Not that the number of exposed soldiers mattered much. Truthfully, the threat lurking in the darkness would not be stalled or affected by such insignificant details. Said threat rode a small ship, outside the visual range of the Fire Nation patrol ship, concealed behind a light mist that their latest recruit had stirred up from the ocean for them. Roan had dreaded the man might be a liability at first. The savage waterbender, however, had been determined to prove his worth and usefulness. supplying the group with the very skill set they needed to succeed at their mission. It was true that his legs had seen better days, and he wore a wooden prosthetic to replace his lost right hand, but he had retained the bending skills that, as severe as his injuries had been, could never be stolen from him. "You sure you can take him with that thing?" the waterbender in question asked. Roan raised an eyebrow, defiantly. His hand tightened around his spear. Something dark, unpleasant, disturbing clung to the weapon. It had been obvious it was a supernatural object to even the least spiritually inclined member of the group when they had found it. Yet, in Roan's hands, it was unsettlingly docile, perhaps because the spear trusted he would provide it with what nourishment it had lacked for over a century. "Just sayin', I'd rather not get slashed to bits by your fun little friend," said the waterbender, shrugging again. Roan huffed. "You've been slashed to bits so many times you ought to be used to it," Roan replied. The waterbender snorted and laughed. "Oh, you're a fun one, you. Ah, if only the damn blue wolf had been anything like you, man. If he had been anything like me, you'd be dead right now," Roan said. "Who says that's such a bad thing, eh?" Well, Roan wouldn't argue with that logic. There wasn't much more appeal to existing amongst the living than to succumbing with the dead, as far as he was concerned. He wasted no more time preparing. He raised a hand, and the vibrating spear begged to be released. With a vast display of strength, Roan launched it in the direction of the Fire Nation's ship. They couldn't hear or see anything from such a distance. Roan trusted the spear would reach its target, but he wouldn't know of its success for certain until it returned, so he closed his eyes and waited. His very soul would know when to expect the weapon to come back to him. He could feel the rest of his crew gazing over his shoulder with curiosity and fear. If something could be said for the waterbender, it was that he was nowhere near as much of a scaredy cat as the rest of the group, standing right beside Roan, staring into the misty sea keenly. It wasn't as though Roan had ever been nice or friendly, but where he had intimidated his allies in the past, he flat out terrified them after he'd found the spear. And speaking of which, Roan raised a hand, extending it forward. Even before the weapon reached him, he recognized the scent of blood in the air. The weapon was coated in the dark red liquid when it landed safely, comfortably, in Roan's hands once more. A collective gasp behind Roan almost tempted him to cast the spear at his so-called allies, as though the fools had never seen a drop of blood before. The waterbender, however, only squirmed in delight, laughing in unabashed glee. "Did it get them all?" asked one of Roan's earlier associates. Roan frowned. "We're about to find out," he said. "Be ready in case any of them are still alive, though I doubt it. Push us to the Fire Nation ship, Stingray." "Right on it, Kinslayer." The wooden ship wasn't slow by any means, but its natural speed was immediately boosted by the waterbender's power. Most the men aboard had to hold on to the ship's banisters or even the masts to ensure they wouldn't fall over, but Roan stood in place, undeterred, resolute, his eyes set on the ship ahead, their one-way ticket into the heart of the Fire Nation. Check the description for the links to the author.